Yo, 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 yo. Can you all hear me? That's the first thing. Look what I've got going on. Haha. Can you all hear me okay? Yep, cool. Oh, fuck me, I'm a bit blurry on the screen there. Am I clear or am I all blurry? It might be my settings this end. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it's my settings this end. That's better. I look fucking gorgeous now. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Cool, cool, cool. Oh, what's going on here? Why is that not fucking moving? Right, I've been fiddling yesterday before I got absolutely rat-arsed last night and didn't go to bed till 9 o'clock this morning. I was fiddling yesterday with the OBS studio and getting a few bits to make it look a bit better. One of them is this little thing here, which allows me to pick a comment and stick it out there, which is a bit like the fucking StreamYard thing. But the problem is, it's given me a list of comments that people have sent, but not all of them, and there's loads more coming in, and it ain't coming. It's not showing on this thing here, so it's a bit annoying. But not a lot I can do about it. Oh no! That is all I've got left. I've got one bottle left out of a bottle of brandy and 24 bottles of Budweiser. So that is literally all I have left. Is that one. Which is, yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the, well, not a pain in the arse, it's a good thing. Seriously, cannot be doing with getting as twatted as I did last night, that's for sure. Right, let me try this again. Let's see if it's going to actually give me some more comments. Loading. Come on. Okay, so it's showing some, but I don't know. It's now stopped. Oh, what a load of rubbish that is. Okay, well, what we'll do then is we'll get rid of that, and we'll hide that. And we do that, and that's it, job done. Don't forget, folks, feel free to subscribe. I've been fiddling about, so feel free to subscribe if you haven't already. If you are, then just make sure that that your subscription is okay, because YouTube have a habit of unsubscribing people now and again. Happy New Year, Alibo. Notice in bar, if you drink to forget, make sure you pay before you drink. Absolutely. Smudge is down here on the floor. I'll get him in a bit. He's actually curled up underneath 3 tripod bases, so it is a bit of a nightmare to get him out at the moment. So I'll wait for him to come and bug me. I will be opening the phone lines in a little while, so we can have a chat. Again, talk about, when we open the phone lines on the live stream, we talk about anything that comes up. So we don't have a specific topic per se. So you just phone up if you want and just chat shit if you like. So it makes no difference. How you doing, Tom? So yes, before I go any further, I hope you all had a great evening last night, as best you can. Happy New Year to you all. I've literally spent most of today in bed. I woke up, I went to bed about 20 past 9 this morning, after sending some inappropriate messages to people. People that aren't watching this, thank God. I was going to say, yeah, I was in bed for literally less than 2 hours, and this little prat down here decided he wanted feeding, so he's walking all over my face. I was not impressed. I woke up, had a couple of coffees, sitting in the other room. I couldn't move because every time I moved, everything started spinning. I thought, I'll sod this. So I ended up going and getting into bed, and I've been in my pit for most of the day, so I'm feeling better now. I've had a few coffees. I've got a beer here, hair of the dog and all that. But yeah, definitely not as much alcohol as has been had, shall we say, on the live streams. Oh dear. So did all you guys have a good New Year? Did you get hammered? Did you have a quiet one with some family? Fell asleep at 7 AM, woke up at 3:30. Fair play. Fair play. Smashed. Glad to hear it. Queen Bee, welcome. It's a pleasure. Where have we got? What have we got? Subbed a week ago, so a newbie here. Well, welcome, Queen Bee. It's good to have you on. These particular live streams, as a newbie, you may have seen one or two so far. But on these live streams, we just, we just talk shit. We just chew the cud. Whatever people want to talk about, they talk about. There is no specific topic. It's literally just a case of whatever people want to talk about, we'll talk about, and that's it. So it can be fun. Some people may find it boring at times, just to be honest. Depends whether or not the subject that we're talking about is of relevance or of interest to another person. But there you go. Pencil pusher, so smashed you asked your ex-missus for a shag. Felt so embarrassed this morning. Listen, mate, we all do it. I didn't ask anyone for a shag last night. But we've done it in the past. Talking shit, Queen Bee, your favourite hobby. Excellent. So it seems a lot of you were up all night practically. I didn't think I'd manage it, at my age, with my health and whatnot. I genuinely didn't think I'd be up till that time. Now, I was on Simon Sideways live stream last night for a few hours, and then we decided to go into the Discord chat, and we was in there on a video chat, and oh man, it was chatting shit. It was fun. It was fun. We just talking all night. Met some really decent people in there, so it's really nice. As I say, community surrounding YouTube channels. Some of the YouTube channels out there, they don't care about the community. All they care about is getting as many subscribers as they can and making as much money as they can on advertising. For me, my main interest in this channel is the community. Do you know what I mean? Talking to people, getting to hear their problems, their ideas, their solutions, all this kind of stuff. And it's what brings a channel together, in my opinion. We rarely get arguments in the comments, which is great. I know in some channels I look at, you might have a massive long thread or two of people kicking off at each other. But what's really good about this particular channel that I like is the fact that everybody respects the fact that other people may have a different of opinion, or most people respect the fact that everyone's got a difference of opinion. So So you know, it makes it a safe space. I hate using that phrase, but it makes it a safe space for people to come and share an opinion. Any resolutions? No, Kim. I said on Facebook the other day, I put a post up saying that anybody that puts a post up for New Year saying, oh, leaving 2021 behind, going into 2022, you know, with no baggage, blah, 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 bollocks you are. I'm not being funny, but there ain't a single person out there that hasn't got to take part of 2021 into 2022. And it's not our fault, it's the government's fault and all the rest of it, do you know what I'm saying? So anybody that's gone, oh, you know, I've got a resolution to do this, do that, do the other in the new year. No, you haven't. You haven't. It's a nice thought, but you haven't. It's going to be the same shit, just, you know, for another year. And we're all going to get blamed. Give it, I'd say 10 days. I might be wrong, you know, I hope I am, but give it about 10 days. And I reckon old Boris Johnson's going to turn around and go, whoa. So we've got such a massive increase in hospitalisations and cases, and it's your fault for not getting lateral flow tested before you went and see your family. So what he's going to do is ultimately coercive behaviour, okay, is going to make you, not you personally, but you as in the general public, make you feel bad and make you feel that it's your fault. Okay, and do you know what that is? That's an abusive relationship. When somebody turns everything against you, makes you feel like you're guilty for it all, that is an abusive relationship, and that's what we're in at the moment. I've seen Crinkle's name mentioned. Is he in the comments? I can't see him in the comments. Have I missed him? Hello, Margaret. Will your online screenshot of a receipt be enough to fend off the police? To be honest, they'll probably give you, if they're not, you know, if they didn't get shagged that morning, then they'll probably, you know, not accept what you've got to say at all. But I would suggest that if you've got a screenshot of the receipt, I don't know whether you get an email saying that it's been purchased for your car tax. I'm presuming you get an email saying that you've brought it. If you've got that, then there's no reason for them to do you for it. So if anything, I would imagine that they'll give you a Hort one or a producer 7-day wonder and ask you to, you know, prove it if you can within X amount of days, or they'll give you a 7-day wonder and they'll use that time to try and find out themselves. But personally, I wouldn't give too much of a shit about it, in all fairness. Thanks, Graham. So yeah, so if you've got a receipt, a screenshot of the receipt, or if you've got an email from them, then you should be absolutely fine. You walked past a pregnancy test and it made you laugh as it was a litter. It's some slapper from last night. Oh my god. I shouldn't have gone and slept with my ex-boyfriend. Oh shit. Right, might as well get onto this now. I'll finish my coffee. Might as well drink this last beer. Might liven me up a little bit. Honestly, I feel terrible after last night. Absolutely terrible. Hiya, Quincy. Thanks very much, my friends. Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate that. Happy New Year to you too. Stephen, yeah, that's true. You can be completely insured, but have a risk of having your car seized. The thing is, the police have to have they have to be able to prove a genuine belief that you're uninsured. If they, if you've got all the proof, if you've got your email and you've got your policy and all the rest of it, okay, and it looks legit, it comes from a legit source, and all the rest of it, then, especially if you've just paid your insurance, okay, you can pay your insurance and cancel it the day after, because you've paid for that month, for example. You're still covered. Do you know what I mean? They can't, it has to be a failed payment in order for it to be not in effect. So if you brought insurance, on a even for a week on a Monday, and you cancelled the payment on a Tuesday, you're still insured until your next payment. So the police have to have a reasonable belief that you're not insured at all in order for them to take your car. We know that they do this. We know that they fucking bullshit and twist things around and stuff. But, this is why we have to be careful. This is why we have to film every interaction we have with the police. What's my favourite position? I'm presuming we're talking about sexual position here. I would say that it would have to be, there's two, and I think a lot of people would agree with this: reverse cowgirl and doggy. I think that is those two, 100% all the way. Can't believe I'm talking like this. Midfield, yeah. Goalkeeper. Well, I can tell you one thing, Margaret. My favourite position certainly isn't being bent over the front of a police car and getting handcuffed, that's for sure. See, Queen Bee, I told you we talk about random shit on here. Absolutely. It's just somewhere to come and fucking have a chat and forget about what's going on in the world for a little while. Oh, I've got a fucking itchy nose. Handcuffs okay, but not on a police car. Well, I've got 3 pairs of handcuffs over there. 3 proper pairs of handcuffs. They've not been used yet. Getting pegged ain't no fun. Can't say I've ever tried that one. You can't have that bouncy squat position you shoot off in 30 seconds. Do you know what, Poindexter? Any woman, if you put a woman in that position, right, she'll go for about 30 seconds herself before she wants to change position. But yet they moan at us when they go, "Oh, fucking hell, is that it?" Wake up. But if you pop them in a stress position, and they'd soon fucking, you know what I mean, they'd still moan about it. No, do you know what? These. I'll show you my handcuffs. Oh. Hang on, because it's wrapped up in some Christmas lights. we're back. There's my handcuffs. I've got 3 pairs of these. Proper ones. I don't fuck about. So. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, they're real. Yeah. Real. Made of metal. Can't hear it. But I've got 3 of them. And I've got a proper police plot helmet as well. The body of the person who used to own this hat and handcuffs is actually in the basement now. Graham, behave yourself. Yeah, I've got the truncheon as well. I've not. Hang on, where are we? Not that one. That's a black plastic one. That's a black mamba. Behind him. Where is he? Yeah, but behind him, the panda is a proper wooden truncheon as well. One of the old ones that they used to use. But there we go. Yeah, they're ex-police handcuffs. Oh, there's the cat. There he is. Oh. So what we got going on? Let's have a look. Yeah, Dream Demon. Oh, Dream Demon. No. I believe she's not on here anymore. I believe. I don't know if it's got a strip of metal running through it or not, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, you know, there's certain wood out there you wouldn't want to be hit with, whether it's got metal in or not. So I think that's just an added expense, which is not really needed. Signed a petition to revoke Blair's knighthood. I've got a subscriber, I can't remember his bloody name, forgive me if you're watching, who sent me a message earlier and asked me to do that as well. So I've got a link to go and for people to sign. I'll get that in shortly and pop it in the comments in a bit. But yeah, no, my head's fucking going. Right, do you know what I'm going to do? Fuck it. What's the time? 8:25. Let's get the fucking phone lines open, shall we? And see if we can get chatting on there. So let me just double check this is working on here. Do that. Right. Okay, there we go. Check out my new lower third as well. And this, oh, where is it? That there. How cool is that? Right, so let's give it a crack. Let's see if this is working properly. 01515289590. It's 0151 528 9590 is the number to call. If you call from a mobile phone, it should be free because it's a landline number. If you call from Skype, it should be it will charge you if you call that number through Skype. But if you look for me on my my Skype name, which is Dan Papp, and it's got my channel logo, looks just like that there, but isn't spinning. And that would be me. So if you use my Skype name to call me, then it will be free Skype to Skype. Anybody? Wow, this is the first time I've not had the phone ring in the first couple of minutes. Come on, guys. Anybody want to try phoning and making sure this is working properly? Simon, OBS is incredibly powerful. It really is. I'm only just scratching the surface of what I do. I just use it for basic stuff, but I'm slowly, figuring things out, shall we say. But it is massively powerful. So look, does nobody want to be my first call of 2022? I've had no calls today. I've not spoken to anybody. Simon, if it's Skype to Skype, you can call abroad and it's free. Rubber dub, lost souls in the tub. Here we go. Can everyone hear that ringing? Hello, just give us 1 second, caller. I want to make sure that everyone can hear that ringing, and then I know they're going to hear you. Right, anybody? Yes, they can hear that. Right, can you turn the volume down in the background?
Yeah, done. Just want to wish you a happy new year. I've not got a right lot to say.
No worries.
But just a happy new year. I hope you and all your viewers have had a good Christmas.
Thank you, and you. And you. Who?
Ready for the year ahead.
Who am I talking to?
Sorry, my name's Dave. Sorry.
Dave. No, this is all right. I often get people phoning, regularly, but it's very difficult to remember names. But no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the call. I hope you had a great evening last night as well. And I haven't got much hope for this year. But
well, we're gonna have to fight for this year if we want it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
we've got to oppose. And I don't want to sound like Piers Colvin, but we have got to oppose these vaccine passports. Mm-hmm. We have got to oppose them because if they get them health passes in, it is really going to be game over. Yeah. It's going to be game over for everyone. You're not going to have any freedom whatsoever without having a jab. And the way they're going now, these jabs are going down from like once every 6 months to like a couple every 4 months. Yeah. Once you get you on them passports, you're going to be like hamsters on wheels. Yeah. And you're still not going to have any freedom. Yeah. They're just going to be jabbing you up with all this poison. Yeah. You and your children. They don't care. They're not about saving lives at all. And all the institutions that, apart from the one in your title, please, you can't trust none of them. You can't trust the National Health Service. They're all in it up to the neck. They're lying through the teeth, and it's provable as well. The judiciary are obviously as rotten as you can imagine. The media are they're just worse now than ever before. And Tony Blair's just got a massive award.
Well, I've heard about that. And one of my subscribers sent me a link on Facebook earlier. We'll dig it out shortly, and I'll put it in the comments. But it's a I think it's a petition to say, you know, you.
Oh, there's a petition for that. Yeah.
Yeah, you got Van Dan,
granted-
Valance, and Blair. I think Whitty. I think they've
Yeah,
all been
that-
offered one, haven't they?
And that Susan Mitchell, that communist who runs, she's something to do with Sage or something like that. I don't know, but she's a complete fruitcake.
Yeah.
These people want to destroy everything that is good about humanity. They don't want people mixing. They don't want people roaming around free. They want people just gagged up all the time and shut down.
Of course. I mean, the whole you'll own nothing. I know, but I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
the whole "you'll own nothing and be happy." I mean, what the fuck? What a thing to say. Well, we worked so that we can own things. You know, that we go and we work so we can better our lives, so we can buy nice things, so we can own things and be proud that we've achieved certain things. For them to take that away from us, for them to then make us almost wholly reliant on the government. And I've said this, that you know, so many people are now out of work and now relying on the government. Okay, so the government are like, oh, you know, we're doing you a favour by letting you eat. You know, so you're like, oh, thank you, government, thank you so much, and that's where they get you. Once you get stuck in that situation of government carrying you, so to speak, they've got you in their pocket. They can do what the fuck they want.
Exactly. And we are in very. I mean, I've never seen. There's always been corruption, but I've never seen it on such a proud, open display as I've seen over the last year or so. It's just off the wall, and the mockery, the gaslighting that they're doing to the people, not just in our country but around the world. You know, if you look at right across Europe, people are coming out and standing up against it. But we ain't doing enough here, to be honest. You know, and you don't have to be out protesting if you just get people down in the narrative. Get them questioning the narrative, because we're coming into year 3 of it now.
Yep.
And people are still walking around with face nappies on. There's no science behind that. It's utter stupidity.
Yep.
But people just do not question anything, and it's about time we just started. You know, cause everybody's got doubts about what's going on.
Yeah.
Feed those doubts. Feed them. Because and then just lead people to their own reason, and then people will see that what's going on is an absolute. It's a horror show, really. You've got the Midazolan murders of the old people in the care homes.
Yeah.
This didn't just happen in our country. This happened in Sweden. It happened in Italy, and in New York with what's his name, Cuomo.
Right.
So all these things are not happening in isolation. It's all coordinated.
Yeah. I think doubt leads you to question things, and when you question things, you start doing your own research rather than, you know, as you say, rather than simply lapping it all up, everything you're being told. I saw a meme on Facebook the other day, and it was like, this is an American meme saying the CDC said that sticking your finger up the person in front of his arse stops you getting COVID, and then there's a cartoon image of 3 people in a queue with their fingers down the back of each other's trousers, and it's so true. If they turned around and said to you, standing on one leg and fucking whistling Popeye the Sailor Man stopped you from catching it, you would find so many people fucking doing that. And
they're as good as doing that anyway with the things that they're telling people to do. Wear a mask. No, don't wear a mask. Wear 2 masks. No, masks are no good. Wear 3 masks. This jab will work. This jab is 100% effective. Yeah. Get your second booster, and then within a week or 2 later, that one's no good anymore.
Yeah.
And it's been constantly like that. And so you can imagine the most vulnerable in society, and just the people that are very well intentioned as well, and just want to do right by the communities. You know, they really have swallowed it all.
Of course.
And they just think, oh my, you know, I've got to do something good for everybody. You know, I'll wear that mask and I'll have another jab in the arm that I don't need. I'll do it and they don't realise what they're really facilitating. They're facilitating a great evil, you know, and they don't realise it. And it's very hard to talk to them because they've been trained not to engage with any alternative counter-narrative stories.
Yeah.
and so it's really frustrating for people. And as well, some of them can be very, very smarmy and snotty, and you sometimes you just want to punch them, but you don't. But
yeah,
their attitude is so bad, really.
it's like the
Really, people should be more open. You should tell people, I've got some reservations about what's going on. Don't jump down my throat. Just give me a chance to explain. And you'll have to hit them with factual data, and even then, it might not be enough.
Yeah. We see it all the time with the social media platforms as well. You say about people, should be able to gather their information and whatnot, but yeah, and I've noticed this as well. What they've stopped doing on a lot of the posts is they've stopped putting a post on there saying, for example, COVID is safe. On a lot of the posts,
Yeah.
But now what they've done instead is they've changed it to COVID goes through testing processes and blah blah blah. But they've changed the wording. But then they also stick on posts, this is false information. But we recently found out there was went to higher court, and we recently found out that those fact checkers are giving their opinion only. So it's somebody's opinion calling us a liar.
Yeah.
Not a fact. It's an opinion of somebody working in this office, wherever it is, calling us liars. And it takes away people's opportunity to come to a conclusion themselves.
Yeah. So not only that, they don't just say why yours is false information. They block your information from being seen.
Yeah.
So they're using someone else's opinion. And the thing is with Facebook and Google and the Chinese Communist Party, they are all heavily invested in the vaccine game.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
It's so the fact checkers that police is it Reuters?
Reuters, yeah.
Fact checking and news service. All these are in receipt of money, donations. They're all involved with.
Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as well. Yeah.
They're all, and then you see like I saw a thing of David Beckham the other day in a UNICEF T-shirt, telling everyone to get vaccinated and all that. And UNICEF are a charity, supposedly, and if you look at their website and look at what they're into, they want to see all the children wear masks.
Right.
And they want to see them all vaccinated with these experimental clot shots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that are just killing people left, right, and centre. And this is what they're promoting. And this is pure evil what they're promoting. And they've got all these stars out there like Beckham, and then you've got other people, Lady Gaga, all these people that are all linked with the World Economic Forum, United Nations. It's all the same thing anyway, all that. It's just one big organisation with different names like the UN, the World Health Organization. They're all one organisation, really.
Yeah.
They just operate under different names, the different branches of the same garbage, really,
Absolutely.
But people are, I think people are going to start waking up soon. I've been saying it for over a year, and it hasn't really happened, but
not yet.
The worm is going to turn, you know what I mean? I think the worms are going to... A lot of people have known that things are not right.
Yeah.
And have not wanted to sort of have a confrontation with the ones who've been taken in by it all.
Yeah.
Let them have their choices and all that kind of thing. We'll just not comply and. But the thing is, it's going to get too messy. People are really starting to get hurt by this. And it's only going to get worse because people are still complying. And it's just going to get worse and worse. And yeah, I do rub it on a little bit.
That's all right. It's fine. So
but people are really going to have to start being assertive about this and just saying, no, enough is enough,
Yeah.
And start really getting in the faces of those that are promoting it. Not so much the ones who've been taken in by it. If you meet any hostility, tell them the facts and don't shy away from it.
Yeah.
The ones that are really promoting all this, get in their faces, and just let them. Don't give them a moment's rest. When you see them, just get on them and give it to them. You know what I mean? And that's what people need to see.
Yeah.
But when people see this happening, they'll jump on it as well. It's human nature. The penny will drop, and they'll get, they'll get on it. You're going to get people who will defend them as well, but you have to start pushing back. I've said it to you before. I want to see, and I never wanted this in my life, but I can only see this ending with a full-scale rebellion.
Yeah.
And I never thought I'd hear myself say anything like this, but it's coming to that. It's as bad as that. When they are grooming children, making them wear masks, and getting them to terrorising them about viruses and bullshit like that,
yeah,
in order to pump them full of poison, knowing that the poison is very harmful,
yeah,
and not necessary. And they're using public money to do all that. It's all public money they're using to, with the nudge units from SAGE and the behavioural science and all that stuff. That's all public money. They're using that to scare the population into doing all this stuff, so they can benefit from all the sales from the vaccines and all the rest of it, and have unlimited power over people.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's money getting made out of all these vaccines and so-called tests.
Oh, of course.
They're making fortunes out of it all. That's what it's all about.
Of course.
And follow the money is not fuck the science and follow the money. It should be the motto for this year going forward.
These PCR tests and stuff that you've got to take, or I've not taken one, so I don't know what's what. The little like the drug wipes the police use, and it shows the little line on pregnancy fucking thing, just like that. Now those things themselves cost literally pennies to make. Not only do they make, they're charging however much they charge for them. I think I've seen some of them go for like 20 quid or more. But not only are they charging for those, which is now becoming a major issue, litter issue. Landfills are getting filled up with and we've done all this work about getting rid of plastics, and now we brought all this shit in, and it's just getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then you've also got to pay for, you go on holiday or you want to go see a family member, and they expect you to pay to go and do that as well. The money they're making is incredible. It's beyond it's beyond sort of explanation.
It is a money making exercise, but it's a rinsing exercise really. They're transferring all the public money, all these. It's just going to be going to the pharmaceutical companies indefinitely.
Yeah.
But all the people like the politicians, they're like lobbying for the pharmaceutical companies, and they're getting kickbacks from it all. And it's a massive betrayal I've never seen anything so horrific as this.
Absolutely, you'll have somebody sitting at the top of these big pharma companies that's got a shell company. The money that they're making, paying themselves bonuses, each year, that money will go into their account, into a shell company of some description, and then they'll use that money in the shell company to give or to donate to a particular political party. So they've all got their hands in it. Do you know what I mean? They're all making money from it, and they're sitting there taking our liberties away, taking our livelihoods away, taking our money away, while they're sitting there, getting richer and richer and laughing their asses off. Yeah.
And it's all at our expense.
Yeah.
And this is how we're going to have absolutely nothing. They're not only just talking about taking car ownership away as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be car shares with electric vehicles. They're taking away the power fuels and all that. So we're going to be reliant on wind power and solar power.
Yeah.
And in this part of the world, that's a catastrophe.
Yeah.
If we don't get much sun here,
not a lot.
A lot of the time we don't get a lot of wind unless you're on the coast.
Yeah.
So you're going to be power cuts all the time. There's going to be food shortages, and all the while these people that are doing it, let's call it the state, they're doing it against us, not for us. They're doing it against us.
Yeah.
And we've got to let people know that they're not working in our best interest. Far from it.
I was talking to a Canadian last night on Simon Sideways live stream, and this Canadian turned around and said that they're getting rolling blackouts there at the moment. For the same reason, you know, it's a case of they haven't got enough electricity, basically, so they have to keep going for these rolling blackouts. And you know, exactly what you've just said there. I believe something like that is soon to come here as well at some point.
It's going to come everywhere, and it just feeds into the thing about a depopulation program that's going on.
Yeah. Mad.
And the more you look at it, I mean, it's not something you want to embrace, an idea like that, but
No.
why are they doing all this? You know, why have they done all this? And we're not living in the bubonic plague or anything like that.
No.
When you go out your door, you don't see bodies piled up. You see face masks everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
But you don't see people collapsing on the floor like we saw in China.
And let's face it.
I haven't seen anything.
Well,
like
let's face it. With the amount of waste, clinical waste is what it would be classed as. The amount of clinical waste that's left laying around, you would assume that more people would be ill. Not through passing it from person to person, but the amount of contaminated waste that's laying around everywhere. You know,
you don't see any sort of special hygiene squads going around removing all this stuff.
No.
You know, there's nothing like that going. It's all superficial that you're seeing. It's all a charade, and it's very easy to see through it. You know, just on that basis, if you go outside in the last 2 years. Have you seen loads of people who are not drunk collapsing and falling over and dying, you know, choking and shaking? I haven't seen it once,
no.
You know. I haven't seen it, and I don't know anywhere that I'm hearing from people all over the world, and people are saying there's nothing going on. You know, there's no. If you turn off the TV, there's no pandemic.
No.
There's nothing going on.
If you stop testing, the pandemic goes away. You know,
exactly,
or it doesn't go away, exactly. But you know what I'm saying.
They're
you know,
forced testing in a way. They've got, because if you look at the NHS, they've got to do them. Well, I call them piss tests, but the lateral flow tests.
Yeah,
they've got to do them. I think 2 a week, and then every so often they've got to do the swab. You know, the PCR swab as well. But they're all bullshit tests anyway.
Yeah.
And they're all designed just so they can say, oh, we've got more cases. Oh, no, we better have more restrictions. Oh, you're going to need another booster. You know, and it's people are still going along. But, you know, I was looking at a video today from Scotland.
Right.
I don't know if you saw it. It's going around on social media. And it's just people sat in a bar, peaceful as well, on New Year's Eve, sat there. I think it's in Glasgow in a bar called Avant Garde.
Right.
I could be wrong. But it's going around on social media. And the police came in and people were just sat there they went, you know, there was no drama in the bar. There was no bad words being said. But it was just all a nice vibe, you know.
Yeah.
And the police stormed in, started sort of poking and prodding verbally people. And then just started snatching the drinks off them and throwing them around and all that.
Right.
And then later on in the street somewhere, there was people revelers having a little dance in the street, and they were jumping all over them for dancing. And this is the new world order. This is the new normal that they want to bring in.
Yeah.
This is how they want life to be, absolutely soulless. You know. So there's no fun. There's no joy in the world. You're literally at their beck and call the whole time, you know.
Yeah. Well, look how quickly they've got people. So that's right. I mean, look how quickly they've got people to think differently. Okay, like with the tests and all that stuff. They've in such a short amount of time, really. They've managed to get people, majority of people, to think that they've got to go and get these tests. Okay. Now, some of the stuff that they've got planned is far bigger, but they're starting small and they'll work up to it. Okay, so they started with the tests and all that stuff. They locked us down for a few days or a week or whatever to start with, and you know, or said to start with. And then as time goes on, they increase it and increase it and increase it, and they give you more restrictions and more restrictions and more restrictions. And like the saying goes with the frog, you drop a frog into boiling water, it'll jump straight out again. Pop it in a cold pan of water and turn it up, and it will end up cooking itself without realising. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, and you're right. And people are at the stage where, you know, a lot of people are no joke intended, but as the pan slowly warms up, people are just chilling out.
Yeah.
You know, they're taking it easy and going, oh, it's all right, it's not too bad. Yeah, we just have to do this and do that, but it's not so bad. But they don't realise, you know, they're in quicksand, you know, and it's going to be a terrible, you know, because it's not just happening in this country, Dan.
No.
It's happening in many countries. You know, it's. But if you could see that, you know, it's happening. Australia's just a police state now, isn't it?
Yep.
It's literally, it's like a big open prison, and the Stasi. I'd just like to see them get absolutely battered. You know, I can't wait for it.
Yeah.
And I'm not one of these deep on the police people. You know, I'm not one of them. I think we do need a police force, but we need one. We don't need what we've got now. What we've got now is just garbage, you know.
It's political policing. Is what's happening at the moment. Is political policing. It's not policing for the people, making sure we're safe. It's all based on politics. It's based on how good do the police look. You know, how many hate crimes can we rack up this week to make it look like we're doing something against discrimination. All this kind of stuff, and it's not crime. It's not a crime. They've already got legislation in place. They've already got laws in place to stop people, you know, through public order offences and stuff like that. But yet they've continued to create these additional laws, additional legislations, whatever, to break things down even more and for more control over us. But again, it's not protecting us as society.
No,
Okay.
it's protecting their racket. That's
Yeah.
what it's doing.
Fucking
Not
madness.
protecting us. It's to our disadvantage, and it's all about taking everything off us. You know,
Yeah.
that's what it's all about. It's about just all your rights, your bodily autonomy, everything. You can't own anything. You know, you're not allowed out of your house. You're not allowed to mix with people. You can't have your family around. I mean, it's gone too far, this, you know, it's gone way, way too far. And I pray for the day that I wake up and everybody's just woke up and, you know, put it right, you know.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that day's not too far away.
It's going to take one hell of a pushback.
Yeah.
I can't, at the moment, I just can't see it happening.
Not yet. There's not enough people with their eyes open just yet, but you know it's slowly increasing. Listen, I hate to be rude. We've been on for 25 minutes. I'm going to try and get somebody else on. Lovely chatting with you. You know, I'm glad you had a nice evening last night, a New Year's Eve, and I hope things turn out better for us all this year.
Yeah, sorry if I was a bit doomy gloomy, but I haven't really got any joy to spread tonight.
No worries at all.
Other than, you know, believe in the human spirit, because it's still there. You can't kill it.
Exactly.
All the best, mate.
And to you, mate. Bye now. Bye. Carolyn, just want to say thank you for the contribution. That was a little while ago. I do apologise, but thank you. Hello, Corner.
Evening, Danny. Calling from the UK, mate. How you doing?
Not so bad, mate. How are you?
Yeah, sorry to get over last night, but it's okay. I stayed in like probably 95% of the country, only because the taxis ripped me off.
Right.
I had to get into a pub. Unless they're doing a pint per pound or penny.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, Happy New Year anyway. Listen, there's something I've been trying to, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but on another live in or whatever, but it's something I've exhausted every avenue trying to work it out or find out.
Okay.
When I had the cunt flu, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The main reason I was in there for 2 weeks is they gave me some special cunt flu steroids that really pissed up my diabetes. Well,
right.
Normally only 6 or 7, went up to 34, which is quite dangerous. Anyway, that's why I spent so much time in there, I think. Now, when I was in there for the 2 weeks, I asked 3 or 4 doctors that come in and see you and nurses to tell me which variant I had.
Right.
None of them could give me an answer. None of them could tell me which one I had. They took blood, they took all these tests, and I was there for 2 weeks. And so now we got this, what I believe is another Mother Nature's vaccination.
Yeah.
That has spread in the country, giving us antibodies, giving you a mild version.
Yeah.
That's what I believe, anyway.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
How they're giving us these numbers. Pardon?
I don't disagree with you there at all. Can you turn the sound down a little bit in the background, please?
Mine is turned down. It's not me. My volume's off.
Well, I'll get some feedback from the.
Hold on a minute. Add on speakerphone. Is that any better?
Hang on. Yeah, that's better.
Sorry, man.
No, it's all right. I was getting an echo. That was all.
Oh, I've looked on the internet. I've been on the NHS websites. I've done everything I can. I've asked people in chat logs or on a live. No one seems to know how they determined the different variants.
Right. No, I couldn't tell you from what I've read and from what I've seen. It's just we're just told. It's like they're plucking it out of the. Well, look.
How are they able to tell us on that day? Yeah, there's been another 5 million cases this day. Blah blah blah.
Omicron popped up. Delta fucking vanished. You know what I mean? And this is what's happening. A new one will come out, and Omicron will get forgotten about. But the next one will. It will be infused with fear from the start. So this one that's come along, okay, they've made a mistake. What the mistake is that they've let the person who identified it turn around on live, on TV and say that it's showing. It's more transmissible but less dangerous. Because they've said that, the government and everybody else have lost a bit of control. So, okay, so people are going, oh, fuck it, it's fine, it's not that bad, fuck it, no problem. So the next one that comes out will be really deadly, right? And it will be fear infused from the very beginning. They won't make the same mistake again, right? But I've said this, that they're going to blame, they're going to turn around and they're going to say, give it, say, 10 days or so, they're going to turn around, they're going to go, it's your fault because you went to see your family over Christmas without doing an actual throw test, so you're to blame for the rising cases. And that's what they're going to do.
What, the ones that people can't get hold of?
Yeah, them ones.
The shortage of. Have you seen on Facebook people selling them for 100 quid, the freebie ones?
Jesus.
Yeah, honestly, they've been selling them for 100 quid, so people can have that test to go into a club or pub, whatever, a venue of certain places. Just try to have a look on Facebook and you guys. It's disgusting.
I will do.
So it's just one of those things. And like I said, there's Strange had a massive shortage for Christmas.
Yeah.
Of these antifreeze things, because it's got antifreeze in it apparently. I read. I don't know about yourself. It's sticking up your nose. What it is, and they will come out another one. I mean, like they're doing the 4th jab already across Europe, and we seem to be following Europe at the moment in some respects. Thank God we're not following France. But anyway, listen, thanks very much for that.
Listen, my man, really no worries.
And take care, guys. If anybody in the chat can find out this information about how they do the variant test in such rapid time, after I spent 2 weeks on a Kung Flu ward, they're supposed to be specialised in this, it'd be really helpful, and I really would appreciate it. Well, listen, you have a good evening, and let's call her on.
Listen, Crinkle might hang on a minute. Crinkle might be watching,
no.
So he might be able to tell you.
Oh my God! Why did you mention that word? I was having a really nice, happy evening. A start to the new year, and you just like. That's just like saying Jimmy Savile in a children's film. Sorry, had to be said. I'm sure I'd get lots of ones if I said, press 1 to get Crinkle off.
Oh,
anyway, you take care, mate.
All right, my mate. Soon. No worries. All right, take it easy. Guys. Bye, mate. Bye. Hello, Queen Bee.
Hello, Dan, you alright?
You're not so bad. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
I'm
Well,
loving the show. Do you know, this is right up my street, this stuff is.
cool. Well, let me first welcome you, because you said you only just joined the channel a week ago or so. So
About a week ago, I got you through Marty B.
Right.
Yeah, I dropped on you through Marty.
cool. Well, welcome to the channel anyway. So
Thank you very much.
if I know somebody's
Thank you.
new, I'll always give them a welcome if I can. So
Bless you, thank you, mate. Lovely.
you like talking shit, so
I love
such.
talking shit. It's my favourite
So-
pack. I'm very good at it as well. You'll soon learn. Yeah, no, I've got a bit of a channel. I'll tell you quite briefly about my channel when you're ready. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze.
No worries. Thank you.
No, I'm not.
Thank you, Motty lad. Thank you very
I've
much,
got a
mate.
common cold. I must admit, I've got a common cold. It does still exist. The common cold is still a thing.
Apparently.
No, it's not a conspiracy. I can confirm I have got the common cold. Excuse me. So, yeah, all this that you're talking about, this is right up my street. I mean, I've started doing some podcasts on this.
Cool.
I'm going to do one tomorrow night.
Cool.
But sorry?
No, I was just saying it's cool. It's cool that you're doing that you're putting
okay,
out content
sorry, I thought
and
you
stuff.
were saying hello.
So, go on.
Yeah, no, I thought you were saying hello. So yeah, just started watching you about a week ago. Found you through Marty, and I was watching your couple of your videos the other day, and my channel, I started doing a little bit of auditing.
Okay.
And my channel, it's only 3 months old. So basically, long story short, I was censored last year massively on social media. My business was taken down off everything through speaking out through this. I kept my business open through lockdown. Don't get me wrong, it does operate online. I won't say too much about my business. I like to remain relatively anonymous online.
No worries.
But basically, I kept my business. I had the council on my back. I had to fight the authorities single-handedly, which resulted in, like I say, total censorship on social media, took down off Facebook, everything. And I totally dropped on YouTube by accident, but it was a platform for me to then start again and have me say and do things. So I got into a bit of auditing and that kind of thing. Going back to what you were saying earlier, unfortunately, the how can I put it? I'll use the word community of auditing, unfortunately, by some individuals was turned into a little bit of a shit show. So I did decide to take a step back from that, and take my channel back into the direction that I started in, which is basically all this sort of thing.
Right.
Now, my first ever video on YouTube, I set my channel up in September, the end of September. It's literally just over 3 months old. My first ever video that I did on YouTube, I actually went to a testing site.
Right.
And I asked the guy in the tent, he was obviously a medical professional, he unzipped the tent. There was no one there. There was only me there with a camera, about 20 security guards, and obviously the tyrants in the tent. And he unzipped it, and I said to him, "Look, can you just confirm to me whether a sample of this virus has ever been found in a human being?"
Yeah.
Well, of course, no. No reply was the answer. Tent zipped back up, off you go. Then, me being as green as grass at the time, not knowing all YouTube's terms and cons, I uploaded it to YouTube, got a strike in my first day.
Right.
The video was taken down, couldn't post for a week. So I had a really shit start to my YouTube channel. But, it was just a case of just asking them. It's quite simple. Give us a yes or no. Because to me, and I've always said from day one, this does not exist. It's about control. It's about power.
Yeah.
And like you've just said with your last caller, it's mind control. For me, it's a form of mind control. Like you said, they've got people to wear the masks. They've got them to do this. What can we get them to do next?
Yeah.
I personally have never wore a mask. I've never been jabbed. I've never taken any of these tests. For 2 years now, I've been absolutely in perfect health. I'm in my mid-30s. I'm quite healthy. I'm quite fit. And I look after myself. Just at Christmas time this year, I've just developed a common cold, and that's exactly what it is. It's a common cold that's been around for years and years. My own immune system has fought it off.
Yeah.
So I've had no test. I don't need a test to tell me that I've been ill over Christmas. I know I've been ill. I don't need a fucking vaccine to destroy my immunity, because I've got natural immunity, which has also become a conspiracy of late.
Yeah.
These immune systems that we were all born with, they're now conspiracy theories. But no, I still believe in my immune system, and I'll stick with that. And it's fighting it off. And like I said, I've had a cold for a week. I'm alive. I'm well. I've not killed anyone. Everyone around me's had it or got it as well. So, and to me, and this blew my mind when I learnt this, and this is quite controversial, but I learnt this, and this it is mind-blowing when you start going down these rabbit holes, but you cannot catch a virus. A virus is actually your body's own way of detoxifying. Now, I've had wars with that, and Crinkle, I will name Crinkle because he will come on my podcast and we will argue until them bloody cows come home, because obviously he works for Bill Gates, we all know that.
We all like Crinkle on this channel, don't we, guys? Put another one in the comments if you like Crinkle. Come on, we all know you like him.
Listen, do you know what? He's a contributor. I'm sure he's a good guy. He's got his opinions, and I'm all for free speech, and that's why I let him onto my channel. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it's not all. Well, you can't come on my channel if you don't agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Those type of people, Dan. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's welcome, and you could sit there now and you could say to me, do you know what, Elliot, you're talking a load of shit. And I'd be like, okay, fair enough, that's your opinion, that's absolutely fine. Your channel, no problem. But, just reading the comments about Crinkle. Bless him, he's all right, he's Crinkle. Like I say, everyone's got their own, and whatever his agenda, that's up to him, but... For me, and I think for a lot more people now, I think like your last caller said, I think more and more people are starting to wake up. I do think it's a bit too little too late, I'm not going to lie. Yeah. I mean, a year ago, everyone around me, even my own mother, thought I was a complete, absolute nutcase because of my views on things. But even she now is actually starting to ask questions. We all know the first jab, it was the answer to everything, wasn't it? It was the solution to all the worldly problems. That didn't work. Guess what? A second one's needed. That didn't work. Guess what? A third one's needed. So I think even the most deeply indoctrinated of people are now starting to go, hang on a minute, there's something just not right here.
Well, I was on a live stream yesterday. I was talking to people after the live stream in Discord. I was talking to people in there, and we mentioned Darren Brown. Okay, or hypnotists. Let's use hypnotists rather than Darren Brown. 70% of the population, it might be 73 or 75, but around 70% of the population are susceptible to being hypnotized. The rest, not so much. Okay, so you'll never find everybody that you can control in that way. But this is exactly what's going on with what the government's been doing. It is a form of they used to do it
mind control.
It is. They used to do it in the war. Okay, they try and de-radicalize people or radicalize people by sticking them in a chair, eyes pinned open, looking at a screen, showing them images which fuck their head up. Right, and that's exactly what's been doing. What's been going on, although we've not been tied down and our eyes pinned open, because the media's all in on it, and because the social media is in on it, it's forcing us. We don't need to have our eyes pinned open because it's being force fed to us daily anyway.
Absolutely, and it's all part of the same corrupt system. It's all the deep state, isn't it? Let's be honest. The media's just the voice box for the corruption, as is social media. It's all controlled, as is Google. I mean, I don't use Google. I've not used it for 18 months because, you're never going to get, Google, they'll just tell you what they want you to know. Yeah. Same with social media. Like I say, the amount of people that, and I've got friends that are in this truth movement, if you like, that, I've got one guy that I know he's been quite had a bit of publicity lately, Jamie Freeman. I mean, he's had about 20, 25, 30 accounts taken down off Facebook. Yeah. Literally that many, because he does lives and he's straight, he's up and down about it all. It is what it is. And, it's insane. Like I said, I mean, I was censored massively for basically just saying, do you know what? No, I'm not going to close my business. We've all got a right to earn a living.
Of course.
We've all got a right. And I mean, I go down, I mean, there's so many rabbit holes. I mean, I could talk to you all night, but like I said, I do my own podcasts on this, and I've gone more down the line of the economical fraud as well now that we all live, that we all find ourselves in.
Yeah.
I'm doing a little bit more on that now, on the financial stuff. I mean, I've just had my credit card debt written off.
Right.
Changing the subject, I mean, I've done bits on like TV licensing and stuff like that as well, but I've just had my credit card debt written off because I simply called them up and I just said to them, can you please provide me with the original contract?
Yeah.
Well, of course, they were unable to do that because 9 times out of 10 there is no contract for these things. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, I'm 500 quid in debit, and overnight it's gone from 500 quid in debit to 500 quid in credit. Can you believe, Dan? So sometimes it really is, knowledge is power, and I can't stress this enough to people. And I was totally oblivious to all this 3 years ago.
So you found yourself with 500 quid credits, so the next round's on you, is it?
Well, basically, yeah. But do you know what as well? And this is it, like my channel's not monetized. Like I said, I've got a business. YouTube to me is just, what I want to do is try and educate people. And don't get me wrong, there's many people out there that know more than I do. But just like with this, I know for a fact with this credit card stuff that I've been doing over the last couple of weeks, that's helped 2 or 3 people. Now, if that 2 or 3 people then pass that on to another 2 or 3 people, then to me, I've done something good there, because we all live under this economical fraud. We pay tax upon tax upon tax upon tax for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Council tax is a massive fraud. Water. Why are we paying for something that falls freely from the sky that is then taken away, contaminated, and sold fucking back to us?
Yeah.
At a ridiculous amount of, you can feed the whole of Africa for a £5 a month, but my bill was 45 quid a month.
Listen, Queen Bee, I want to ask you a question. There's two comments in the comment section at the moment. I want to put them to you, and I want you to respond. Okay, so John Blackshaw says, tell the 200,000 people that have died that the virus is false. What would you say to him?
And what have they done? Right. So, number one, did people not die before? This is the ridiculous thing. What about all the people that have died of cancer through not having no treatment? What about all the people that have died of suicide through losing the businesses and losing their livelihoods? Right. They only know that they're only being told that these people have died from this virus. Because, again, it's indoctrination. You've been taught all your life, believe what the doctors tell you. If your doctor tells you you've got this or that, you're going to believe him. So if your doctor says to you, well, that relative of yours, I'm very sorry, they've passed away. They have passed away of COVID. Why would you question your doctor? Mm-hmm. You've been told all your life to trust these authorities, to trust these doctors, nurses, police, everybody, to trust these people. They wouldn't lie to us. They wouldn't dream of lying to us. So I'm sorry, but just because you've been told that somebody's died of that does not make it real.
Okay, thank you. That's the first one.
And I am controversial, guys, and if I do offend anyone that does follow my channel will know that I'm controversial, and that's how I am, and I'm not going to apologise for that. Yeah, exactly, died with COVID, not of it, because the only people that I know that have died or know of, I'm not being awful, and I'm going to put it straight. Let's have it right, Dan. They were going to die anyway because they were terminally ill with cancer, or they were terminally ill with something else, or they had really bad underlying health conditions.
Yep.
And we've all lost people, and I sound like an artless cow speaking like that. I lost my dad at 26-year-old. I lost my nan and granddad within 2 years of each other. I've lost people. It's shit. But the facts of life and the only certainty in life is that we're all going to die, Dan.
Yep. Absolutely. Now,
so I hope that's the answer to that question,
okay,
to that guy there, and thank you for your comment. Sorry, I can't remember his name, but that's my honest answer.
Now, there's another one here. Now, I'm not sure, so I need to be careful. I'm not sure what he's referring to. I think he's referring to the vaccines. Okay, rather than potentially my point of view or your point of view. Okay, which is fine. This whole channel is about people saying what they've got to say.
Of course.
Self-Law says the science is well researched on the subject. Lots out there to look into. Now, my personal opinion is he's talking about the vaccine and the virus. That that there's proof out there that it exists and that the vaccine does X, Y, Z, blah blah blah. What have you got to say? Go on.
Yeah, I'm sure that many of us, and 90% of your chat tonight, would like to see the proof of this virus existing. Not from a scientist that's endorsed, by the media or by the higher ups that's getting paid to say whatever the, you know, if you're getting paid, if you've got a weak mind and you're ruled by money and you're easily fed by money, right? Someone tells you to say something or do something and you're going to do it. Okay? So these scientists for me are not worth a toss. I think they're all full of shit. They're all as full of shit. They're all in it together. They're all full of shit. They're all just in it together.
Okay, cool. Well,
I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. I'm not saying that's fact. I'm saying that's my opinion.
Never be sorry. Never be sorry.
Been isolated.
Listen, Queen Bee. Never be sorry for sharing your opinion. Okay.
But I know how controversial I am, Dan, and I know I'm a gobshite.
But your opinion is important to you. Okay. So never be sorry for something that's important to you. All right. So somebody come. You know, I talk to people all the time who disagree with me, and do you know what? I will never knock them for their opinions. Okay, I will discuss it with them. If we come to an impasse, we can't agree on something, then fine, we can't agree on it. I don't go off and start, you know, being a dick about it or expect them to do the same. And that's what this channel's about. It's about giving people the opportunity to say what they've got to say. I mean, yeah, okay, the channel's about the channel started. It's about the police. Nowadays, there's an awful lot that we have to talk about that isn't necessarily to do with the police. You know, because it is part of our lives at the moment, so we have to discuss it. But no matter what people's opinions are on any subject, for me, I appreciate their opinions. I think their opinions are important to them, and therefore I have to respect that. I might not agree with them, but I have to respect that they've got their own opinion. And you sound, you know, so never ever be sorry for sharing an opinion that you believe. But I just want to say, John Blackshaw, who you answered first of all for us, doesn't seem to like your response. He thinks you're a bot. So
well, that's absolutely fine. So again,
Lost Souls Paranormal has dealt with that. I don't often kick people. I'm absolutely
not a bot. You know, I'm pretty real. But you know, that's the problem, and that's a massive thing that I've found about YouTube as well. In my 3 months that I've been on it, if you're not on the side of the narrative, and you're not on, you know, and you're not blowing smoke up the right arses, you get labelled a troll.
Yeah.
You know, and I've had this lately in my personal experience. You know, because I'm strong-minded, and because I won't follow. You know, because I'm a lion and I like to lead my own life. I don't follow like sheep, like the rest of them do. You're a troll. You're labelled a troll. You know, if you've got a strong mind and you know your own mind, you're labelled a troll.
Yeah.
What's that all about? And I've noticed that with YouTube. I've noticed that with the auditing community as well, massively. What's that all about?
I don't know.
Is it not supposed to be about a coming together of strong minds, this? You know, why is it such a cult-like mentality all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Why is it not these strong minds coming together? Because actually, if these strong minds come together and all these apparent strong people in these communities came together, man, we could make some serious changes in this world.
Yeah.
But actually, all it seems to be about is drama and shit. And don't get me wrong, a lot of people, you know, there's a lot of the subscribers and that, they like to see the, you know, it's free entertainment, isn't it, YouTube, at the end of the day? Let's be honest. You know, it's free entertainment. So it's what people do.
Yeah.
They sit and then they want to see the drama. But again, like you said earlier, for a lot of people, unfortunately, ego's taken over. You didn't say that, they're my words. But ego's taken over, and it's about subs, and it's about views, and it's about money.
Yeah.
Rather than actually making a change for the cause, whether it's your channel and you doing what you do, or, you know, me doing me. And like I said, your channel's, I'm so thankful to Marty B for me finding your channel, because it's right up my street, and this is exactly the sort of thing that's, you know, that I want to do and I want to talk about.
So my plan for the channel was to get to, ideally, 100,000 subscribers. Now, nothing to do with the advertising revenue and shit like that. This is all to do with being able to make some kind of a difference. If we had enough people who had a similar mindset, not the same mindset, but similar, we agreed on some things, maybe not others, and something comes up, you know, that for the main subject of this channel, that the police have done, a new law that the police are bringing out, and we need to fight back. If we've got 100,000 people that are willing to go and sign a petition, or willing to go and stand outside Parliament, or any of that kind of stuff, we have a community, a massive amount of potential power to make some changes. Not everybody believes that, but I genuinely do. I think if we had 100,000 people that believe that, for example, that the spy law that they brought in, where police and spy agencies can commit murder and get away with it, if we had enough people at the time to turn around and go down there and make a fuss about it, we'd get heard. But
yeah, respect, Dan, absolutely, and that's okay as long as it is a community and it doesn't become a cult.
Yeah.
If it stays a community or a movement or whatever, that's okay. But when it starts becoming a cult-like mentality, which I've noticed goes on a lot, unfortunately, in this YouTube world.
Yeah,
it does become. I've seen a lot of cult-like mentality. Now, that to me is not making any changes. All that's doing is creating free entertainment for your subscribers on YouTube. That's not making any changes. That's not fighting any corruption. It's not, making any difference to anything at all.
No.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
so again, I'm not going to apologise for that. That's why I've now gone off again on my own path. Don't get me wrong, I've met some amazing people. I mean, Marty's one of them. I've had the pleasure of working with Marty. Well, I say working with him, more like following him around, learning from him. But I had the pleasure of me, working with Marty. So I've met, don't get me wrong, I'm not slagging off that in that side of things. There's some amazing people, and I've met some amazing people, but there's also a lot of infiltration, and like I say, a lot of people that have turned it into a cult-like mentality. That basically, oh, do you know what? He's doing that, so I'm going to do that, and oh no, they don't like that person now, so I'm not going to like that person now. Yeah, it's a little bit. These are grown men we're talking about. I've got more balls than most of these men. Let's put it that way.
It's an agree with me or fuck off mentality.
Yes, and like I say, if you don't, you're a troll.
Yeah.
If you don't agree with what I'm saying and you don't blow smoke up my ass, you're a troll this week.
Yeah, well, as I say, this is why I try and keep this. I try and keep the channel open to people having their opinions, whether I agree with them or whether they agree with me or whatever. It makes no difference to me. The only way that we can learn, the only way that we can get anywhere as a society, is if we talk about things, whether we agree or not. And if we can part. At the end of the conversation, if we come to an impasse or we come to an agreement, if we can part that conversation and shake each other's hands metaphorically, and say, look, I'll chat to you again, then we it's a good result. But for people to turn around and go, you don't fucking agree with me, you prick, I'm going to get you cancelled, blah blah blah, and let me cause all sorts of problems.
And what change is that making? What corruption is that fight? All they're doing is fighting each other's egos.
Yeah.
That's not fighting any corruption. That's not showing any corruption in the police or in the authorities or in anything. Someone's like, seen you out with Martin's videos. Yeah, I've been out with Marty, yeah. I just had a quick look at it. It goes too quick for me, your chat. I suppose that's what happens when you've got loads of subs. I only get 10 people in my chats.
it comes with time, don't worry.
Bless you. But as I say, the numbers do matter, mate. Of course they matter, because like you say, obviously the more numbers you've got on your channel, the more you are getting the word out to people.
Yeah.
So, they do matter. And for me, I'd love to have 30,000 subs, just so that at least 25,000 of them are going to hear what I've got to say, and 20,000 of them might think, hang on a minute, this woman might actually have a point, let me do my own research. And I always say to people, I don't know everything, don't listen to what I'm saying, I might be sat here talking a load of shit. Do your own research.
Of course.
Like I did. I started hearing all this, and I started doing my own research. And I came to my own conclusions. But yeah, there we go.
So, excellent. Well, listen, Queen Bee, it's been lovely having you on. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you.
Don't be a stranger. I do these live streams now and again. I was doing them weekly. I'm hoping to get back to doing it weekly, but yeah, feel free to jump in any time. Molly's been putting, or Lost Souls Paranormal has been putting your channel link in the comments for some time.
Oh, bless you.
So you might find yourself with a sub increase there.
I might be on 10 subs by tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right, listen.
Guys, listen, I'll be doing a stream tomorrow night. You're more than welcome. I'm sure you're a busy man, but you're more than welcome to pop on mine anytime.
No worries.
I usually do one a week as well. Same sort of thing, Dan. Same sort of chat.
Right.
The same sort of subjects and things. So you're more than welcome anytime.
If I got the time, and the reason I say that without being rude is I'm actually working on some graphics. I'm going out on Monday with Marty. Here in Liverpool.
Oh, okay.
Here in Liverpool, we've got people walking around with harnesses on, with monitors above their heads, saying, "Go and get the vax, go and get your booster." So what I'm doing at the moment is I've managed to get a portable monitor which will plug into my phone, and I can put it on slideshow. So I'm making some images to go on that, so I can go out there and follow these people around with my own messages for the public. Which should be interesting, but for me, I'm not very artistically minded, so it takes me a long time to get anything fucking anywhere near half decent. So providing I get all that done, I'll jump on for a bit tomorrow and say hello.
Yeah, no, like I said, it could be tomorrow evening. I'll schedule it sometime tomorrow. But again, like I said, it'll just be the same sort of thing.
Excellent.
But it'd be great to have you on there because you're right up my street with that sort of thing, and I like that. But then like I said, at the same time, I'll have Crinkle on as well. He does seem to have the same script now every time he comes on, so it's starting to wear a bit thin. But like I say, it's free speech, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't be saying, oh well, it's your body, your choice whether you have the vax, and then being against free speech. It's a little bit critical, isn't it? So you've got to be on both sides of the fence.
Of course. All right.
But thanks for having me on, mate. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been great.
No worries.
It's lovely to find your channel. Like I said, keep up the good work as well. It's brilliant.
Excellent. Well, happy New Year to you, and
happy New Year to you. Thank you,
we'll speak
and
soon.
Everyone in the chat.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Take
care,
it easy.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Graham, who's arguing? What have I missed? Let me know in the comments. I've got incoming calls. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hi Dan.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
And to you. I recognise the voice. I can't fucking put a name to it. I'm sure I recognise the voice.
Glasgow, Alan.
We've spoken before, haven't we?
Aye, many times, man. Many
Yeah.
times. Just a different number. We are the people.
We are.
And I'm suffering from this new virus called Florona.
Right.
Have you heard it?
Florona.
Aye.
Something about spreading, if I remember rightly. But go on.
I just seen it on Alex Belfield. He was talking about this coronavirus. I don't know if it's true. Somebody's been funding. There's one case here or something. They were that fucking dying to tell us that they fund one case it.
Right.
So there is a new virus apparently. It's no Omicron anymore. It's Florona.
Right, I'll have to look into. I've not heard that yet. Well, I've heard. I think somebody was making a joke about it, but I'll have to look into that a bit more.
I think I would as well, man. It came from Alex Belfield, so you're never sure whether it's 100% true
right.
or not.
Oh dear.
But it was just like that last it was on previous Queen Bee. She was talking about how she's managed to clear her credit card debt.
Yeah.
I hope she's really looked into that properly, and she's done her right due diligence before doing that, because she could find herself on the end of a lawsuit or a court case for fraud or something along those lines.
Right.
I'm not saying that she's stupid or anything like that, but as long as she's done it in the right sense, apparently there is ways of getting rid of the debt, but I think it's done with paying by endorsement. Basically, they'll send you your bill. If you read your bill, there'll be a way to get them to send you a paper bill, and you basically endorse the back of that and send it back
as
to
a
them.
gyro on the bottom.
Aye,
yeah.
and they should be able to take payment for the treasury, but I don't know
Right.
Like 100% on it. That's why I've never done anything like that myself.
Right.
But obviously, I've looked quite a bit into the law, and there's things that are going on that people may not be aware of. Obviously, quite a lot easier aware that your birth certificate isn't for a living person; it's for a dead, stillborn child.
Right. Well,
Like,
I know in the 1800s, I think it was in the 1800s, I think the birth certificates became a thing. From what I remember from past research is that the government turned around and said everybody's been lost at sea. Okay, so everyone's lost at sea. So now
that's what the birth certificate is.
Everything belongs to the government.
Lost at sea.
So, and so everything belongs to the government at that point. You're lost at sea. All your belongings come to us. So we own your house, we own your car, blah blah blah. And if you think about it, they do. They can take your car away from you because they own it, even though you've paid for it, because you sign your paperwork and it's all through the DVLA, which is a government organisation. Everything is owned by the government, and that's why they can take it from you.
When it comes to, like, say, your car, yes, but your house, no. Unless they can prove that you've paid for that house through criminal means, there's no way they can take that house off of you. You know what I mean? No, unless you went bankrupt and it needs to be taken for seizure or sale. Or
if they use something like the Civil Contingencies Act. I think it's 1984, which is appropriate. I'm sure it is. In that particular act, which is what some of the coronavirus legislation recently has been based on, you have a clause in there that the government can take your property from you without giving you any compensation for it. And all they've got to do is say, we believe that your house is contaminated with a virus. And they can take your house from you, no compensation. They can destroy your house, and you've got fucking nothing you can say or do about it.
Well, again, that comes down to the government needing more dependence. If they're doing stuff like that to people, they're trying to force them into the housing system, which means you're stuck in the system.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's part of my problem at the minute. But I've probably obviously I've been watching you for donkeys for the beginning of your channel. But I think I spoke to you once. I was unlawfully evicted. Obviously, I was arrested for my cannabis, which is my medication.
Yeah.
But at the time, I wasn't as in bad health as I'm at now. Now, for the past year, I'd say, since roughly the rollout of 5G, my body's more or less deteriorated major. I think I told you last week or a few weeks ago when I was last on that they ended up going to the hospital. They've told me it's rheumatoid arthritis.
Right.
But they can't find the cause for it. Basically, what they're saying to me is your body is fighting something, but they don't know what it's fighting. It's invisible.
Yeah.
Like, if my body's fighting something and you can't see it and you can't tell me what it is, does that mean it's something that's happening externally from my body? Is there something else that could be causing problems for my muscles? Now, 5G, EMF, right, it's all electromagnetic waves. Have you ever used a muscle toner?
Have you seen me stand up out of my chair?
No. Of course
No, I've never.
You might have used one at some point when you were younger.
I've never used. Never used one.
Nobody's ever tried the wee trick when you like putting it on your arm and they've pressed the button and they've set it up high and it makes you punch yourself in the face.
No, I've not done that. I've seen. Honestly, I've not done it. I've seen people do it. I've not done it myself.
I mean, you've seen it, so you kind of know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Like when it's set, right, the muscle jumps and it forces your other muscles to move.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you think about it. We've got EMF waves. Now, this is something that's on the body. Now, you've got these waves pumping through your body on a daily basis. What is that doing to your muscles? Or what is that doing to your internals? You know what I mean? You'll probably see a spike in cancers in this next year if there already hasn't been a spike in cancers in the last year.
Well, I mean,
they've probably had most of that under COVID.
We're going to see that because of COVID anyway. not knocking what you're saying there, but we're going to see that, unfortunately, because of COVID anyway, and we're going to need to deal with that before we see whether or not it remains high or continues to increase for whatever reason. But it's just all of it's going to get blamed on COVID initially.
Aye. Well, at the minute, let's say I've been going backwards and forth. Been to the hospital. I've tried explaining to them problems I had with electromagnetic hypersensitivity.
Yeah.
And this was something I'd basically done a process elimination myself, living in my flat that I was evicted for. Now, I had nothing on in the house that could cause me problems, and I was getting a lot of vibrations in my body. The only thing, in saying that, the only thing I did really have on was my Wi-Fi router.
Yeah.
Now, I was using a wireless keyboard, a wireless mouse, obviously the mobile phone, and then I was using the mobile phone as a wireless router as well for the computer.
Yeah.
And I basically used each technology once, at the same time. Everything was set, turned off, and then obviously I used the Wi-Fi, and I felt I was getting the pains in my legs. But at that point, the Wi-Fi router was basically directly in front of my legs.
Right.
I used a recliner couch, so my feet were always up, and I felt the pains travelling from my feet up my legs. Now, through that, I turned off the Wi-Fi in my router. That stopped that problem. Now, if I was using the wireless keyboard and I put it across my legs, I would get a lot of pains in my knees and moving around the muscles further down and above the knee.
Right.
So I stopped using that. If I was using the wireless mouse, I would get shooting pains in my arm that I was using the mouse on.
Right.
So again, I stopped using that. Now, at that time, whilst I was still using that technology, I was struggling to walk long distances. I was in quite a bit of pain. See, after I stopped using it, say a month or two, I was able to walk twice, maybe 3 times the distance without any hassle. I was able to lift a lot more weight.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Now, I can't do any of that. I struggle to move my quilt cover. It's not even a thick quilt cover. It's just like a fleecy blanket.
Right.
So it's not that thick. It's dead thin. You would think it would be quite light. But with the pains I'm getting in my joints and in my muscles, it is sore. Just trying to move the cover off of you. But I think last time I spoken to you, I was still able to move my left leg and straighten that and try and stand up and stuff. Now that's starting to lock up. I can't move that on my right leg.
Yeah.
So I'm basically going to be stuck in a fucking wheelchair. And I'm somebody who's cycled every day of their fucking life. I've always had a bike. It's never been an issue. Walking has never been an issue. Walking is one of my favourite pastimes as well. I like going decent walks. I've always had dogs, so I've always had something I can take a good long walk. And with it being a Rottweiler, obviously they need good long walks, plenty of exercise, and he got it. Now, I can't even get up off of a seat. I've got to get somebody to lift me onto a chair to then take me into a bathroom and then lift me onto the toilet seat so I can go for a fucking toilet.
Yeah.
And that's in a space, say, 6 months. You know what I mean? In the past year, I was able to walk. I was able to do dog walking. I was able to do landscape gardening. 6 months in, I was struggling. I was getting pains in my wrist, pains in my fingers. I was getting swelling. And then it would kind of appear in one hand for 2 days, and then it would disappear.
Yeah.
And then it would appear in the other hand, and I was finding that kind of weird. And to your new, like people say, you should be able to trust your doctor. I've not trusted my doctor for fucking years because of this problem. Now, I had this problem when I was in secondary school, and I've been trying to get like appointments with doctors to try and get it resolved.
Yeah.
2 years ago, I went to my doctor and I told them, look, if you don't get something done about the problems in my muscles, now they'll send me for blood test after blood test after blood test. We can't find anything in your body. There's nothing there that's causing you any problems. It's invisible. We can't find anything. Now, I tell them then and there, look, see if you don't get something done. In the next 2 years or the next year, I'm going to be in crutches or I'm going to be with walking sticks.
Yeah.
It's got worse than that. I'm in a fucking wheelchair. Know what I mean? And even at that point, like I went to the doctors after this started showing as bad as it was. and I waited till I was struggling to walk. You know what I mean? That's how bad my problem is with my doctors.
Yeah.
I just don't fucking like them because I don't trust them. It's the same with their medications. Anytime they try to give me any type of tablets or any form of medication, I've more or less refused it, and I've asked them to give me either herbal remedies or ways of changing my diet or changing my routine to try and help with the problem, whether it's been IBS or insomnia, something like that. You know what I mean? I'd rather than taking their tablets, I would rather give me methods that I can try. You know what I mean? Like stop drinking fizzy drinks or coffee before a certain time, so many hours before you go to bed, so you can actually get sleep, stuff like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And all these things, they actually help. If people actually done some research on the issue that they're having, they might find remedies that don't need any medications. You know what I mean? All it is changing your diet sometimes, or just changing your lifestyle. Now, no everything's going to be like that, but for quite a lot of things, that does work. You know what I mean? Because it's worked for me for quite a few years.
Yes.
But the shit that they want me on at the minute, but I don't know, man. The methotrexate seems to be working, kinda. If I don't have that, my muscles go into severe cramp pains all over, man, and I'm in agony.
Right.
But again, I put that down to EMF. My body's under constant stress for EMF waves. You know what I mean? And when you use a muscle toner, it basically makes your muscle cramp.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And it feels like muscles cramping. So that's how my muscles feel constant. And it's not just like one muscle. It's more or less every body muscle in my legs, and my arms, my torso is not so bad. I'm feeling it in the neck a wee bit. But it's a struggle, man. Even sitting here just holding this phone is brutal.
Yeah.
It's tough. But again, there's things that are going on, and we aren't being told about it. There was things happening, and was it Newcastle? Was it last year, or the year before? You had guys in court with the lights and the new 5G antennas they were trying to put in traffic lights.
Right.
They went to court to say it was dangerous, and I'm sure the court ruled in their favour against the councils. And there was a lot. It was actually, I think it was Gateshead in Newcastle. I think I've got it saved on my saved videos, so I can put a link into the videos.
Well, if you got something, the thing is, you know, as I say, the channel itself is normally about, you know, a specific subject, apart from these live streams. So there's a lot of things that I don't look into myself because I haven't got the time to do that. But if you've got a video or something that you want to chuck over to me to have a look at, then I'm more than happy to have a look. But for me, unless I'm actually involved in a story about something, I won't look into it because I haven't got the time to. So,
if it concerns your own health, you would, wouldn't you?
Sorry.
If you thought that you had health concerns due to something, you would look into.
You'd look into it, yeah. You would, yeah.
Exactly, and that's the only reason I highlight these things. You know what I mean? Because it brings it to the surface for other people to go and look at and verify for themselves. I'm not too sure what the guy's name was. I think it was Ian. He was doing the videos for the guy and the woman who was working with GC Math. The guy and the woman that was extradited to France for the cancer cures.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I can't remember exactly his full name, but I've got his channel saved here. He was always out in the Dales filming in front of cows.
Right.
He was always up in the field because of the signal where he wasn't. I think it was a small village he lived in. He didn't get that much of a signal, so he had to stand out in the field with the cows, even if it was wet and windy.
Right.
With the rain. That's where he would be, and he would be doing it. But he went to Gateshead. He met the guys. One of them was either ex-army or ex-navy.
Right.
And he's been he's done all his research, and when he was at the army or the navy at the time, basically they were going on about how people can try and manipulate your brain with EMF waves,
Right.
and other things like that. And he was kind of all riled up on that kind of technology at the time and how to protect himself. And he's seen how everything's changed now. Our dosage to radiation years ago, it would have been a minimal amount, and they keep raising it. It's like they're raising the bar every so often to say that we should be allowed to have this amount, or it should be this amount.
Right.
When you were younger, you were probably told, don't be at the hospital all the time getting x-rays, you know what I mean, because x-rays are dangerous.
Damage, yeah.
Right, well, that's kind of what's happening to us at the minute. We're not exactly being x-rayed, but the pulses that are being pumped through your body on a daily basis
Right.
are a lot higher than what they were back in the day when you were told not to go and get so many x-rays, you know what I mean, not to be breaking so many bones, because the x-rays can be dangerous, it can cause you problems. And they're basically just upping the numbers of what you're, basically how much, whether it's uranium or EMF waves or whatever, the limit that has been set for so many years keeps changing, and it keeps changing with all this new information that comes out through all these new, well, obviously your mobile phone companies and everything else like that. Oh, this technology is safe, this technology is safe.
Yeah.
But like the previous lads has said, with the COVID, these people are being paid to say these things, right? And it's just the same. If I figured out that tomorrow that I've got electromagnetic hypersensitivity, do you honestly think if I petitioned the government, they would stop these companies for using 5G? Do you think they would stop all the mobile phone companies for operating? Do you think they would stop any of this big business? No, because I'm one person. I'm just a fucking pea in a pod, and I don't mean shit to them when they're making billions upon billions off of these companies. Now, whether they're making billions, I'm not so sure, because like we pay major tax every year, and there's a lot of these companies that are getting away with no paying tax. You know what I mean? And it's like, how can you let these companies get away with trading in our country but yet no paying tax?
It's the same as everything. It's because they're all getting backhanders. Turn a blind eye. This has been going on since the beginning of time, since the beginning of one person being in charge of a tribe. Somebody wants favourable treatment, they slip him a little fucking something, do you know what I mean? And he gets treated slightly better than everybody else, and that's what's happened since society started living in groups. And it will always be there. Unfortunately, we're never going to get away from it. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap it up, I'm afraid. It's a 20-minute call. I want to try and get some more on before I end it tonight. But I appreciate you coming on. Happy New Year to you. And
Happy New Year to you. How was your Christmas, by the way? I forgot to ask.
It was quiet. It was quiet.
Get many people in?
No.
I thought you might have had a few visitors for online, no?
I thought I would as well, but no. It was a quiet one. I ended up falling asleep on the bathroom floor, I think it was, if I remember rightly. But yeah, done a bottle of brandy, and I ended up waking up in the morning on Boxing Day on the floor in the bathroom. But there you go.
I didn't drink, but I was the same. I didn't have a Christmas. Last night I didn't celebrate. I just said Happy New Year to the dog and then watched a wee bit of telly. That was it.
Yeah. Oh, my man. All right, fella. Listen, thanks again for calling in. Much appreciated, as always.
No worries. I'm looking forward to the next call.
Take it easy.
See you later.
All right, man. Goodbye. Bye.
Bye.
Always on foot. Your friend has been arrested in London. I don't know if this has been answered yet. You don't know what police station she's been taken to or what area she was arrested in. Is there any way you can find out for her family? If she was arrested in London, rather than calling a specific nick, I'd just call the Met Police. If you put in Met Police on Google, obviously you'll get the phone number. 0800 555 111 or 0207 230 1212. If you phone them, they should be able to tell you what nick that your friend's been taken to. Although sometimes they won't tell you because they'll go, oh, it's personal information, we can't give you that advice. That information out, which is bollocks. They can. They're not giving you any personal information. But sometimes they use that as an excuse. So just give the Met Police a ring rather than a specific police station, and hopefully you should be able to get some information. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dad, it's Bob.
Hello, mate, you alright?
Yeah, not bad yourself.
Sounds not so bad, mate, not so bad. Still recovering from last night, but I'm alright.
What I've got to say about that fella, the woman's just been on about Queen Bee. She talked a load of sense, and the fella that he messaged saying, what would you say to the people that died of it?
Yeah.
Now, it's only 148,000 people so-called died of COVID. I'm playing devil advocate here. There's 68 million people in this country, Dan.
Yeah. It's fuck all, isn't it?
Now, the maths don't add up. Like, they've done over 500 million tests.
Yeah.
In this country. They found 12.7 million cases, and I'm playing devil advocate again. The definition of a case and what they say a case is don't match. So my point is, Dan, is if there's 68 million people in this country and only 149,000 people has passed away with so-called COVID, it doesn't add up. And these people, that fell on the chat just, and then he came and said, well, it's talking about the people who's passed away.
Yeah.
Cancer, there's road traffic deaths, the biggest killer of young men is suicide.
Yeah.
And all the deaths don't get a mention. They don't even, there's 75,000 people are waiting for cancer tests in the now who's missed cancer treatment, the cancer test. They'd be dead. They could be dead next year.
Yeah.
Or the year after. And these people come on these shows and what about this and this and this. All right, people die, Dan. On average, there's 500 to 7,000 people die each year in the UK. People die. That's the fact of life.
Yeah.
You're dying from the second you was born. That's technically, you're just waiting to the next pass away.
Yeah, but what they've been doing is they've been creating a stronger emotional attachment. I mean, we know, everybody watching this, we know that people die. Okay, it's horrible, fact of life. But this whole propaganda thing about, do it for your granny. Well, hang on, Granny's only got another year and a half to live anyway. I'm not being horrible by saying that, but realistically, that's if she's only got a year and a half to live anyway, she's at end of life, for example, and as much as we don't want anybody to die, they're gonna. So why should that person lock themselves away for the remainder of their life, living in fear, living in fucking, not being able to see friends, being lonely, getting depressed, all the rest of it? Why should people end their life like that?
You asked any old paid English pensioner, Dan, would they give up their lives to see their grandkids, families, or loved ones? I guarantee you, I'd bet you £1 million they would choose the loved ones.
Oh yeah, I reckon you're right.
And also, Dan, this is the 28 days. Before the 28 days, I think it was 58 days, after the test, if you died in 58 days, you went down with COVID.
Right.
Now, I think it's that called Hegarton said, well, wait a minute, you're not giving a chance to people who had COVID, get over it, and then die. What if that, I had COVID, got better, because they reckon you could get over COVID between 5 to 10 days. So I could get over it, walk out to my front door, get hit by a meteorite.
Yeah.
that would go down as COVID. But people who had COVID went out to die of cancer or something else, committed suicide. They put it down as COVID. That is wrong.
Of course.
Any other illness, like AIDS, for instance, you look at a person who's died of AIDS, which is 600,000 last year died of AIDS.
Right.
You don't put AIDS on the death certificate. It might be the secondary reason, the third, fourth, yeah, 4 reasons for a death certificate. The primary reason, the secondary reason, the third and the fourth. It's not the main reason. You have like ammonia and something else. You don't actually put AIDS on the primary reason on the death certificate.
Yeah.
But with COVID, you could die of cancer. But you put on the death certificate the primary reason on the death certificate is COVID.
Yeah.
But you don't give the chance that people to survive, get over it. Because if you look at the math that is, he's done 500 million tests, and he's only found so-called 12 million cases.
Right.
The maths don't add up. They do not add up. And I said to another fellow on another channel, I said, well, if you think about it, these 12 million cases, how many cases that is, they've done a test one day, found that they're positive. When a couple of days later or a week later, done another test, found that themselves positive. So a person could be found positive up to 4 times.
Yeah.
If they've done 4 tests. That is 4 cases called to the government.
Yeah.
So, but even the cases is misleading. I just wanted the government to come out and say, well, this is the Sage, they went on record and a statement and a reporter. The government is telling them to always bring out the worst case scenario. Now, when they first came out in March 2020, they told us 105 million people's going to die within the first year.
Yeah, yeah.
It was nearly 2 years now, Dan. Nearly 2 years now. There's only not even 1% of that case amount. But they still go banging on, oh, get your jabs. Now, in Australia, you've done a test over 200,000 people. They found that there's no difference between unvaccinated people and vaccinated people. Matter of fact, you're more than likely to catch it from vaccinated people. And if you look at the maths in this country, Dan, there's over 70% of people who's been vaccinated.
Well, the reason you're more likely to catch it from someone who's vaccinated, from my understanding, is that they're actually infecting you with the COVID in order for your immune system to do its thing. This is the plan of the vaccine. So you may not, you haven't got COVID. You're going to get a vaccine against it, which gives it to you. So of course you're more likely to pass it on if you've had the vaccine, because you're 100% caught it that way. Whereas me, I've got a big chance of not having COVID if I don't get a jab.
That's pushing on this. There's a 98% that you survived anyway. Now, all the people in this country has probably got COVID. No symptoms, no nothing. Oh, they've got a bit of a cold, got a bit of sniffle.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the, I'm not saying there's no such thing as COVID. It's another virus. Every person in this country is going to get it one time or another.
Yeah.
That's a mathematical fact. So these people come out like the Dr. Jarvis on Channel 5, Hillary Jones. They should be struck off, Dan, because all they do is making people scared, not going. And all these extra deaths now and coming years, due to the fact that they scared people so much, you're not going into the hospital. And you're going about the NHS being overrun. The reason why the NHS is overrun because they've stopped surgery on other illnesses or things, etc., to deal with COVID. Now they're stopping all the major surgeries now to get the booster jabs done. So this is going to have repercussions for years and years and years and years to come, because they're stopping. It's like thinking how many so many millions of people waiting for treatment in the NHS. You can't get treatment. Now, I'm 50, Dan. Far as I can remember, every year in the winter time, that the NHS has always been overrun. You're in crisis.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between then and now? They opened up the Nightingale hospitals. Never used them. Never used one of them. They spent millions and millions of pounds on that. They never used it. Now, I also said to this fella, the Prime Minister, he's got kids, he's got a newborn baby. Would a newborn dad would put his own kids at risk of fires that could kill them? He had parties. He had his family around for Christmas. He had parties in the garden. He said he had flip nights in his house. Any normal person would have said, well, wait a minute, if he thinks it's so deadly, would you, I think you said you've got kids.
Yeah.
Would you put your kids
Well, no.
in any danger? No,
Absolutely not.
I've got a son down.
But
I've got grandkids. I sometimes have my grandkids around.
I've been saying this. I've been saying this, Bobby, since what's his name decided to dip his wick. The fucking geezer who I can't remember his name now. Ferguson decided to have an affair or something with it. I said it since then. You know, these are the people that are force feeding us the fear on a daily basis. But where's their fear? They don't have any. Why don't they have any fear of it? You know.
No, so Dan, Neil Ferguson is every scenario he's done
has been wrong.
Cow disease, swine flu, SARS, MERS.
Massively overestimated every time, yeah.
He's got it wrong. Now, I said to myself that if he went to a garage so he could get your brakes fixed, and he went out that garage and your brakes failed, you're not going to go back to that same garage, are you?
Not to get them fixed. You'd go back there, give them a slap, but then you take it somewhere else.
Yeah. But they keep going back to the stage.
Yeah.
And now this Chris Whitney and that Van Dam is going to get a night hunt. Now, I wrote to the honest cabinet, emailed them saying, hey, why are you giving a night hunt to somebody who's constantly lied to people? Because, Dan, he comes to you every day in, day out. He used to come to this Chris Whitney. He used to come and show us slides.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. Next slide. It got proven within minutes, even hours. What are we saying was a lie? Why are you giving someone like that a night hunt?
Well, what we got to remember is the Queen has to make the decision. Okay. Now, I don't agree with I don't agree with fucking monarchy and all that stuff, but the Queen has to make the final decision. What people are going, let's write to Parliament and let's complain. It's not them that you need to make a fuss to. If people don't want these, if the public don't want these people being knighted or whatever, then go and fucking stand outside Buckingham Palace, right, with enough people, and get the Queen to take fucking notice. That's who you've got to. That's who you've got to get to change the mind. It's not government.
Even Tony Blair, he's technically a war criminal, man.
Yeah.
He took us to. He took us to war over so-called weapons of mass destruction. You know, these people, I don't get these people. Now, they're supposed to work for us. We don't work for them.
Yeah.
We're their boss, like the MPs. We're their bosses. I just made a complaint against my MP because I know for a fact 9,000 people has wrote to her or emailed her about the COVID restrictions.
Right.
And she's still voting for them, voting for passports. Now, in Wales, Dan, you've got passport. In Scotland, you've got passport. In New Zealand, you got passport. In Australia, you got passport.
Yeah.
Passports don't work. Now, a matter of fact, as what it might was before, you're more than likely to get it from someone who has been vaccinated. Because if I were to go to a fence and off passport vaccinated people, one of them's going to have it then. So all they're going to go with no mask, no nothing.
Yeah.
In a stadium close together. So why the government just listen to one scientist? And another thing that Jack Cleasley said, he's got paperwork. Now there's a thing called the Great Barrington Declaration.
Yeah, I know that.
200 signs, I've got 2,000 signs signed it. Now, it's a lot of sight now. Even also, Dan, if you go to a nurse, a doctor, say, this between you and me, what do you think of this COVID business? I guarantee you, 9 or 10, maybe not 8 or 9 out of 10, will tell you they're all the bollocks.
Yeah.
It's just, people are just scaring you. I truly believe now the government is doing it to keep in power and making money. That's all I can see.
Well, it's definitely making money. It's definitely to do with money. As I said earlier, that, you know, since society started, you know, since people started living in groups of people, there's always been somebody in charge. Okay, and that person in charge is always looked upon to favour people by the gifts that they're given, and that's gone throughout history, and it will go on for the rest of time. And that's what we're seeing at the moment. We already know that a lot of companies were set up in the wake of the pandemic that have no background in medical supplies at all, and were given millions of pounds. You know, and then you find out that somebody on the board is an MP. You know, board of directors or consultant or something like that, and you find out they're an MP, and you know where the money's going. But unfortunately, there's not a great deal we can do about it. Whilst everybody continues to, you know, to vote and to do as they're told, you know.
Well, prime example, Dan, that Matt Hancock's girlfriend.
Yeah.
If her brother got a contract, oh, you know what I mean. Prime example, he had nothing to do with technical supplies or nothing. He got a contract because the health secretary was shafting his sister.
Yeah.
Now, I said to Sarah, I said, well, that woman technically is a prostitute, Dan, because a definition of a prostitute is providing services for money.
Yeah.
She got her brother contract, millions and millions of pound contract, because she's selling them on them. And I think it's wrong, Dan. I think it's this government is the worst government in history. Because the Prime Minister has been proven to be a liar over and over again.
Yeah.
Like it's decorating his flat. He told his investigator that he never asked for money. Then WhatsApp messages came on. He was asking people for money.
Yeah.
Now he's saying what he's paid for and from himself. But other donors give money to his flat. And you get some dickheads that still defending him. Well, he's a new red, but that he's probably doing this and this and this. His primary job is to run this country.
Yeah.
That's why he got elected for. Not to line other people's pockets, Dan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, Bobby, I'm going to have to wrap it up there. We've been on for 20 minutes. I need to go run into the little boys' room. So I'm going to have to call it a day there, or call it on this call anyway. But as always, appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Happy New Year to you.
All right, nice to see you, Dan. Happy New Year.
I'll speak to you soon, fella.
All right,
mate. Take it easy. Bye. Right. I've got to go to the little boys' room. There's no little boys in there, by the way. It's just me. Before I do, though, somebody's asking. I don't know if there's been a response to this, but somebody was asking if Crime Bodge is still about. I believe he had to take some of his videos down. I'm not sure what the entire reason was, but I believe he had to take some of his videos down. I'm not sure if he's coming back or anything, but I presume he would be. He had a great channel, so I would assume that he's coming back at some point, but I just don't know. I don't know when. Yeah, there's Smudge. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Rather than make you put up with listening to some dodgy music, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Smudge some spotlight. Oh, where is it? No, wrong way. Oh, it's blurry as shit, isn't it? Let me move out of the way. There you go. I'll let you watch Smudge for a minute. And we're back. Back with the cat. Hello, matey. Where's Smudgy? And we're back. And I've got my antihistamines as well, because I'm going to need that. Please get your caller off the phone, please. They are doing my head in. There's no caller on the phone at the moment. But you know what? Unfortunately, because everybody has an opinion, and we have to respect that somebody's got an opinion, whether we agree with it or not. These live streams are a platform for people to share their opinion. I might not agree with everybody that comes on. In fact, I don't agree with everybody that comes on. But I will fight for their right to have their opinion. Anyway, let's get that back on. And there we go. 0151 528 9590. If you want to give us a ring, we'll be live for a little bit longer yet. So drop us a line if you've got something to talk about. Oh, that was hot. How you doing, Horace? Facts are more powerful than words. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Facts are more powerful than words. But again, we have to, when some facts are hidden, which is what's been happening over the past couple of years. Some facts are hidden, whereas other facts that support the narrative are allowed through. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello there.
Hello, Simon.
Oh, it's come up with my name.
It has, yes. It doesn't often, but when it does, I surprise people.
Yeah, it caught me by surprise.
How you doing?
I thought I'd give you a call and just talk about whatever's going on. I don't really know.
Why not,
Had
mate?
some fun over the last few days.
What have you been up to?
So I'm in Italy. I tried to go down. I went down to Rome for Christmas to go and see a fellow Englishman.
Okay.
Sort of no end of worries trying to sort out this green pass. I've got document problems. I managed to get a lift down there. And then my friend, the Englishman, works in a hospital down there, and he insisted that I went and go to the pharmacy and go get the green pass. I thought, let's go do it just to try it out. Managed to get it after a bit of faffing around trying to find passport numbers and whatnot, and it was quite lucky I did, because my ride back cancelled on me.
Right.
So managed to get back to my lovely cats, which are all now sitting around me. Hello.
More than one you've got. How many have you got?
I've got 4 at the moment.
Okay.
There was a mother, but she seemed to run away.
Somebody's feeding her better food than you. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I know my neighbours are feeding my cats. They think I don't feed them, but I do.
No, I was brought up where we had 13 cats at one point. I always promised myself, we had 2 dogs as well, and God knows what else. I always promised myself as I got older I'd never have a pet of my own. And since I've lived here, I've had 2 dogs, and now I've got him over there. I haven't got much willpower.
I think I've pretty much always had a family cat.
Yeah.
We did have a couple of goldfish, but they never lasted long. But yeah, no, always had a cat pretty well. And then when I got here, a friend of mine said, "Here, have a cat." I was like, "All right then." I've kind of regretted that decision ever since.
It's like having a kid. You can't do nothing without thinking about them before you do anything. It's like you can't go away, you can't, you know, you want to go out for the night, you got to arrange to feed them before you go, or you got to nip back halfway through your night and feed them, and it's a nightmare. But do you know what?
Yeah, same problem when I went to Rome. I was just so not keen to get back, but I didn't want more cats to run away, so I just wanted to get back, give them some food, show them some love, you know.
Yeah.
So it all just went a bit awry.
So listen, Simon,
yeah.
Just to quickly, what's it like in Italy at the moment with regards to the COVID situation?
I was actually just about to explain that. I mean, I don't. The part of the problem is I don't really speak Italian that well, so I don't watch the news. But as far as I can tell, I mean, it's definitely spreading. I know we get a post in the village where I am. There's now 21 positive cases.
Right.
Out of a population of about 1,000. I really want to find out how many of them were vaccinated, just to get an idea of that kind of thing. But
right.
I thought I'd leave it a few days before I go and start chasing that one up. I tend to sound a bit conspiracy theorist when I start talking.
Well, we all do. We're all classed as a conspiracy theorists if our narrative doesn't match, the people who are trying to push it. So I wouldn't worry about it.
I phoned my sister up on Christmas Day just to say Happy Christmas, and sort of a few minutes in, she's like, "Oh, have you had the vaccine?" I was like, "No," and just my courage just sapped out of me, and I couldn't think of anything. It's just like
Well, I the other day, it was the day of Christmas Eve. It was. I got a family WhatsApp chat. My sister put in there. She goes, "Oh, I've done a lateral flow test, and it says that I'm okay," because she wanted to go and see my mum and dad. But her son, or one of her sons, is in bed with COVID. So I put in the chat. I said, "So how does that work?" And she's like, I've had the boosters and whatnot. I was like, but it doesn't stop you catching it. Just because you've had the boosters doesn't mean you're immune to catching it. So if somebody in the house has got it and it's as dangerous as being said and as virulent as being said, you would have it.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I was again, another problem I've got is who do you believe and who don't you believe? And there was a video posted on Rebel News, the Canadian.
Ezra.
Ezra Levant.
Yeah.
Ezra Levant. Yeah. And they would sort of. They had a bunch of people that sounded really, smart and sounded like they know what they're talking about, and pointing out they've done a study on Pfizer, and the reinfection rate is only reduced by 1% with the Pfizer, but the critical cases go up by 4%. It's sort of, you're talking small numbers, but it doesn't do what it says on the tin,
No. Well, it doesn't, don't stop you catching it, don't stop you passing it on.
That's exactly it.
I understand. Sorry, go on, go.
I was about to say, the biggest problem I've got is there's loads of people, 90% of the people wandering around thinking they're absolutely fine because they've taken this COVID, because they've taken this vaccine. Yeah. It's just like, well, hang on a minute.
Well, it's like you've got all these people that have taken the vaccines saying the unvaccinated are going to destroy the NHS and blah blah blah. But think about, this is what I try and get them to realise. Okay, who at the moment is taking up the time of the GPs? It's not us, because we're not allowed to go and see the GPs. It's you taking up the time of the GPs and filling up the NHS and stopping people with cancer and heart conditions and all the rest of it from seeing a GP and being diagnosed because you want your jab. That's who's taking up the space, that's who's taking up the time, and that's who's putting the strain on the NHS at the moment. But
yeah, looks the same here. When I was in Rome, I went to go do the swab test. And the queues were just down the street, and I got there at a good time, sort of first thing in the afternoon. Sorry, they sort of closed midday. First thing in the afternoon, so there's only a couple of people ahead of me. But by the time I left, it was the queue was down the road.
Really?
And that's just one pharmacist. It wasn't even the centre of Rome. It's like right, on the beach kind of thing.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, mate, sorry.
But
just
my local. Yeah.
Sorry, Simon. I just want to respond to someone in the comments there. Queen Bee is a channel name. If Molly, if you're still on, can you do us a favour and chuck Queen Bee's link in the comments, please? Okay. Sorry about that, Simon.
But one of the problems I've got is my local pharmacist. Basically, he just refused to do the swab test.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't, because I didn't have the right documentation on me at the time, and it's just like, but the whole point of testing is to test people, not to check their nationality, not check whether they're legal. Just test them.
Yeah.
But they don't seem to want to do that. People can drive around like, a friend of mine down the road. He's off to Rome. He drives down to Rome sort of twice a week. Go do various jobs or pick up drugs or whatever it is he does, But yeah, I can't visit a friend, To be fair, that's against my own morals. My own morals say I should be treating this like a lockdown. So I think I need to go down that route.
Look, and do you know what? Right, I've always said this from the beginning. Whatever somebody's choices are, okay, I respect that. Now, if I'm out and I see somebody in a shop that's wearing a mask, right, I don't wear a mask. If I see somebody in a shop that's wearing a mask, I will make a conscious decision to swerve them, give them a wide berth, so that I don't, add any additional fear into them, right? Now, I've always got a camera on me, so if somebody collars me, my camera's going to come out. I'm going to film the interaction. But I purposely swerve people because I know when I'm out and my anxiety's playing up, because I've got mental health issues. When I've got a mental health issue and I'm out and about, I don't want people coming near me. I want people to give me a wide berth. So I know what it's like to be in that state of fear. So I choose to swerve people on purpose, okay? But if somebody comes to me and says to me, look, I've had the jab for whatever reason it might be, they've done it because they believe that that's the right thing to do, and I have to respect that, But I would just appreciate people to respect my opinion not to have one. We're not seeing that at the moment, We're not allowed to have that.
Indeed.
We're not allowed to have that from people, but we have to give people respect and the rest of it because they choose to have one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've got all manner of respect for the people that have taken it. I can't speak for anybody, but I suspect there's multiple groups of people. Some people have taken it because of the fear, like you say, and some people have taken it because they've been told they have to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they lose their jobs, which is, I think, the case for most people here. I think people are getting the companies are being very you must be jabbed. And in fact, there's the new Green Pass, which means that you lose the Green Pass if you don't keep your jabs up, I think. So you have to have 2 vaccines and then a jab whenever it needs one. I don't know the details.
Yeah, and you're classed as unvaccinated if you don't have the boosters.
Yeah.
I mean, what a lot of people haven't realised is that, and we say this a lot on the channel, is we the people are the power. Okay, now these companies turn around and say you either get a jab or you lose your job. Okay, so if we all lose our job, if there's another 5 million, 10 million people that lose their job and they've got to claim benefits, what's that going to do to the government? It's going to screw the government. What's it going to do? It's going to put taxes up. It's going to make businesses have to pay more. It's going to make individuals have to pay more. Okay, ultimately, no fucker's going to want to do that. They're not thinking about the long-term effects of it. So if everybody turned around and went, okay, see you later then, fuck you. Okay, what's a company going to do? Okay, there's only so many more people that they can hire that are looking for work that have been jabbed. Do you know what I mean? But the chances are they're going to struggle. They're going to lose money, and everybody's sitting off having a few weeks holiday before the company turns around and says, "Do you know what? We've changed our mind. Well, you haven't got to have the vaccine now to work here." That's what I think will happen because they'll be hemorrhaging money.
it's crazy. It's I think half the problem is even I can't sort of say if we do this, then this will happen, or if that doesn't happen, then this will happen. I don't. I'm sorry, I'm losing my words now.
That's all right.
I've got a huge amount of respect for the MPs in that sense. The fact that they have to make decisions, the fact that they're not making any decisions is a bit of a kick in the teeth. But as I say, we just need to lock down and just kick it. You know.
Do you know, if they'd have done that from the beginning, now I think we're going to struggle. If they turn around and say we've got a lockdown now, okay, you know, a fire break, whatever the fuck they want to call it, the country is going to struggle. A lot more people are going to go no, okay. Still going to get a vast majority of people do it, but a lot of people are going to go no, I don't think so. If they'd have done it from the beginning, and I've said this right from the beginning as well, if they'd have turned around and said, right, we've identified this virus that could be potentially dangerous. We need, even if they went as far as saying a month, okay, this is my opinion. If they turned around at the very beginning and said we have to close the borders, if you're in another country, you fucking stay there, okay? If you're here on holiday, you stay here, all right? Nobody fucking leaves the country. Borders completely locked down. No fucker comes across the channel in a rubber dinghy. Nothing, okay? And we... You know, and within a month, I think we would have had a majority of people would have ended up I'm not talking about having to stay in all the time. I'm just talking about locking the country down, because the main issue I've seen is that we had the Omicron outbreak in Africa. Fucking 2 days later, it's over here.
Yeah, like you say, if we lock down the borders, you wouldn't have to do much else lockdown.
No, we'd all get it. We'd all, some of us are going to die. Okay, I get that. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants anyone to die. But it is a fact of life. It's going to happen. Anybody that, I remember at the beginning, or not the beginning, a while into it, I phoned the NHS for whatever reason it was. I'm sitting on hold, and I'm getting a recorded message going, if you've got COVID, the chances are you'll have flu-like symptoms. Just go to the pharmacist, or get somebody to go to the pharmacist and get you some fucking some Lemsip or something. And that's what they were saying on the phone, on a recorded message. But yet it's so deadly that Lemsip's going to fix it. And again, I understand that some people will suffer severely from it. Maybe they've got a genetic defect within their body. As some people, now and again, you'll get a case of something happen, and everyone go, "Oh, we've never seen a case of this particular thing before." Let's name it as part, something disease. Some people could have a defect within their genes that has not been identified by science yet, and the virus and that defect in that person could be dangerous. But it's just like anything else. It's like it's the same sort of what's the word I'm thinking of? Odds, shall we say, as maybe having a Down syndrome child.
Right.
Okay. You I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. And I know in my head it's making perfect sense in my head, and as I'm saying it, it's not quite making as much sense, but. Oh God! Do you know what? This is a fucking nightmare.
It's all right. My brain's gone. I know.
I've been getting better. I've been suffering from worse brain fog than this since the stroke, but it's just completely gone now. It's completely gone, and I hate that, because if I'm halfway through explaining something, I don't get to explain it properly, and people might not understand it as I mean it. But anyway, it will come back to me soon, I hope. Anyway, and I'll say it, but off my head, it's gone. Damn it.
Just on your stroke point, my mum died from the stroke just before the COVID outbreak.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry, she didn't actually die from the strokes, but from related, from being in hospital so long.
Okay.
She got other stuff. Sorry, just as a...
No, I'm sorry to hear that, man. It's obviously, say it's a horrible thing to happen to anyone. Well, any death is horrible. As I say, there are things that are, and I know people that are watching this that are pro-vaccine will say, well, you're contradicting yourself. But I know there are some things. There are ways of preventing it from happen. For me, when it comes to the vaccine, maybe it does prevent whatever it's meant to, but it cannot have been tested as thoroughly as it needed to have been. That's my main issue.
Oh God! From the testing point of view, I don't necessarily believe what the manufacturers are saying. It might be somewhat true. I don't really know, but I want to know where the data came from for taking 2 vaccines. It came out almost straight away as soon as there was vaccines available. It's like, oh no, you've got to have 2 vaccines.
Yeah.
Why?
And being able to take 2 different vaccines as well. From what I can gather, the vaccines aren't the same, which is why one company has to store their vaccines at like -70 or whatever it is, and another pharmacy company doesn't. So they're built completely differently, these vaccines, but yet they're saying that they can be interchanged and used together. How can that be? It doesn't make any sense. And
as you were saying earlier, when they compound each other on a problem. I'm losing my words again. Sorry about that. But yeah, and the other thing which I need to comment on, which is to prove that I was wrong. When I heard Boris say we need to herd immunity, I don't think he actually said herd immunity, but we need to let the virus go. Yeah, I cheered when I heard that. Now I know I'm wrong, and I do think lockdown is the way, but.
I understand that.
It didn't matter which way you went. It was either you did nothing or you went harsh and locked down it. But anything in between is just worse. You're kind of locked down, but you're not, and you're still not doing anything to actually reduce the spread.
You see, with regards to the lockdown, I don't necessarily agree with you on that, and let me explain. The government have said several times about having a lockdown, and they've locked us down. But yet when they go, right, this is going to work, this is going to fix everything, but you don't have to lock down till a week on Tuesday at 7:00 in the afternoon, and you're not allowed out after such and such a time because COVID will come and get you. And if it sees you're eating, it won't get you. But if you're not eating, then you've had it. Absolutely nothing that they say with regards to the lockdown. I understand the principle of it, don't get me wrong, but the way that they're doing it does not compute. Do you know what I'm saying? Computer says no. If they needed to lock down, it should have been, as I said earlier, it should have been right. Fuck you, borders gone, shut. Nobody's coming in, nobody's going out. End of.
It's the borders that I'm most concerned about. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's coming from all over the place. We're just being bombarded with people from different places. Even during lockdown, they've still got flights coming in and out. Maybe not as many, but they've still got flights coming in and out and letting people in and out of the country. And the MPs are allowed to travel under diplomatic, thingamajib, and that's not a lockdown. You can't. If you're going to say you're going to do something,
same thing in Italy. When
you've got to do it.
After we did the first lockdown, it all sort of petered out a bit. But then they started doing stupid things like bars had to shut at 6.
Yeah.
Restaurants, I think, had to shut at 8 or something. 10. I can't remember what it was now. But I didn't go to the restaurants anyway. But it was the bar I wanted to go to.
Yeah,
there was a girl I was interested in, and
fair enough.
I wanted to talk to her. How do you meet people if you can't go out? I'm not saying alcohol is how you meet people, but it helps.
It does, yeah. I absolutely agree. I think the funniest part, talking about relationships, was when they came out in the first year and said, wear a mask if you're going to have sex. What?
Oh God, yeah, I forgot about that.
Say that again. What? I've got to do what? Wear a mask? What? A gimp mask? A ball gag? It's madness. The stuff they've come out with is absolutely, nonsensical. It really is. But again, I understand the I understand the method and the methodology of a lockdown. I do. Don't get me wrong. I don't think enough people would stand by it now because the government have fucked up on this too much. I also think, in my own personal view, I think we're all going to get it at some point. Why fight that?
To flatten the curve, man.
Yeah, you sound like Crinkle there. No, it's a flatten the curve, but the curve. I didn't see hospitals in that much trouble throughout this whole thing.
We saw the opposite, didn't we?
We've seen them doing. I get they might want to do a TikTok dance to make them feel good, but they're doing TikTok dances in empty wards. They're doing TikTok dances with, or they were doing TikTok dances wearing PPE while everyone was struggling to get PPE because everyone needed PPE because they were going to die from COVID if they didn't. I've just not seen the proof myself that says that the NHS was overwhelmed. Everybody was fucking panicking and all the rest of it. Yes, they might have been a little bit busy, as they are every year with the flu. It all goes up through the roof. They might not have enough beds for normal flu cases, influenza cases, and I don't see any difference from that scenario from the COVID thing. And again, I might be wrong. It's just my opinion. I'm not suggesting that I'm right, and I've got no facts to back it up. But from my own opinion, that's where I stand with regards to that. Anyway, so madness. Yeah.
Anyway, apologies. I wanted to sort of come on and sort of tell you about my Christmas, and
that's all right, mate. That's fine. So, as I say, these live streams are for anybody to talk. As it says on the screen, you can talk crap, call me names, whistle blow, share a story. I don't mind. It's all about the community here. If you need somebody to talk to for any reason, then give us a ring. End of.
It's just nice to talk to somebody in English for a change, Anyway, I'll let you get on and get somebody else on.
All right, Simon.
Not exactly the most exciting caller, so
it's fine. It's been an interesting chat. But listen, Happy New Year to you.
And to you.
As we all keep saying to each other, let's hope it's a better one. Not so sure it will be, but fingers crossed.
Indeed. Like you say, I don't think it will be, but it may be after the summer. Never know.
All right, my man.
All right,
so
take it easy.
You too, my friend.
I'll keep listening for a little while at least.
All right, my friend. You take care.
All right, cheerio.
Bye now. Bye. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Oh, fuck me, I've gone forever.
Who's that?
Give me a second, some more phone.
Who?
Give me some more phone, mate. I'm ready to mute you and all, so I did it. I actually just rang you on fucking random. And he was still talking and whatnot. Don't get me wrong. I am actually rather drunk. So anything I say.
Never have guessed.
Don't take time long.
Go on, lad. Come on.
I've spoken to you a couple of times now.
Right.
Where's William Little?
The what?
So you might have. My name is William Little.
William Little, yeah, I remember you, yeah.
There you go. You remember this. There you go. I literally just put YouTube on and you're still live, and I thought, well, fuck it, why not?
Yeah, I'll be on for a little bit longer. Not too much longer. I still need to sleep.
No. I'll tell you what. I can't wait for the fact reports to come back. But I understand your health issues and all that.
Yeah, but this is helping. Doing these live streams helps.
Yeah, well, if they help you, fucking crack on, mate.
Yeah.
You crack on. Because you've never steered people wrong. You've not lied. Like Alex Belfield lied.
Right, well, I think the difference between me and somebody like Alex Belfield, for example, is Alex has spent a huge amount of time in a system, working for the BBC and that, where
he's a BBC mouthpiece. That's what I call him.
He's
the BBC mouthpiece.
Well, he's been taught.
I actually had respect for him. I actually had a lot of respect for him until he turned around and said, "Carl Rittenhouse killed 2 black people."
Right. Yeah. I didn't hear that, but a lot of people said he did. Obviously,
That's
when
right. I never play a video for it. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, he's killed 2 black people. He's been found innocent and done all the racing rant and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Took it down 20 minutes later, and then he didn't do a correction saying sorry, I was wrong.
No, but that's my point exactly, William. I will always, if I get something wrong, okay, my views are my own. But if I get something wrong, I will always rectify that. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather people go in. I'd rather people call me a dickhead for getting something wrong than call me a liar for hiding the fact that I got something wrong.
Yeah. That's why he lost my respect. Because realistically, what's happened to him is fucking horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But when you sit there saying a white kid that defended himself from 2 black people and tried to make some fucked up race division.
Yeah.
When he was chatting through his arsehole. Yeah, all he had to do was, he'd done it wrong, he put the video up, it was down within 20 minutes, where everyone fucking rinsed him and destroyed him. All he had to do was stand up and say, "Yeah, I'm very wrong, sorry."
Do you remember, William? Do you remember the video he done saying that mental health people with mental health are lazy? Do you remember that video?
Yeah.
Right. I called him out on that. I'd done a video calling him out on that on this channel. Literally, again, similar situation. Within a short period of time, he took that video down. But instead of saying, that, it's my opinion, and I stand by my opinion. I'm sorry if it upset anybody or whatever, but no, none of that stuff. All he done is he took it down and then he turned around and goes, "Oh yeah, I'd done it on purpose. I said that on purpose to get a reaction."
Yeah, but no. He's got his fair points on what they've fucking done to him through the BBC, the police, and all that.
Yeah,
he's dead fucking right there. He needs to hold them to account, and it's going to cost him a lot of money to do it.
Yeah,
but he's justified all that. But when he's doing this clickbait shit, I just want to smash it in him. I really do.
Yeah, well, I don't get time. I said this to somebody else earlier today. I don't get time to watch. I'm subscribed to a lot of channels. I'm subscribed to his channel. I won't lie. I'm subscribed to his channel. I don't agree with everything he says. I don't watch everything he says.
I'm subscribed to his channel.
But if something pops up and the title grabs my attention, then I'll make time for it. Other than that, I don't watch it because I just don't have the time.
Same way. I come home, I was drunk, sat down, put the Xbox on, and see what was going on. I couldn't believe you were fucking live. So, before I had a little mobile. That's how it is, and that's why you're in my fucking voice tonight. Because I'm chatting shit, and I'm drunk, like I usually am. But I'm not a liar, and I'm not a cunt.
I'm sure you're not.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'll give you a laugh. Did the government say recently that there are no more restrictions and that all this is over and we're finally at the end of the pandemic? Did that actually happen? Say
that again.
Boris Johnson meant to come out and saying that the health shit was over and people were going to get to normal life. Yeah, there were going to be no restrictions over Christmas and that, yeah?
Well, over Christmas, yeah.
Yeah? But he's a fucking lying cunt.
Yeah,
My
can't
mum
disagree with that.
is in hospital at the QE. Yeah? Lewisham and Queen Elizabeth are at hospital.
Right.
I'm fucking slurring my words now. I can't. Shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it. Because I am making a legitimate point. I can't visit my fucking mother.
Yeah.
She's
No,
a
it's,
QE.
yeah, I remember you saying. I remember you
Christmas
saying the last time we spoke.
Yeah, exactly. I see her Christmas Day. I went up there, done the visit, brought her some chocolates. I sneaked her in a little bottle of Bacardi, because that's her favourite drink and all that. It's Christmas.
Why not?
And, well, the Stomer said that was actually not so bad for a Stomer if you don't go overboard. So I actually brought her saying that the doctors recommended. That's from St Thomas's.
Yeah.
But she's now in the QE. Yeah.
Right.
One bit means she can't come home because I can't look after my mother.
I know it's
With
horrible.
The medical needs. No, with the medical needs that she has now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't do that. Yeah. The doctors are in the process of the paperwork's going in, it's all going in, your mum will be looked after. And then I get phoned up by social services saying, yeah, your mum's coming home tomorrow.
Right, well, back to you.
Yeah, your mum's coming home tomorrow. They've tried it about 3 times now. Yeah? And my aunt, who is like, she's a top police officer somewhere. I don't know. I want everything to do with it. But she's put her foot down somewhere and said, what the fuck are you doing with my sister? Yeah. And it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. Yeah, so she hasn't been sent home. I want my mum home, believe me. I want to bring my mum home. I want to look after her. She ain't got a long left.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, what the fuck does it say? Yeah, there's not long left in her. I just cannot look after the stoma, which is for the people that don't know what a stoma is, it's, I just put it, shit in a bag on the side of your body rather than shitting from your ass.
Yeah, yeah.
That's basically what it is. Yeah, and I ain't got the mentality to do that. You know, they class me as what is it? Empathy and all that. Sociopath. That's it. They keep trying to tell me I'm a sociopath.
Okay.
Yeah. So how the fuck am I supposed to look after someone with a stoma? I can't do it. I don't have that mental
compassion.
Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, I have compassion, mate. I live by laws. Yeah, just not the government's laws.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. You know, I will never do to anyone that hasn't been done to me. You know, for me to do something to you, you have got to have done something to me. You know, I don't value all that shit. Can't stand violence and all that.
Yeah.
But I'm classed as I said this in it, what's it called? Sociopath. They call me a sociopath. Yeah? When I have never done anything violent to anyone that hasn't tried to kill me.
Right.
Yeah, I'm the sociopath. I don't understand it. I would never understand.
It's a label. It's a label that people use because it's easy. It's easy to label people and then treat them respectively for for being classed as that label.
You're right. No, you're right. It's a label, and I've been labelled with it, and I'm 47 years old. I've been labelled with this since the fucking age of 10.
Yeah.
It's never been good. Everything I've ever tried to do good for people is being shit on. And even last time I spoke to you, I was telling you about, let's go get 100 of the homeless people at London, take them to one of them fucking hotels and have them protest outside them hotels. Yeah? And we see the government giving fucking foreigners 4-star hotel accommodation and leave her homeless to fucking die.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's what I spoke to you about last time. I'm trying to get it sorted. I have actually last week, I went down to Brighton. I've got about 30 people down to Brighton.
Yeah.
They're willing. They'll show up. They'll jump in the van. They're all homeless people. They'll bring their bags, their vans, and everything. They'll bring everything they got. I've just got to chuck them in the van. I'll get them down there. But my problem is, when I'm doing all this, I need publicity to do it.
Yeah.
It's a waste of fucking time otherwise. Well,
I mean, whatever your plans are, and I don't mean to be rude, obviously. I think you need to think about these plans with a clear head. You need to talk about them when you've not had a drink, so to speak. And
I might be a bit drunk now, but it's all been done in a sound mind.
Yeah.
It has all been done in a sound mind. Don't get me wrong. Like I said to you last time we spoke, I wasn't asking you to do this. I'm asking you to do a puff piece sort of thing when I put this forward. And I ain't just asking you, I'm asking rotten politics, fucking all of them.
Yeah.
Everyone I can find on social media that have got a fucking brain of their own that don't run narrative. All of these them people, like my he's one of them, and I'm doing it over the next 3 months. I've got a couple of, I'm literally down at Brighton. You got to remember, I'm 40 years old.
Yeah.
The housing and the councils and that have never done anything for me, which made me a violent criminal, which was never good.
No, of course.
I'm never going to sit and say it was good. Yeah, but it was that or starve. And that's never good for any fucking situation, for any person. Yeah, so I ended up on the wrong side of the law. But that also showed me the homeless world. I've never had a home. I was put on the street at the age of 15.
Right.
I'm 42. Yeah, I've never had a home. Other than when I've had a missus, she let me live there sort of thing. And she finds out I'm a sociopath because I can't have a relationship with these people because I don't understand that sort of fucking relationship shit. And we end up splitting out and I'm back on the street again.
Yeah.
And that's been my entire life from, 1995. That's how my life's been.
And this bollocks. Do you know what, William? Please don't take this the wrong way.
Well, mate, I take any criticism.
No. It's not. It's not criticism. Again, I don't mean you take this the wrong way, and I'm sorry if I'm saying it on a live stream is wrong. But
No.
do you have many people to speak to? Do you have many people? Do you have many people that you can speak to? So if you've got any issues, if you've got a problem and you need to speak to a friend, for example, if you've got many friends or anything like that, you can go and speak to if you need
I've
to.
got loads of friends. I've got loads of friends. I've got a lot of friends.
Are they the sort of are they the sort of people? Are they the sort of people you can? Are they the sort of people that you can go to if you've got an issue and you want to sort of bend their
They
ear?
will save my life, yes.
Right. Okay.
But I wouldn't call them. You know, you had a robbery. What was it? 20 years ago, something like Tunbridge Wells. £55 million.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they were my friends.
Okay. Well, my point is what
Good thing.
what my
Not
point,
good thing.
William.
All my friends are violent animal criminals, and that's just the manner I grew up on.
No, I get that. But what my point, William, is that if you need to speak to somebody, I can give you my number, okay, in an email. And if you need to, I've got plenty of time on my hands at the moment. If you just want to phone up and just fucking bend somebody's ear, you want to speak to somebody or whatever, I'm more than happy to pass.
I'm doing it in front of 181 people right now.
Yeah.
That's what my ethos says anyway.
I know. It's just sometimes it's easier. Sometimes it's easier if you've got things that you might have things that you can't say on the live stream, and you might want to talk. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, if
always say what I'm going to say, live stream, no live stream, tell your face. I don't care if I'm in court. The judge will be told. Yeah, I don't change the way I speak for fucking anyone. It's one of the things I like about you, because I see what you do and all that. Yeah, and you actually haven't missed a beat. I really do miss your pack reports. It's like, I see something on the internet. I don't even know if this is legit. Did you actually put something here? Should I go for an office? I
put something on YouTube saying that should I start a political party?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah. If you go back and have a look, I actually commented on it.
Right.
Yeah, with my name. You know, I've got the hype behind my name. My name's William Little. You fucking all come after me. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a fuck. My name's William Little. Country Street Bullies, come for me. I will stand. I'm one of them people that will fucking die on my feet before I live on my knees.
Yeah, right and all.
One of them people. Yeah, well, the British people are meant to be like that. They just ain't no more.
Yeah.
Like fucking wet weekends. And they all need a slap. But yeah, it'll never happen, and I'm drunk and chatting bollocks.
Oh well, but listen. I mean, obviously, I appreciate you calling in. I want you to.
You said phone up, chat bollocks.
Of course. Yeah, there we go. I've been called worse, if that's the best you've got. No, listen, genuinely, but let me just say, William, genuinely, okay, I am. If you, my email address, Molly will put it in the comments now. Please, Molly, give me a shout. Give me a shout. Let me send you. No, listen, William. Let me send you my phone number, okay? And if you need to chat anytime, any time, other than on a live stream or whatever, just take my number and fucking give us a ring if you need to. All right? I think that,
Oh, I'll tell you what. You send it through the fucking thing, and I'll find it.
Right.
Don't worry about that. I ain't intelligent, but I ain't fucking stupid.
No, I get. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm really not.
No, I didn't say yours. I was just explaining that I'll get. If I need your number, I can get it. Believe me.
Right. Okay. Sounds.
No. Anyway, I only jumped on it because over Christmas you've done your little live things and all that, yeah?
Yeah.
And I've caught you a couple of times like, I used to do nothing. I used to do nothing. It's Christmas and I've got people to see, talk to and all that. But I literally sat down there and sitting here with like a litre bottle of Cavossier.
Cavossier, I love Cavossier. That's what I drink. I drink brandy. So and you know, and when I can afford it, I get myself a bottle of Cavossier. But I have to do with the cheap stuff at the moment.
What do you mean the cheap stuff?
I have to make.
Cavossier is cheap.
Well, it you know, compared to 3 barrels, it's not.
Hang on. 3 barrels, you will get a litre for 15 quid rather than the £30 for a litre of Cavossier.
Yeah.
But 3 barrels is actually a really good drink.
It tastes alright, yeah. It tastes alright. It's nice to go. It's nice to go in a shop and buy you know, and pay for an expensive one now and again, though.
No, it is what it is. It's a rum.
Yeah.
Cavossier is not a rum. It's a cognac.
No, yeah, like a brandy. Yeah.
It's a cognac. Whereas 3 Bridges is a rum. It's not a cognac.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right, listen, William. I'm gonna have to wrap this up now. Obviously.
I do like 3 things. I give from our Spencer's quite a lot, actually. But Cavossier is my drink. That's my drink.
Enjoy it. Just be careful.
Well, I've been sitting indoors all over Christmas because of my mum.
Yeah.
Trust me. My life is... Until my mum's life is over, or I have to bury her, and... See, look, when I say this shit, I sound like an evil cunt.
Well, no, you don't. I get it because I have a similar situation with my EUPD, so I understand it. There's a lot of people that wouldn't understand it, but there's also a lot of people in the comments that have got mental health issues and you know, borderline personality disorders and things like that. So a lot of people do understand where you're coming from. Okay, so you'll always find that the majority.
My mum next week or so, and he's not really gonna affect. Oh, fuck it. You know, he's still learning too much.
Mate.
Anyway, fella,
Listen.
I actually see you online. Like, I literally come indoors, see you online. I thought, fuck me, he's on crib. He's on his day. It's Merry Christmas. Merry New Year to everyone out there fucking listening.
And to you, mate.
Yeah, we're all crazy people. Don't worry about it. You don't want to be a normal person. Normal people will fucking destroy your life. You want to be a fucking differential like me and the rest. Dan's one of them, and the rest are one of them as well.
We've got to be true. We've got to be true to ourselves. That's what we've got to do.
Well, I've always done that.
Yeah.
No one's ever put me down, and believe me, I've done prison over my values.
Yeah.
How many people can say that? Not many.
Well,
Not many.
I've never been, thankfully. You know, but I know people who have, and you know, I think everybody knows at least somebody that's been in that situation. But
Yeah, of course they do, everyone knows everything. Like, I spent 2,000 in Dover writing as a child for a crime. Yeah, I was involved. We had a fight. It was a fight. It was a battle. Bunch of kids kicked the shit out of fucking each other, and we all went in jail for it.
yeah,
So I went to Dover for that, and we had riots in Dover where we literally smashed the police. And that was literally 2000, the 2000 riots.
yeah.
You know, and then I was in Belmarsh where we rioted and we righted for one simple fact. Do you remember Jeffrey Archer?
Yeah, Jeffrey Archer, yeah.
Right? He got convicted and put in prison, yeah?
Yeah.
He was walking around my wing with his diamond encrusted glasses, acting like he was saying special. Yeah?
Right.
All of a sudden in Belmarsh, we were given food that was edible and we were let out of ourselves. All because he was on the wing.
Yeah.
We righted over it. If you actually have a look back over what happened, was they said we were righted over food. We didn't right over food. We righted over the fact that this cunt come right out to our wing, and he was deemed a D-class. He was deemed a D-cat, which takes a fucking long time to get to.
Yeah.
When you've been convicted of what you've been convicted of. He would have started as a B-cat, and it would have taken him 6 months to get to the D-cat, well, C-cat, and another 5 months or 6 months to get to the D-cat. He walked into prison and was instantly given a D-cat. And the entire prison was fucking mental over it.
Yeah.
The news, the TV, and all that played it up as we were complaining about food. Yeah, the only food we were complaining about is the food they didn't give us while we were writing.
Right.
We were kicking off.
William.
Because he'd come on the wing.
Sorry.
He was eating our food.
Sorry,
Anyway.
William. I don't mean to be rude. But I know we've got some more calls that are trying to get through. We've been nearly half an hour, pal.
Yeah.
So you know.
I'm sorry to fucking up your time.
Mate, you haven't done me soft.
Am I not?
You're fucking soft. Listen,
No.
it's always interesting to talk to you.
People and whatnot. You got your channel and all that.
Listen,
I'll take no too much time with you. See.
a lot of people are saying in the comments, William. A lot of people are saying in the comments that they want to hear from you when you've not had a drink. I don't think they're being rude by that. I think they're saying they want to have a chat with you when when maybe you're not slurring, so they can hear a bit better. All right.
I literally turn the telly on, mate, and I'm drinking a fucking 3/4 of the way through a bottle of shit. I told you I'm smashed.
I know, man. I know. Listen,
I'm smashed.
listen, you look after yourself, fella.
If I've offended anyone that's in the chat, I apologise.
No, I don't. You haven't offended anyone. I've not seen anybody say anything about being offended. So
I do not lie, because the truth hurts the lies more. I love telling the truth nowadays. When I was 15 and going into prison, losing my life, and fucking all that, I lied through my teeth. I fought through my teeth. I fought through my teeth and everything.
yeah,
Yeah, but it was bullshit and lies. Nowadays, you only get the fucking truth.
right.
I'll tell you what, truth hurts some more.
Yeah. Well, that's the way to be, mate. That's the way to be. Look, William, you look after yourself, man. Obviously.
Yeah, we'll chat again. No doubt later, a couple of weeks' time, I'll see you doing your live thing, and I'll jump on and chat more bullshit.
Definitely. All right, fella.
People out there,
look after yourself.
You know who I am, you know who I am. If you don't know who I am, trust me, you got no fucking clue. Be lucky, please.
Take it easy, my man.
Be lucky.
That's no worries, man. I'll catch you later on. Oh, sorry. I think I just cut you off there. Hang on, callers. Hang on a sec. There's somebody calling, but I won't answer that just yet. I think I haven't frozen. Listen, what I want to say, I understand that there's people in the comments, and I'm not going to name anybody or anything like that, because I'm not going to embarrass anyone or anything. there's people in the comments going, "Oh, get this guy off," and you know, blah blah blah. And I understand that you might not, you know, that you might find what he's got to talk about boring, or you might not agree with what he's got to say, or some of you were saying about the fact that he'd had a drink. Now, something that we've got to remember is that I've been in that situation where God, it's too loud. Where I've had to drink to make myself feel better and whatnot. We all need somebody to talk to at some point. Now, if those people that have phoned up, if those people that have commented saying, "Oh, get him off," if I cancelled him, because that's what it's doing, if I'd done the same to you, you'd think I'm a prick. Alright? So I value everybody's opinion, and if somebody wants to phone up and talk, even if they want to just talk shit because they've got no one else to talk to, or they've got some problems they've not been able to speak to somebody else about, or whatever it might be, I have to do that for people. Right? I've had a few people on this channel. Somebody's still ringing. I had a few people on this channel who have thanked me afterwards and said if it wasn't for me giving them the opportunity to speak, they wouldn't be here now. Now, I don't say that to try and, you know, big myself up or anything. I don't see it myself, right? I don't. But if I can give somebody 20 minutes of my time, sometimes half an hour, and it makes them feel better about themselves, better about their life, whatever, then I've got to do that, you know. This is a live stream, talk about anything. It's not just talk about a specific subject. So if anybody's, you know, is phoning in because they've got nobody else to talk to, then I'll do that, you know. So, but again, I've been there. I've been drunk and I've needed help, and as much as sometimes it may go on slightly longer than you want it to, and I get that, I do genuinely 100% understand. Sometimes it's not so easy to cut somebody off, especially if you think that there's something else that they want to tell you. Does that make sense? So there might be something underlying that they want to get out or get off their chest, for example, and to cut them off before giving them a chance to could be really detrimental. And I don't want to be a person that cancels somebody and then finds out they've done something silly because they haven't been able to get it off their chest. So just wanted to put that out there, okay? And again, I'm not knocking anybody in the comments. You've all got your opinions. I'm just asking you to please be a little bit more reasonable with me as to why I do what I do, and why sometimes I'll talk to people for 20 minutes, maybe half an hour sometimes. That's it. So, right, let's get this call answered. Oh God, I'm all stuck. Hello.
Dan.
Hello, who's this?
It's David Valentine, Gorilla TV channel.
I'm sorry, mate, I didn't catch that.
It's David Valentine from the Gorilla TV channel. You did a podcast on me with the police outside the Scottish Parliament.
Ah, right, yes, I remember.
Yeah, I would just want to thank you for doing your commentary, which was completely correct as well, the way that you were actually describing the incident as well.
No worries.
I just wanted, if you wanted to have a conversation about it and the greater ramifications of what I was doing and what was actually happening there.
Yeah, by all means.
Maybe if you want to ask me questions, because your analysis is quite good, and maybe if you want to clarify anything, I'll certainly speak to you with regards to any questions you may have, and then
right.
I'll add it to the end if you want.
Okay, let me just explain to the viewers what this is. This I've done a video. What was it? Maybe the beginning of last year, I think it was it, or end of the year before?
Yeah, about that.
There was an incident that I came across on YouTube. There was this gentleman that we're talking to now. It was outside Scottish Parliament. you'll have to forgive me because my brain's a little bit foggy since I've had the stroke, but
Sure.
I do remember you, and I remember the video. I'm just trying to piece it all together in my head.
So what happened was that I'd been going in and trying to get to speak to MPs, MSPs, members of the Scottish Parliament at the Parliament, and these two officers, very strangely, came out and challenged me and said that I might be a security threat. Now, I've been dealing with both MPs and MSPs, both at Westminster and in Holyrood, for a lot longer than that situation had gone. I've obviously stood as an MP as well, and the Guerrilla TV channel is a limited company, just like the BBC or well, not the BBC, but like ITV or any other company.
Yeah.
That we should have the right to be able to, as you rightly pointed out, hold our members of Parliament to account. But to be described as a security threat by the two officers who came out, I think you and I probably were looking at it differently, but probably because I had a little more insight. That it was the police officers that were saying that was a security threat. I actually think it was the MSPs, which is even more severe, who were telling the police that was a security threat. I think it came from the MSPs, and I think I know which ones that it came from.
Right.
But I mean, there's not really been any physical incidents. I was attacked by a former Green MSP, but there's not been any physical incidents from myself to any MSP or MP. It's purely been asking questions and holding them to account, but they don't seem to take it out if it's outside the mainstream media, Dan.
Yeah.
So that was that, but it was quite interesting, your analysis on it. How did you see it?
I've got to be completely honest with you. Trying to remember it exactly is difficult for me. I'd need to go back and look at the video. I've done over 1,000 videos, and it's really difficult to remember them. Any individual one. So I apologise for that. I'd rather be honest with you and say that I can't remember it fully, rather than make some shit up. So
yeah. No, it was great. It was great commentary. Your commentary was absolutely superb, and you were quite right. Unfortunately, the police were overreaching from how they were expressing. For me to be able to hold MPs to account by asking them questions, describing that as a security risk for being outside the mainstream media by asking them questions to me is very worrying. And I think an unfortunate deeper trend in Scottish politics just now of overt authoritarianism, just now that's coming out of the Scottish Parliament, and that to me is quite worrying. Which was quite good. It's obviously been manifest through the MSPs and thereby through the police again.
It must be horrific up there at the moment as well. What with, I mean, I'm not keeping up as much as I did, last year on everything that's going on. Which I'm trying to, but it is difficult. But things up in Scotland must be horrific at the moment with Cranky and really trying to put her foot.
She's becoming increasingly. Her and Hamza Yusuf are becoming increasingly authoritarian.
Yeah.
She's saying that she's not a nationalist. I don't think she's going to get, for those up here who want Scottish independence, I don't think she's going to get any further forward towards a second referendum. But she seems like she's almost like not a non-nationalist, but what she is like a socialist workers type of feminist, postmodernist Marxist authoritarian, and she seems very sort of into the globalist agenda.
Yeah,
which is going against the interest of the people of Scotland. It's not for, you would think a nationalist would be for a populist and thereby for the people, but she seems to be the reverse of that, and in fact basically a far left postmodernist Marxist socialist, like the socialist workers, like a Trotsky, but in the postmodernist form. They came out of the Frankfurt School and the Paris School.
Yeah.
So that she doesn't seem to be, and she seems to be becoming increasingly authoritarian in her own self-righteousness.
Yeah, she does like to lay those boots on people's necks, doesn't she?
Very much so. And but I mean, this is common now in Wales now. It's similar. And the same sort of postmodernist Marxism that's coming out of Wales, and even with Boris, who's meant to be a conservative, is becoming increasingly authoritarian, and they all seem to be on the globalist agenda, not what conservative or nationalist, how you would actually interpret either conservatism or nationalism. Neither of them. They seem to be in another agenda that's out with what their party should stand, what their individual party should stand for. And both the SNP and Boris, I just think the English didn't let Boris get away with it, with the COVID passports, and almost like a Chinese-style social engineering where we would, I mean, there's already moves in Sweden for chipping the population, where they're actually literally now, that was meant to be a conspiracy theory, but the chips are now going in with health warnings. And there's now chips over here. There's people obviously having heart attacks from the vaccine. That's now, it was in GB News the other day that a doctor said it's been covered up, that there's potential heart issues that are happening, and with footballers actually either having heart attacks or they're dying on the pitch at a disproportionate rate than they did before. There's been a number of incidents that reported of these players having heart attacks, and we don't know if they've been vaxxed or had the booster or whatever else. But all of the political parties, regardless of whether they're nationalists or Boris is a conservative, or even the Liberals or the Labour Party, all of these political entities seem to be following the globalist agenda, not what you would think should be underlying.
You give somebody
agenda of these parties.
You give somebody a bit of power with the option of getting more, and they're going to go for it. I don't care who they are, right? You know, they've got. When I say power, it's not just about power. It's it's about money. Okay, I mean information is power, which is why the government want these social credit scores and all the rest of it. But even without that, because they haven't got information as power, they use money. They're on a decent wage. They get fucking brown envelopes under the table all day long. We know that, and if they've got an opportunity to get another envelope, stuffed with some more pound notes, they're going to do it. They're going to try and make it look like they're not doing it. Obviously, they're going to lie to the public, but they're going to do it. Of course they are, and they're going to get worse. But
that was so great what you did with me, because I think you saw through the fact that they were calling me, or saying to me that I was a security threat for asking questions.
Yeah.
And this is the sort of maligning that they want to do to prevent A, the questions being asked, and B, to dismiss or smear anybody else that's out with the narrative. And where the actual media is protecting the political entity rather than actually the media holding the political entity to account.
Yeah, and again, this is all to do with being in each other's pockets. Nothing is truly independent anymore. Okay, nothing is truly independent because there is links. There is always links back to people who have an agenda. You can't turn around and say a particular organisation is independent these days. Any of them, even charities, charities have links to MPs and things like that.
Well, look at Sir Keir. You're quite right, and to prove the point, look at Sir Keir Starmer allegedly in the Trilateral Commission with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously that just points out one of your links right there.
Yeah, and but again, the problem is unless we're allowed, going back to that video, unless we're allowed to question people, unless we're allowed to get answers to questions that other people are failing to ask, then we don't get the full picture. We can't just take their word for things. We have to ask difficult questions. There are people out there that ask difficult questions, but they don't always ask the difficult questions that need asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you're 100% right. That's exactly what we've been set up. That's why we're called the Guerrilla TV channel, because we're here to ask questions and get that. But another thing you were mentioning there is the setting up of a political party. So we're going to set up a new party that's going to be out this year. I've been heavily politically involved for a number of years, but it's going to be a centrist libertarian party where there's already the UK Libertarian Party and the Scottish Libertarian Party, which are almost like minarchists, which might not mean a lot to the viewers who are not that in that political sphere, but they believe in a small state.
Yeah.
But I'm a centrist libertarian, which I believe in a slightly larger state with some redistribution of wealth as well. And obviously, but a reduction in probably the size of the state as well, and certainly the power of the state. And I believe in capitalism and not corporatism, which is what you've been alluding to earlier on, where the big business is in bed with the government, and the government is making legislation to profit big business. And that's corporatism. That's almost like how the fascists sort of saw the economic side of fascism as well, where the business and big business and government actually are intertwined, rather than the government setting out a neutral agenda.
Yeah.
So that everybody can have the opportunity to profit in capitalism, which it definitely doesn't do.
The destroying people's what's the words, entrepreneurial, I can't think of the words. They're destroying that. Yeah, they're destroying that. People, all these independent companies, these limited companies and stuff that have been destroyed over the past 2 years and a bit, all for larger companies making more profits. But somebody said, I think it was earlier, it might have been yesterday on a different live stream, somebody said to me about we're being made to buy stuff from big companies who don't even pay proper tax here in this country. And for me, the way I see it is these companies that are saving millions or multi-millions of pounds in tax, goes back to somebody to allow them to do it. So that brown envelope gets passed under the table at some point to somebody sitting in the Houses of Parliament in order for them to get away with it, but people their livelihoods are being destroyed simply because somebody else wants to make a bit of money. Fuck everyone else, trample all over them.
Criminal what they've done, and the fact that they've done this for 2 years and destroyed medium and small sized businesses, they've had a drastic effect on the middle class by doing this, and especially with such a mild variant, this Omicron. It seems just like a common cold. They're still trying to destroy businesses by the longevity of the lockdowns here as well, Dan, all over the UK. So it's just it has to stop. We can't be locked down much longer. I'm surprised that more of the populace has not been out campaigning. I think there has to be more mass disobedience in what's actually happening just now, to be honest with you, Dan.
I agree. I mean, we've seen other countries with huge amounts of people going out and making a fuss. Now, some of the things that they do, I don't necessarily think that marching down a street gets a point across. I'm not for a moment suggesting that anybody does anything criminal or criminal damage, which is seems to be part and parcel of some people that attend to these places. But I think that walking down a street does not does not put across the message that you want to put across, and that there has to be a different way of doing things in order to get people to sit up and pay attention. Unfortunately, as I've said before as well, that this new bill that they've brought in for owning weapons, even ornaments, in your home, if you never take them out your home, you have to now give them up. You're not allowed them in your home. You're not allowed to have display axes or swords or anything like that on your walls. They all have to be given in. Why do they have to be given in? I think it's because the government want to take everything they can away from us that could be used by us to protect ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, that's obviously the first or the Second Amendment in the United States to prevent an overly authoritarian government being able to do that.
Yeah.
And that's certainly, it's becoming increasingly obvious that that's the issue. And I don't know if enough people in the United Kingdom are going to have the epiphany to not vote for the Greens, the SNP, the Labour Party, the Liberal Democrats, or the Conservative Party, and move to another party, even if it's something like the UK Reform Party.
Yeah.
It has to be another party that's outside those that are actually doing this to stand. And it has to, but I don't know if enough people in the UK will do it en masse to actually make the revolution happen, which will throw the globalists on, because every one of the four main political parties are de facto globalists, which is the untold agenda that we don't know. Well, we know about, but we are not meant to know about.
Yeah.
That they get from the Bilderberg Group or the Trilateral Commission or whatever other globalist entity that the power actually lies with, that's actually manipulating the political class, because they're certainly not running the economy in the country in the interest of the people. They're running it in their own interest.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is fucked up. As you say, unless enough people stand up and say, "Oi, fuck it, enough is enough. All right, we're not doing this anymore," then we're going to keep going round in circles. But I do think that people, more people's eyes are opening, more people are waking up, but I don't think it's happening quick enough. I think if we're not careful, we're going to be under the boot before enough people come together and say, right, we need to do something about this, and that's a scary thought. Yeah.
Well, something definitely has to happen, Dan. And they're becoming increasingly cheeky as well. I mean, the thing that happened to me was relatively minor.
Yeah.
But it's still the arrogance of the politicians, and through the politicians, the police. I actually didn't blame the police officer. I met the police officer subsequently, and I don't actually blame him for what happened there. I blame because I was inside the Scottish Parliament.
Yeah.
And I was obviously seen, and it was a message probably passed on from the MSPs, just purely to be authoritarian and to try and stop me asking questions, basically. Of the
if I remember rightly, you did go inside, didn't you, at one point?
I was inside before.
Yeah.
I was inside before, and that came out. So the MSPs who were sitting, some of them are the ones that I know probably who passed on the message to the police, actually said. But I've not really had any problems with other supporters of political parties or anything. That's why I'm reluctant to give the name, because I let anybody speak on the Guerrilla TV channel to get various points of view.
Yeah.
But I would say that it came from probably one political party. The message was passed on from the MSPs to the police, and that's why they did what they did outside.
Yeah, but if I remember rightly, I think I said in the video, and again, I can't off the top of my head, I can't fully remember, but I'm sure I said in the video that it's a public place. It's a building. It's a public building that is used by the people that we put there. So we have a right. We might not have a right to go in certain areas, but we have a right to enter these buildings in the public common areas. And exactly, you was asking questions. You weren't there to you know, to throw eggs at people and shit like that. You was there to ask questions, and it was quite clear, quite apparent from the way that you spoke to the police. Excuse me, and your own narrative to the camera as well. But for them to turn around and you know, and call you a security threat because you're asking questions. The only threat that you're right. It is a security threat. It's a threat to their financial security, is what it is.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly that. And it's not even. I think it's also starting to be a threat to the New World Order.
Yeah.
When you actually start to hold the people who are exponents of it to account as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't really want this agenda. I think Brexit was one part of that sort of rejection of technocracy, where a bunch of elitists think that they've got the right to ignore the populace and govern their own interests.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things. I mean, as I said to you, we're a limited company, so we're no different from the BBC, or not the BBC. I keep saying the BBC; they're obviously a public company, but the ITV or Channel 4, who are limited companies as well. We should have the right to be able to speak to the politicians just like any other media company.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen,
well, I just phoned you up to wish you Happy New Year and to thank you as well for doing that. You did a great job actually breaking down what had happened, and I just wanted to thank you for going over it.
No problem at all. Listen, sometimes I say things that people don't agree with. Okay, again, it's an opinion. It's based on opinion, unless I've got legislation to back it up and say, well, look, they shouldn't be doing this because X, Y, Z. You know. What you was there as a journalist, you was there looking for answers. They didn't want to speak to you, so they got the police to come and fucking, you know, put the boot in, basically, which is wrong. End of. You know. So yeah, anything like that, of course, I'm going to stick up for the person who's being oppressed, you know, and that's basically what happened. But I'm glad I'm glad you was happy with the video. I didn't do it for that reason, but I'm glad you was happy with the video. You know, it's nice to speak to you as well.
Yeah, speak to you. But I would just say one of the things, Dan, that although I'm there as a company and as an individual journalist, I'm also there as an in-between between the political class and the individual, the little guy.
Yeah.
Because it's questions that they might not get to ask the politicians that I get to ask them, and then they find out what some of the answers is to the questions that are not really being asked by the mainstream media.
Yeah.
That I'm asking, they might not like, and which is affecting let's say the everyman on the street, every man and every woman on the street, and it's really their intermediary sort of representative to hold the political class to account when they think they can just do whatever they want. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we need people like you at the end of the day. That are going to say that you go out there with the intention of asking those, as I said it earlier, you know, asking difficult questions, but asking the actual questions that need to be asked, not the ones that make it just look like you're asking the difficult questions, if that makes sense, which I think a lot of the mainstream media ask certain questions, but they disguise, you know, and hide other things that need to be asked, and we're all sitting at home going, why haven't you asked them this, why haven't you asked them that? And we need people to go out there and try and get these answers for us. So fair play to you anyway. I wish you a happy new year as well, you and your family, and thank you very much for the call. Much appreciated.
No, thank you, and thanks very much for the commentary as well. It's good to have people who are that far-sighted, they can see what we're doing.
No worries, my friend.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks.
All right.
I'll speak to you again, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, mate.
Take it easy. Yeah. Bye now. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
God bless the UK. Begs for your forgiveness.
Sorry?
God bless the UK. Begs
for your forgiveness.
Begs for my forgiveness. Why is that? What have you done?
I've just turned you into a slut. Somebody asked me to share you.
To share me?
Yeah.
Nobody's nobody's sharing me.
Off his live. I just got Face Wellsman's live.
Yeah.
Put your hands together and say thank you to him, because he said, "Look, make sure I share on the live stream, Pat."
Oh, right, okay. Well, you know, Welshie there, as I call him, is a top man. Top man. And if you're watching, Welshie, I know you're in here now and again. If you're watching now, Happy New Year to you, fella. And to you, God bless as well.
Got a Happy New Year down in Wales right now, because he's doing a live stream in a little while. I did jump off for a little while and come back again. And it's fucking dead down there. Oh, my Cardiff is fucked. Well, I asked him if he's in Syria, and he said, sort of. But it's fucked down there. It's really absolutely dead. That Markford, whatever his name is, it's absolutely killed Wales.
Mark Drakeford. Darth Drakeford, as I call him.
Yeah. Was you on a live last night with Rev Side?
The what, sorry?
Was you on a live last night with Rev Side? Was it you?
Yeah, I popped on. Yeah,
because the Voice of Wales one there, weren't they? Dan turned up.
Yeah. I was only meant to be on for a little while. I ended up talking to people in the Discord chat until 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, that's why it came out of it. It's a killer. It's all right if you're single, you've got no kids, it's not a problem. But if you've got a wife and kids, it's divorce.
Yeah.
Divorce papers.
Well, if you do it too often, it is. Yeah. But I've got a habit. I start talking. I don't want to shut up. That's why my live streams normally go on for bloody hours.
Oh my God! I think the longest I've ever done one was about 10.5 hours with some guys in the USA from Bet over there, and they are absolutely 100% behind us over there, as we are, most of us, in the UK for them as well.
Yeah.
Going back to base, yeah, it's terrible down there. It's absolutely this town, that ghost town kind of song coming back out again. But anyway, that's what I was just wondering up for. I was watching when I came off the live stream, and we said, "Yeah, come over here," because we had about 200-ish watching. And I know when I came over here, you're like the live watching now. You see in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah.
It was going up and down like a whore in a Dallas chicken house. So I think YouTube is messing about a little bit.
Probably. I mean, we already know that they're...
Oh, look, there's me feeling sorry for you, and you got some pussy.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Anyway, that was it, really. Just, I thought I'd be greedy. My second call tonight.
No worries.
Yeah, give a little nod to Faith, and say thank you to him, and I'll see you on the next live stream.
No worries. All right, fella, no problem.
See you later, mate.
Have a good one. Take it easy.
And you. Bye-bye.
Right, I've got to go make a brew. Do apologise, but you know I can't sit here all night without my coffee, so I'm going to quickly make a brew. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I need to put some food down for him as well, but I shall be back in less than 2 minutes. Indy, if you're still watching, I think you are, you just sent me a message. When I come back with my coffee, then you can ring. But give me just a couple of minutes and I'll be back. Come on, you. Yo, and we're back. There we go. I think bring that back over. Hello.
Hello, how you doing? Happy New Year.
And to you, fella. I saw your live stream, not all of it, but I saw some of it, and you had some music blaring and whatnot. So, do you have a good one? Yeah. Your New Year's live stream. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, you can hear me now, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, how was your live stream? How'd your live stream end up?
Well, I finished it about 12:30, but I was watching other things. Funnily enough, there was maybe fireworks in central London last night, weren't there?
I've got no idea. I wasn't expecting anything at all, to be honest, so I didn't bother looking.
Make you laugh. I've been catching up on all social media today. Basically, the press was saying there was nothing, but then everyone else was saying there was, and then on TikTok there was fireworks in London, and then people have been telling me, oh, we watched the BBC live last night, they had a fireworks display, but I live in Kilburn. Now, I'm only about, I'd say probably about 2 or 3 miles from central London, i.e. Westminster.
Yeah.
And if setting off display fireworks, you would have heard them.
Yeah.
Trust me. I worked on the barges down there in 2000, mate, so I know what these fireworks were like. All I heard was local stuff, i.e. Fireworks, like bottle rockets and stuff like that. It's just amazing the crap that people are willing to put out there to support media. It just makes me laugh.
I believe, I believe that they had some fucking poetry thing going on. If I remember rightly, they had some twat fucking doing some poetry. I didn't see it. This is just what I was told. They had somebody doing some poetry, and I think I might be wrong, but I think there was some fireworks, but it was like I don't know. It was like a fucking flop on in a brothel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was another thing that I heard yesterday that in the United States they weren't going to have them. I was on someone's live stream, and this was all over the news and everything.
Right.
The American fireworks. Well, I flick onto a YouTube live stream in the States, and they're firing fireworks on the top of the Empire State Building, and it was displayed. And I'm sitting there thinking, what? I've just been watching this all day. No fireworks London, no fireworks America. And now they're showing all this crap. I'm thinking, can you smell the BS? So yeah, I've just been watching bits and pieces today. I'll talk about government and that. I'm going to invest in it. I'm going to buy myself a parabolic microphone next year, and I'm going to go and stand outside the House of Parliament and listen. You think I'm joking, mate? I've been well serious.
One of them things the CIA sit in their car across the street with listening. Yeah.
I'm going to make it look so blatant. You haven't seen my rig, have you? Like the thing I go out with. Well, I'm just going to attach it to that because there's all sorts of bits and pieces on there. You look at it and think it's going to take off or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to go and stand outside the House of Parliament on the same side of the road. And I'm just going to turn my parabolic microphone facing the House of Parliament. I'm just going to stand there and film the cops all day, see what they do.
Just go, yeah, when they turn up, go, hang on a minute, mate, I'm getting some good shit here.
Listen, mate, sorry, I'm having a conversation. I'm sort of listening, do you know what I mean? See if they're offering me a cup of tea or anything.
Fucking hell. Oh, man.
It'd be good if I called Boris talking crap, wouldn't it? Because everything I get from doing that, I'm actually going to bring out on YouTube. Why not? Let everyone hear what the politicians actually talk about.
Didn't he get caught at somebody in the comments might remember, I'm sure at some point a while back, he got caught, like, you know, he was doing some press conference or something, not while coronavirus has been about, but before then, and he got in his car.
What was that C word? Flu?
And as they, I don't give a fuck, I'll say it. And as they drove off, I'm sure it was Boris, it may be somebody else, but they slagged off somebody that they'd been talking to whilst they was in a car, whilst they still had the microphone on.
That's politicians for you. They do it all the time.
I might be thinking of somebody else, but for some reason I've got it in my head that Boris has done it as well. But I might be wrong.
He probably has, but you know, the mainstream media would have covered that up for him. You know what I mean? Because they pay so many millions of pounds a year to make all the politicians look like they've got the light of God shining out of their asses, when in fact we know that it's the light of hell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sorry, Indy. Yeah, I know Gordon Brown done it, but I'm sure there was more than one occasion that I'm thinking of. I know Gordon Brown did it, but again, I might be wrong. It might not be Boris. It might be somebody else. But there was definitely more than just Gordon Brown who got caught out with that. Sorry, Indy. Go on, mate.
No, that's all right. No, you go for it, mate. It's your show. I'm just listening to what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, the politicians do it all the time, mate. They even stand in the Commons and do it, and they have to get that geezer. The Speaker, that's it. The Speaker has to say, you can't speak about your right honourable gentleman in where what's. Take it out into the hallway with your handbag.
Yeah.
You've gone on about, people should be allowed access and that because, these buildings, they're paid for by us. So why can't we go into something like a public gallery and listen to them chat their jibber jabber?
Just going to say exactly the same thing. Like you got in a court, you go in, you got a public gallery, and they should open it up for the public to go in there and watch and listen.
You've seen on that. You've seen on the TV that chamber, haven't you, where they all sit with the wooden back chairs?
Yeah.
Right. It should be the same as a court, mate. There should be an upper gallery there where only members of the press and members of the public can go and sit. And if they don't agree with something that's being passed, there should be a buzzer there. And if they don't agree on it, they should be able to push that buzzer and they should be able to stand up in their seat and put their opinion across. And I reckon it would make the country such a better place.
The problem is, it's just a member of the public. That's the way it would be seen, right?
Sure.
A member of Parliament has been elected by vote, allegedly, to represent a group of people. If a person stood up in a public gallery and said, hang on, I disagree with that, they're not going to pay a blind bit of interest. They're not. I understand what you're saying, totally, and I agree to an extent of what you're saying. There should be a public gallery in there. But for them to turn around and allow somebody to stand up and say, I disagree with you, I don't think that's going to take any weight. My issue is the fact that when, with the coronavirus stuff, when these legislations were passed, we've got our MPs that are making a decision on our behalf. Okay, they're not coming to us. They should, every time there is something like this, they should come to us. They should go to their constituents. They should post something through the fucking door or whatever it is and say, right, fill this in. What do you think about this? And we decide. Okay, and the MP takes our decision to Parliament. That's what they're supposed to do.
Right, I've seen things where a lot of people have gone to this one particular constituency, whatever you want to call it, to speak to this politician, and the politicians just don't want to know, mate.
Yeah.
They say, blah, 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 and they come out with the biggest amount of waffle, and you sit there and you think, are you really representing us? Fucking hell, we're going to go for a war then. That's just the way I see it. I mean, I don't believe in any of these politicians or anything, mate. You know me, I don't give a shit about anything.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, there are some things that are close to my heart. Like this whole COVID pandemic thing. I lost my mum because basically my mum was killed by Boris and Matt Hancock. They basically denied her of her cancer treatment. So if she'd have had her treatment, she'd still be here now.
Is this during the COVID shit?
Mate, this was just before the pandemic even started, right? My mum got taken in. My mum had cancer. She was having a bit of a hard time with it, but the week before she got taken into hospital, I'd actually been speaking to her and arranging for her to come down to see me and my partner. So everything was all good, and then I get a phone call off the hospital, basically saying you better get all your loved ones and your family together because you need to say goodbye to your mum because she's not going to live.
Shit, man. I was
speaking to her fucking week.
Really sorry to hear that. I had no idea, man, and I'm really sorry to hear that.
Mate, at the end of the day, this government has fucked me over in the last 2 years. My son's had the fucking jab because of all this as well. One of my youngest son, because he doesn't believe what I'm saying, because he's been he's been coerced into it by a corrupt social services in Bedfordshire and a foster carer that believes that my son is actually his son.
Right.
So they're the two fights that I'll be fighting this year, mate. And you're more than quite welcome to come and join me because I need someone with your knowledge and stuff, So,
well, you're always welcome. You're always welcome. Give me a shout if you need anything. As I always say, I can't promise I can help you, but if I can't, I will try and find somebody that can.
Cool, man.
I'll always be that way. That's the way I am. I'll always be that way.
you laugh. This is my fight next year. I've got to go to the NHS and I've got to go and find out what they injected my mum with to put her under, because basically before my mum passed, she fought for her life for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And I listened to my brothers and sisters cry, and I was the only one that didn't cry. I still haven't grieved for my mum yet, if you want me to be honest.
Right.
Just haven't had time to, because of the lifestyle that I've been living, doing all the filming that I've been doing and going to all these protests and stuff. I just haven't had time. I've had to keep my mind busy, because if I didn't, I'd have crumbled, mate. And my partner needs me right at this moment in time. So I've got to be strong for me. But I believe that these 2 million vials of midazolam, which is a very high-powered sedative. I believe they injected my mum with that. So I'm going to go to the NHS and I'm going to get my mum's medical records and I'm going to find out exactly what they jabbed her with. Now, I know that my mum would have signed a DNR. When I rang the hospital, they told me that she had been on it. So I'm going to say to them, look, if there's not a wet signature on that from my mum's handwriting to say she wants to be put under a DNR, I'm suing the hospital.
Right.
Because they had no right to put my mum to sleep. That was a decision for me and my family to make. My family did go there. They said it was the best thing for her, but I want to know whether or not they injected. Why would my mum fight for her life for 45 minutes, man?
Yeah.
It's just things that don't happen.
I think I said this on last night's stream. We was talking about the DNRs. I think one of the problems is, and there was people in the comments saying to me, no, they can't do it unless they've got your approval. There are certain situations in which a doctor can make a decision on behalf of the patient and on behalf of the family. Okay, very few exceptions.
Family were there to make that decision. The hospital shouldn't have took it upon themselves when she first went in. Put that on her.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. This is what they
didn't.
The situations are something. For example, it's going to be something like it's an immediate. They've got no chance of calling somebody and speaking to them and getting them to decide for within a specific time frame. So there's a couple of very small caveats that they can make a decision on behalf of the family. But generally speaking, as in 99.99999% of cases, okay, they can't. And they should always contact the family.
They had the opportunity to contact me. My number was in my mum's phone, marked as son.
Yeah.
So people knew who I was. Basically, they rang me up after she'd been in hospital for a week, and they could have rung me before that. So I reckon all this was planned.
Yeah.
In all honesty, just because of the way things panned out, I don't even know whether or not they marked her death down as COVID, mate. Because I know she didn't have COVID.
You still don't know any of that. This is a while back now, isn't it? So, and you've not had any.
Years, if COVID had gone near my mum, COVID would have probably caught my mum.
So you've not had a death certificate yet?
Oh no, I've had a death certificate, mate. I haven't been able to look at it. I've asked my brothers and sisters, right? I've got 6 sisters and 3 brothers. 2 of my younger sisters are awake. 1 of my younger brothers is awake. The rest are all fucking jabbed up to fuck, mate. They're like junkies sitting around waiting for a spoon.
Okay, well then go to births, deaths and marriages, okay, with proof of who you are, and say you need a copy of the certificate.
Oh, no, I'm not going for that. I'm subject access and requesting the whole of her medical files because I want to see what went on beforehand, because she was meant to be going for cancer treatment.
Right.
So I want to see the ins and outs of everything. I've got a few friends that are in the medical profession that are willing to help me as well, understand the medical terminology that I don't get, do you know what I mean? So they can say, oh, well, this means this means this, and they can, lay out for me in idiot's terms so I understand.
Yeah.
Because there's loads of stuff in there, like drugs and that I would never have heard of before, and all these little numbers that run concurrent with that medication, which could be another lot of medication.
Yeah.
So I've really dig deep, mate. At the moment, I'm sat over the rabbit hole. I haven't even gone down it yet. I'm sitting there scratching my head thinking, how the bloody hell am I going to do this one? But I am.
Mate, it's a big fight. It's a big fight. But we can't not take that step because it's frightening. We have to do it. We have to
find out for myself, and then I need to put it out there to show everybody what these tyrannic bastards are doing to this country.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I need to do, because I'm sick to fucking death of it, Pap. I've been putting up for it for 2 years, mate. They've broken my heart. They've ruined loads of people's lives. There's more people who've died of suicide than fucking COVID. Do you know that?
Yeah, there's fucking Oh God, yeah. But do you know what? We're hearing less and less about suicides. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, you know what? Because it's easier to write COVID on the fucking death certificate. That's why.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Fucking what's his name? That copper I mentioned yesterday, or day before.
Or the one took his own life.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't turn around and say, "Oh, he was, he was found hanging from the ceiling, cause of death, COVID."
Yeah, no, do you know what? I'd have probably said exactly the same thing. Or Novid. That's the new one. That's the new variant that's going to come out next year.
Yeah.
Novid. Yeah. I've got another question for you. What do you think of all this XR lot?
Extinction Rebellion.
Yeah, please, God.
Well, my opinion.
That just said it all. That's the only reply I need. You just gave me my reply.
No, honestly, my opinion, and it may be wrong, but again, this is my opinion, is they are a bunch of, what is it, fucking millennial, fucking lefty,
God.
retarded snowflake, fucking,
same view as me, mate.
pansexual, fucking whatever they want to call themselves. That's what they are.
The more I speak to you, the more I like, and I can't wait to start doing some work with you in the new year, mate. It's going to be fun.
I'm sure we can sort something out, mate. Definitely
gonna have to sort something out. Yeah, definitely. Oh, and another thing, who made your logo in your bottom left hand corner? Because I want to get something similar, but not the same.
I did.
All right, cool.
So,
is that OBS?
Yeah. So if you need something, give me a shout.
Yeah, brother, of course we will. Right, listen, I'm gonna jump off because I'm sure you've got other people that want to come on, and I'm just chatting shit from stoned.
All right, man. But I need to eat another Ferrero Rocher.
Mate, you have my business climbing down the fucking table to get to your house, mate, because they're her favourite chocolates. Oh, not seen one.
Yeah, fucking love it. All right, my man.
All right, look after yourself, mate. Listen, if I'm live, say hello. Do you know what I mean? You're always welcome on my live.
Yeah, man. No worries. Take it easy.
Big love to everybody in the chat. Keep on supporting Pap. He's a good one.
Take it easy, my man.
See you later, mate.
Ta-da, mate. Right. Wait for it. Now I'm chewing. Somebody will phone. See? Told ya. Yep. Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Dan. Can you hear me?
I can. Who's this?
It's Law for Sheffield. I'm in the chat.
How are you, mate? You alright? All good?
Yeah, sorted. I'm on my 5th pint of homebrew at the moment. Got milk of amnesia.
Why not?
Nobby Noble's just made a comment in the chat about euthanisation.
I missed that.
So do you want to start with a joke before I get all morbid?
Yeah, go on then. Fuck it. Why not?
It might be a little bit jarring. I think you can joke about anything. I went into church last week and butt naked, and a nun had a stroke. The priest would have had one too, but he couldn't reach. Well, you've got broad shoulders, mate. I appreciate it because obviously I understand what you've gone through recently. But it was nice to see you on the live stream with the Reverend the other night, and the Reverend was sober for a change.
Oh, was you on there? Was you? I think I must have missed that.
Yeah, I was in the chat.
Oh, right.
I was in the chat, being puerile and stupid. Yeah. So, just big shout out to the chat. People that have been engaging with it. It's nice, especially Nobby, because I'm thinking about relating to you a story that happened to my own mother. Just over a year ago,
right?
With regard to the malaise, shall we call it? Now I live in Yorkshire. I've been exiled from Lancashire for the last 25 years.
Right.
And I got a rather disconcerting phone call from my brother, who lives local to my mum back in Lancashire, and he told me that she'd been taken into hospital.
Right.
I think it was in May, not last year, the year before. She couldn't get a hospital appointment. And that's what my brother said. Take it with a pinch of salt. I think my mother was so stoical that she didn't want to bother. She was getting increasingly more frail.
Right.
My brother put her to bed one night, and then 18 hours later he found her slumped by her bed, and she'd soiled and wet her knickers, and she couldn't get up.
Right.
So they took her into hospital, and they did the blood tests and everything, and they found out that she'd got cancer.
Right, okay.
Stage 4. There is no stage 5. It was so highly metastasised and spread that they couldn't even figure out where it had started.
Jesus.
So, obviously, being self-employed and everything, this is something that I've dealt with, so the guilt is still playing on my conscience. I didn't really spend as much time visiting my mother as I should do.
Yeah.
Even though my brother, my cousins and everybody lived locally, and they were looking after her. So I told my contract employers that I would go on, my mother's condition, she was basically dying. So I'd spent every weekend from Friday through to Sunday night at my mum's house.
Yes.
Looking after her and seeing what was going on. Now, she was taken to hospital and she was told that she'd have to stay in hospital, but she discharged herself, which you can do.
Right.
She insisted, because of the lockdown and nobody could visit, that she wanted to die at home. She didn't want any chemo or radiotherapy.
So I was just going to say, when she got taken in that time, was that for palliative care?
She was taken in for the initial investigation and the diagnosis, and once she got the diagnosis, she said, "I'm not dying alone in hospital.
Yeah.
I want to go home."
Okay.
So she obviously signed the discharge note, and she was sent home. And then my brother rang me up and told me what had happened. So I spent every single weekend from Friday through to Sunday night going over from Sheffield, where I live, back over to Lancashire, to spend time with her. And for the first month, her palliative care with regard to the social services, that's the visiting help, was, to say the least, adequate.
Yeah.
I mean, the nurses, I hesitate to say nurses because I don't think they're really qualified with any medical training. They'd come over and say, "Now, would you like a cup of tea?" And I'd say, "Excuse me, I'm here all weekend. I can ask my mum if she wants a brew.
Yeah.
Don't you think it might be a good idea to ask her if she wants to change her incontinence pads? Because it's not very nice that a 52-year-old son, she has to ask him to change her incontinence pads and ease her from the downstairs bed to the commode, which was in staggering distance away."
Yeah, yeah.
I can make her a brew, don't you think? I'll make myself. I'll go outside for a cigarette, and change of shitting, pissing knickers. Now it got worse because after the first month, my mum had actually had to pay for the palliative care. Now it was okay, it was adequate, to say the least, because these people, they've got to flit around here and there and get as many appointments in. So I can't really blame the carers because, they're on basically minimum wage plus travel expenses. Yeah. They're treated like shit. I said I could go outside, have a cigarette and a brew outside and change your knickers and what have you. And after a month, she had to pay for that. The palliative care wasn't free after that.
Right.
The next door neighbour, Sheila, was wonderful. She kept popping in and out. My cousins and my brother that lived locally were in looking after her regularly. But after about a month, I was late on a job one Friday night and I had to apologise to my brother. I said I'll be over on Saturday afternoon. And I turned up late and my brother was anxiously pacing up and down the driveway. And I said, "What's up?" And he said, "Mum doesn't recognise me. She doesn't know who I am. I've called for an ambulance." And I said, "How long ago was that?" He said, 2 hours ago.
Right.
And about half an hour later, the emergency ambulance attended. I presume it was a junior doctor and a consultant, because the junior doctor was doing the blood pressure tests and temperature tests and all that sort of stuff. And the senior doctor was whispering in his ear hole. And he said, "Your mum's..." At that point, she was only on palliative care. It was folic acid and paracetamol. That was the only pain relief she got. There's a risk of your mother lapsing into a coma. Her blood pressure is so low. We've got to get her into hospital and get her on an IV line. So they wheeled my mum out of the front door, and I give her a hug and a kiss, and I said, I'll see you next weekend, Ma. Which was a lie, because at the back of my brain I thought, this is the last time I'll ever see my mother alive, and it was true. So they took her into hospital, they put her on an IV line for rehydration and food, because she wasn't eating, she refused to eat. I was watching what she was eating, and she just basically, she couldn't get it down her. So they took her into hospital. I think it was, it's low for Sheffield. Lost Souls is just your money, your mouth. So it's Loafer.
Yes, so there's some people asking who you are in the comments.
Yeah, so they took her into hospital on that Sunday, and on Thursday she was compos mentis. She'd come around, she'd regained her faculties to a certain degree. Once again, realised she was in hospital. Said, "Don't want to die alone in hospital. I want to die at home. I insist that you, release me." So she basically signed the papers regarding, the discharge papers, and which she was sent home. But what they didn't realise is that I'd put a key safe at the back of the house with a combination code on, and that the carers and the doctors, the GP surgery and the hospital people were aware of this. So they took her home, they got the key out of the key safe at the back of the house, let her in at the side door and put her back in bed, and then buggered off. And then only when they were leaving, they did tell my brother, who works in Clitheroe, which is about a 45-minute drive from where my mum lived, that they'd actually taken her home. So my brother raced out of work, gave my mum a hug and a kiss, and said to my mum, "Where's your discharge notes, Mother?" She said, "I don't know, they should be on the kitchen table next to a commode, about 2 or 3 metres away from the bed downstairs that she was given." And my brother couldn't find him, and he found them stuffed through the letterbox, the front door letterbox, seemingly as a forgetful afterthought.
Right.
And also with that, the discharge notes were some other pieces of information that, due to the current malaise, we will not be performing an autopsy. Now, it doesn't matter whether you're squashed flat by the steamroller, they still have to perform an autopsy and declare a cause of death.
Yeah.
So they said, we won't be performing an autopsy. Oh, and by the way, here's another prescription for orally administered morphine.
Right.
With a dire warning that over-administration could cause death.
Yeah, you're not exactly what you've just said there. You're not the first person to tell me that. It's almost like that, it's almost like they're trying to give you a nudge. But, I don't mean to be horrible. Please don't take it that way. But from what people have told me with regards to the morphine and it can be dangerous if you take too much. It's almost like a nudge from the NHS to the person.
Well, we'll get onto that in a minute. I've been told that by a consultant doctor who's a customer and a friend of mine.
Right.
He told me about that. So where was I? So yeah,
my
brother found this. He said, due to the current malaise, we will not be performing an autopsy, but here's a drug that could kill your mother. Now, my brother, as soon as he got this information, he rang me up and he said, "What does that suggest to you, Loafer?" And I said, "It sounds to me," I nearly said his name then, "it sounds to me that if you allow my mother or you administer the morphine, there's no autopsy, and if you euthanize Mum, that they won't say anything about it." And now I know it happens because DNR notices are posted above beds, and my friend is a consultant emergency doctor at an A&E hospital somewhere in South Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And he says it happens all the time. When there's absolutely nothing else they can do and they're in so much pain that death is inevitable, that it's routine that they euthanize them. But I was absolutely mental about it. But the thing that pisses me off most of all is that obviously my mum was 83 at the time. She'd just passed her 84th birthday.
Right.
And I haven't seen her death certificate. Now, it's routine that the ultimate cause of death is not always the thing that actually sends you to your demise.
Yeah.
One of my favourite writers, now I'm going to probably trigger some of the people in the chat if they've ever heard about this bloke, Christopher Hitchens, is the brother of the older brother, now deceased, of the Mail on Sunday writer, Peter Hitchens, who I've read some of his books and I think they're absolutely fucking brilliant. Abolition of Liberty, The Abolition of Britain. I like Peter Hitchens and I like Christopher Hitchens, and these are two brothers that couldn't agree on anything. But the thing is, when Christopher Hitchens contracted esophageal cancer, there's only a 5% survival rate, even if it's diagnosed early.
Right.
It's such an aggressive and nasty cancer, it's so difficult to treat that very few people survive it. And then even if they do go through chemo and radiotherapy, they won't live very much longer thereafter. There's an absolutely great interview with, what's his name? Newsnight presenter, Jeremy, what? Come on, fill in the blanks, my memory, honestly.
It's not Paxman, is it?
Paxman, that's the man.
It is that one, yeah.
Much. Jeremy Paxman. He interviews Hitchens and he's bald as a coot. He's going through radiotherapy and chemotherapy, and he knows that his chances of survival are very, 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 very slim. Now, you've got stage 4 metastasized cancer, and you're 83-year-old. When I went onto Wikipedia and looked at Christopher Hitchens' cause of death about 3 or 4 months ago, it said hospital-acquired pneumonia. He died of pneumonia, not the chemotherapy, not the radiotherapy, not the cancer, and that was in 2008, I think he died.
Yeah. Let me just...
And I recently rechecked his Wikipedia, call me conspiracy theorist, but it said he died of cancer. It's been changed.
Right. Let me just...
So it's not what actually kills you at the end of the day. It starts your demise. It's what ultimately was recorded as death, and this skews the figures. I just don't know who to trust.
Well, one of the issues is when somebody's put on a ventilator can actually cause pneumonia. Okay, and it's to do with the germs. It's to do with the pipe going down into... I can't remember the ins and outs of it exactly, but I do know for a fact that being put on a ventilator can cause pneumonia. Okay, not the type of pneumonia you'd get out if you go out in a fucking freezing cold, but it's like a bacterial pneumonia or something. I can't remember the exact words, and it's to do with being put on a ventilator. So a lot of people that are put on ventilator at end of life actually could die from being from pneumonia, which has nothing to do with the reason that they're in hospital in the first place.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I just can't understand why it's that the ultimate cause of death is recorded rather than the initial cause of death of someone's demise. Like I said, the Wikipedia entry said that Christopher Hitchens died, I think it was on the 15th of December 2008.
Right.
The hospital-acquired pneumonia. Now, recently it's been changed. It said he died of cancer.
Right.
So even the change, I just don't know who to trust. I've lost faith in every public institution. And by the way, it was great to see you on the Reverend's stream the other night with Sargon.
It was good fun. I've been trying to get to speak to Sargon for ages, but I've not been able to.
He's a very busy man. Very busy man. I think people are waking up slowly but surely. I mean, there's this derogative term called sheeple and normies. Yeah. And anybody that's got any inquiring or sceptical mind will always try to find their information from different sources. Now, I've been called on... I have a YouTube channel. There's only one fucking video up called Plasterers Fuck Up Again. I made some other comments regarding things, and I got dogpiled on by ethno-Nazis, basically neo-Nazis, feminists, everybody was having a go at me. I deleted all of my channel content apart from one, and even I've disabled the comments on that as well.
Right.
It's just... I just don't know who to trust anymore. I was losing faith in every public institution. It just seems that everything has turned to shit.
I wish I had an answer to that. You know, everybody is telling, or everybody in a position of, and I say authority, but I think you know what I mean. But anybody that's in one of these positions is complicit in some deception. There's not a single person out there that's being completely honest with us. And
so everybody's got skeletons in their closet that they might not want to come out, and everybody's got a buying price at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, when I say this, I mean, I'm talking about, like the news organisations or the scientists at Sage or whatever it might be, the doctors, the consultants. Everybody's got a reason for some reason to not be completely honest with us. And lots and lots more people are realising that, and are waking up to that fact that they're having things hidden from them, and then they start questioning, why are they hiding that from me? But as I've said earlier tonight, people are waking up, but they're not waking up fast enough, and I think we're going to be in a situation where it's too late for us to do anything about it, because people aren't waking up quick enough. That's a horrible fucking idea. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be in that situation where, we become China or North Korea.
Oh yeah, but it's a situation where you say, "I told you so," and then it's too late.
Yeah. And I go, what can we do about it now? Well, there's nothing you can do about it now. You should have been involved at the beginning. You know what I mean? So. It's horrible. I'm genuinely gutted for you about what you've had to go through there. I mean, I
could have actually mentioned some other things that I've actually gone through, apart from the fact I signed a piece of paper about 20 years ago, and there's certain things I can't tell you about.
Right.
Because it was, anyway. Well, I've not always been a plumber and tiler, bathroom fitter. Let's just say that there's certain things that I've seen and been witness to that have scarred me. I could have mentioned the fact that I've actually suffered from a malaise called non-epileptic attack disorder, and I was actually on very, very serious medication for 2 years.
Yeah.
I could have mentioned the fact that there's 2 of my customers now that I can't work for and I don't want to work for, because one of them is presently incarcerated and the other one absconded whilst he was on bail, presumably back to Pakistan. Rotherham.
Right.
I've been through the fucking mill. And anyway, to end on a nice note, jokes, I think nothing is out of order when it comes to making jokes. That stroke joke, you got broad shoulders. As long as you can take a joke, I think it's important, because it's something which releases stress.
Yeah.
Apart from the cigars and the homebrew, of course, which I'm on.
Well, put it this way. This isn't everyone's favourite comedian, but Jimmy Carr and the Scot, I can't remember his name, the Scottish guy with a beard.
Connolly.
No, not that one. The other one.
Oh, the guy that went woke, Frankie
Boyle. That's it. That is my sense. That's my sense of humour.
Yeah, I tell you what. There's one great comedian who was a social critic and philosopher, really, who I've only just become aware of since I've been down in my man cave home brewery and Central Lockup for the last 8 years on YouTube. I don't watch television anymore.
Yeah.
There's a guy called George Carlin. Have you heard of him?
I've heard of him.
American comedian.
I've heard of him.
He's absolutely phenomenal. Now, if people want a little bit of comedic light relief, there's 2 skits that he's got on YouTube. One of them is called Fear of Germs. How appropriate.
Right.
And the other one is called, I can't remember what it's called. It's called They Own You, the government. Who controls the government?
Right.
And it's absolutely brilliant. It basically says that politicians are bought and sold for, and basically they do whatever the donors say. George Carlin, Fear of Germs, and the government. I've learnt these skits like people read Bible passages, or learn the Quran. Oh, and by the way, on the subject of the Quran, the guy I was talking about earlier, I mentioned, who is a consultant in an A&E hospital in South Yorkshire, is a Muslim, and I've had some very frank and open discussions with him with regards to Rotherham.
Yeah.
And also, I did a kitchen refit for him about 12 years ago, and he showed me some pictures. He said, "No, Walter, I know you've got a strong constitution. I'm going to show you some pictures now." And it showed me a picture of a guy, a bald bloke, resplendent in flowing red garb, surrounded by body parts. And I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "I know what that all's about, Abdul. It's a common enough name." I said, "No, that's all about Abdul." I said, it's the Rohingya in Burma.
Right.
Yeah, and then we've got the issues with the Chinese Communist Party suppressing all religions, but especially the Muslim minority who have been held in concentration camps at the moment, allegedly. But we've got John Cena apologising in perfect Chinese for offending the sensitivities of the Chinese Communist Party. Nothing makes sense, mate, anymore. Nothing makes sense anymore. It's all turned to shit. I don't trust fucking royal family. Andrew doesn't sweat. I don't trust the government, both houses, the Lords and the fucking Commons.
Yeah.
I don't trust the educational institutions. But as long as you can make fun of it and have a little giggle while you're fucking alive, because life is fleeting,
yes,
then you can bear with the pain a little bit more. Now, if there's any book recommendations I'd like to give out to the chat, I'd recommend Douglas Murray's Strange Death of Europe, Ian Hersey Ali's Prey. I've got it up here. The wife won't let me keep books in the house because they clash with colour scheme and they gather dust. I've got them in all my lockup. Immigration, Islam and the Erosion of Women's Rights by Ian Hersey Ali. And if you want a laugh, Woke, A Guide to Social Justice by Titania McGrath, otherwise known as Andrew Doyle. It's this strict left-right dichotomy. It's not helpful.
Right.
Totalitarianism. The left and the right is irrelevant. It's fucking, it's creeping totalitarianism.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm back on. I'm going to crack open another beer and light another fag.
No worries,
I live
Lofa.
to a fucking 150 years old, mate. I don't think I could ever figure it all out. But it's sure interesting trying to figure it out. Read books. Somebody else mentioned in the chat. I spend a lot of time reading books.
Yeah.
Read.
I should have spent the last 9 months, reading more, and I haven't. My concentration is terrible at the moment, and trying to read anything is fuck. It's like a child with 20 toys around him, not knowing which one to play with. You know what I mean? Picks one up, puts it down, picks another one up. That's what I'm like when it comes to concentration on anything at the moment. It's a nightmare, and this is why I
find it difficult to read. I'm getting old and getting tired. I fall asleep in bed with a book.
This is why I like doing the live streams, because I'm chatting to people and it's different conversations, it's different people, different topics, and I don't have to worry about concentrating too much on one thing, because the conversation evolves, and that does keep me sort of more interested in what's happening. So it's
been nice chatting to you.
Yeah, Andrew. No, that's fine. I was just going to say the same myself. I was going to say, look, I appreciate you calling in.
I'm just concerned that they've got his 20-minute cut-off point.
Well, ish. Like I say, some people I talk to longer if I think they've, if I feel that somebody needs somebody to talk to, maybe because they've got nobody to talk to, then I'll talk to them for as long as they need to.
By the way, I sent you a super chat and you didn't acknowledge it, you bastard.
Did you? Oh, apologies.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can't even remember what I said now.
Apologies. I'll never be able to find it on here now. But
apologise. I'm just a pisser.
I don't recall that popping up, so I am sorry. But thank you. Appreciated.
You're welcome. All right, you're welcome. You're doing a good job, and I appreciate it.
All right, my friend. Will you look after yourself?
I'm trying my very best.
If you're in your man cave, is it indoors or outdoors?
It's a detached garage that I live in here. Basically, I'll go to the house to defecate and sleep.
Right.
The wife watches Coronation Street, Emmerdale, Home and Away, Neighbours. I'm a celebrity. I get me out of here. She gets all her information from mainstream media,
right,
the BBC and fucking Facebook. Oh Christ! But she's waking up. I tell you what, she's waking up. She's actually started watching a little bit of Russell Brand.
Right. Yeah, he's pretty good,
and
Russell Brand.
He's pretty tuned in. He's pretty tuned in as well.
Yeah.
Like I said, this strict left-right dichotomy it's not useful. Somebody else mentioned in the chat they did the political compass test and they're a centrist, a radical centrist. And I did my political compass test and I couldn't believe it. I'm a straight down the middle centrist.
Yeah.
Not left, not right, but about a third away down the libertarian axis. I think that's a comfortable place to be.
Right.
But most people just shut up, do as they're told, don't ask questions, and there's another thing as well. Right, we'll make this quick because somebody else is probably trying to get in. There's a documentary called Sicko. It was made by Michael Moore, and he interviewed Tony Benn, and I've got my issues with Tony Benn. But he said we sold North Sea oil off too cheap. And he said that there's 2 or 3 ways in which people are manipulated. First, you make them poor, and then you demoralise them.
Yeah.
And you don't ask them. Don't get them asking questions. Do as they're told. Toe the line, and don't make waves. And perhaps that's the best way through to get through life. Now, I've never ever done that. I'm self-employed. If I work for an organisation and I have to take orders all the fucking time, I'd fucking get sacked within about 2 weeks. The mind's like a parachute. It doesn't work unless it's open. Frank Zappa. Right, now.
Absolutely.
I'm going to work tomorrow, not in Rotherham. Have a nice evening, chap.
You too.
Wonderful speaking to you. And the chat as well, it's Loafer. I thought I were blocked. I thought I might have said something edgy and one of your mods might have blocked me. It's Loafer, so I'll hand it back over to the next caller. It's been wonderful chatting.
No worries.
But don't stop asking questions and don't stop reading.
No, I'm always asking questions. I wish I should read more, as I say, but you know, maybe as time goes on and I'll get my concentration back, I'll get back to it.
Yeah.
So,
cheers, pal.
All right, my friends, you take care.
Chatting. Catch you later, buddy.
Bye now. Bye bye.
Cheers, man. Bye.
Lynn, I've said before, let me take this off in case somebody rings, let me just, because it puts me off what I'm saying. I said this before, I said this quite often, that my time is the most valuable thing to me, because once it's gone, it's gone. You can't exchange it for something else. You have time, you spend it on something, you never get it back. I myself, I try and take time out of my life to give to other people where I can. Hence why I do these live streams. Hence, a 30-minute chat to somebody or whatever it might be. It's time that I'm never going to get back, but it's time that could make a massive difference to somebody else. And I've seen and I've been told by people on this channel that me giving them that time has ultimately given them extra time, because they may not, they may have been in a bad place, they may be thinking about their time being up. So I've given my time to people, and it's then gone on to give them more time, because they haven't killed themselves, to be blunt. And I don't know why I'm like that, but I just am. Right, I've got a call. I'm going to wrap this up shortly because it's getting late and I am getting tired. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. All right, Dan.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
It's Brian from the chat.
I thought I guessed it was. I recognise your voice. How you doing?
Well, I ate too good today. I think it might be down to eating some milk, which was 3 days. I only had a bit. It was 3 days out of date. Plus, I had some hot and spicy wings before I went down with mates for a get together, and 4 bottles of flavoured cider. So it's knocked me about.
Dear.
I've got some kind of a stomach bug, I think.
A bit dodgy today, a bit delicate.
Yeah. I've got to go. I got to go, but I'm going for a CT scan Tuesday.
You have?
The pain in my side and me groin.
Right.
I went down. When was it? About 4 or 5 days ago to Birmingham Sandwell Hospital, and they had to put a camera down me to see inside, make sure it was all right.
Yeah.
But I sent the results to my doctor, but according to the notes, it just got what they did on, but I feel a bit better, in my groin and at the side than I did before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm glad
How
you're
you
feeling,
doing?
but not so bad, mate. Not so bad. I had a late one last. Well, I say a late one last night. I was up all night. 9 o'clock, 9:20. I got into bed this morning. The cat woke me up just about 11:30. I was not impressed, so I got up for a couple of hours, had a couple of coffees, and then got back into bed. And I didn't wake up till 5:30 this evening.
I've got two cats. One named Smudge, the same as yours, black and white, and a black one called Blackie.
Yeah, Smudge, same name as this one. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fucked off. He's gone to get some worms. He's got a habit of bringing worms in. I don't mind him bringing in mice or birds or anything like that. I don't care. Right? I've dealt with that all my life with living at home with my parents. But worms, I fucking hate worms. Absolutely.
I was scared of worms, and then I just picked one up quick and chucked it. I'll have it on my hand, but if I had to, I don't think I could pick one up now.
No,
if I picked one up and chucked it, I was okay.
For me, I mean, I haven't got fear as such, but it's not a what's the word? A phobia. But if I pick a worm up and it curls around my finger, I hate it. I mean, I've had a snake. Right? I had a corn snake. It was a 5 foot. Oh, I can hear something then.
It's all right. I just paused the chat to
no worries. I had a 5 foot corn snake. I could hold it like that, no problem. But as soon as it started wrapping around, for me, that's it for me. But it's the same with a worm.
The only thing I'm frightened of, I think, is probably spiders. I don't mind little teeny ones, but spiders, house spiders, I can't stand them. I suffer from arachnophobia, and cockroaches. Of course, I've seen a cockroach once, and give me the creeps.
Yeah, I'm alright with things like that. I'm genuinely okay with things. As I say, it's just anything that can curl round your fucking an appendage, your finger, your arm, whatever. That it just makes me knocks me sick. I can't do it.
My other cat, Tig, passed away. That was terrible. That was because it passed away, I just died in front of me, but, and it took ages. I took her to the vets, and the vets was shut and coming back.
Yeah.
Gone. And then I put her on the, in a basket, it was got the blanket underneath, and the mouth open, and the air come out when it was already gone. That was the worst experience I've had to go through. I mean, it was bad. Still is losing my brother the first week of this month. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I think my sister says we're going to see him next week, but we still I got a date for the funeral yet.
Right. Okay. How long has it been?
It was on the just turned the 6th of just after midnight on the first week in it was the 6th of January when he passed away.
Right.
Sorry, the 6th of December.
I was going to say we haven't quite got to January. Yeah, that's a long time still. Not being able to put it to rest and move on is got to be difficult.
Yeah. It's all right. I have been out of bed a lot today because I got a bit of a sweat on, and stomach bug. So I with it all the time today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you want to lay off. You need to lay off that fucking dodgy milk, then, don't you? Somebody's put in the comments.
Yeah.
Somebody put in the comments.
It was fresh milk. That's what did it. I bought fresh milk instead of what's it called? Is it pasteurised or sterilised? What lasts longer?
Pasteurised.
Yeah. I bought too much, and I don't realise how much was in it till because my brother used to bring the shopping in his car,
yeah.
And when I bought it, I bought 4-pint bottles,
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well, and I hope you feel better soon. I'm glad it's I'm glad it's food poisoning and nothing else. As in,
I think it's food poisoning. It's either that or a stomach bug. But yeah, I'm glad that's over though in the hospital. I've only got to have the CT scan. When they shoved the camera down, he died off hurt.
Yeah.
I was just glad when it was over.
Sorry, just one just 1 second, Lynn. I know, Lynn. I just need to respond to this comment. I know. It's really difficult for me when I'm talking to someone on the phone to respond to respond to comments, because I have to do what I've just done and cut somebody off to speak to respond. So I do apologise. It's probably better if you've got anything you need to say to me. It's probably better to do it through email rather than in the chat, because in the chat it disappears quickly, and I can only scroll back so far. So sometimes I can't go back and look at them. Do you know what I mean? Without going through the whole stream again. So sometimes it's better to email me if you can. So my apologies for seeming like I probably ignored you a bit. I do apologise for that. But yeah. So right, go on. Sorry about that. Carry on.
Yeah, as I say, I have been out to bed a lot today, because I haven't been feeling too good. But hopefully it should be okay tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I felt awful all day, to the point where even if I moved, it felt like my brain was detached from my brain stem. Yeah. So if I moved my head like that, it felt like my brain would move afterwards and then wobble a little bit. It was horrible. I've not felt like that for a long time. But it's self-inflicted from drinking last night.
As like with some of the callers says, I don't think. When I went in the hospital, I have a mask on. I got my exempt on in case they asked.
Yeah.
But nobody asked. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. I go everywhere. I've got a jacket I wear. I've got my body cam in the pocket. It's always charged. I've got my body cam in the pocket. Yeah. I've got my phone on me. I've got my exemption card with me. Everywhere I go, I have never once in nearly 3 years or whatever it is, I've never once been asked for. Once I've been told that I won't be seen by a doctor because I'm not wearing a mask. But he never asked. Yeah. He never said to me about, do you have an exemption card? I mean, he should know anyway. He's a bloody doctor. But that's the only time in this entire. Since this entire thing started, it's the only time I've been asked about a mask, and I've been waiting because I want to get some content for the channel.
Yeah. When I went down the rock pub in Dudley, the Foundry, Christmas Eve, nobody had a mask on at all,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was out. I went down with my friends yesterday, for a get together. But there was a disco on down the Foundry, and probably some chaps are now down there for a chat. But I was willing to pay £8 for a disco where you can go in every night, a Saturday night for free,
right?
And you've got to pay £8 to get in just because it's New Year's Eve.
Madness, isn't it?
It's just crazy. But, yeah. I was going to say something else. I can't remember what it was now. But I hope this year's better than the last one, you know what I mean? But,
well, it's as long as I don't have a stroke this year, then it's going to be better than last year. I want to get back to doing what I was doing before the stroke. I'm using these live streams as a way to try and train myself to work through the tiredness and stuff like that, and because it's an ever evolving conversation on these live streams.
Yeah, just to keep your mind busy.
Yeah. But what I've written scripts out. I've got a couple on the computer desktop at the moment. I've written the scripts out. I've sat in front of my camera and even reading the script that I write, which is mainly notes more than anything else. And even reading that, and sometimes I can get stuck on the word. And then I get annoyed with myself, and I'm on camera, and you can clearly see me getting pissed off with myself. So then I have to try and fucking edit it all out and all the rest of it. So rather than do that at the moment, and putting out the reports like I was, as I say, I'm trying to do these live streams to try and train myself again, to get back into a better position to be able to do that. I've had a lot of people saying that they love the reports, and I enjoy doing them. Genuinely, I enjoy doing them. They take a lot of my time, but you know what? That's time that I would be doing fuck all else anyway. So it gives me something to do, something I enjoy doing. So hopefully this year I'll be back at some point to a normal, on a normal keel, and we'll be able to take it forward from there. But again, even if I did nothing else but these live streams, even if that's all I'd done, and changed the channel to, and it wasn't really to do with the police, it was just to do with anything, I would still be happy because of the community that we've got on the channel, like yourself and everybody else in the chat there. As I say, to me, it's about the community more than anything else, and I fucking love it. I love doing it.
Yeah, it's tonight while I've been in bed, it's given me something to listen to, and find it interesting rather than stay awake because I wasn't good to sleep because I've been to sleep earlier on, like. Yeah. What I was going to say, I remembered now. On me letter from the hospital, the text, the hospital gave me for my CT scan. Yeah. It says, because they told me to drink plenty of fluids. Last time when I had the camera down, it says to drink plenty of fluids. But on the CT scan, for the CT scan, it's got the date like Tuesday, and it says to drink plenty of little fluids. Now, I don't know if that means, like, to have a drink here and there, like, throughout the day, or just, or just fill myself up with water.
If it's to do with before you go, it's to fill yourself up with liquid. That's what it's for. So I'd say to you before you go, have maybe a couple of pints of water or something, not long before you go.
Is that how it shows up better on on the camera, on the scan, like, or?
I think part of it is it expands your insides a little bit because you're drinking, so it goes into your bladder and it expands out a little bit. And I think when they do scans and stuff specifically, everything's not squished together, so to speak. So it's easy for them to see what's going on inside. There's other reasons. I'm not medically trained, so I'm not going to go into them all because I don't want to. But there are some other reasons, but generally it's to, first of all, it helps lubricate a bit for the thing to go down your throat, if you're having one of them. But it's not about, when they say drink lots of water or whatever, it's not about, drinking throughout the day. It's about having water in you when you go.
Yeah, I'll probably, what I'll do then, I'll take a couple of small bottles in the taxi with me as well, so I can drink on the way there, like. Mm-hmm. But it's early in the morning when I gotta get there early in the morning. 10:00. So it's best to get up a bit early to drink the water.
About 8:00 or whatever. And just maybe have your coffee to wake yourself up or whatever it is you have in the morning. Then have a few pints of water before you leave.
Yeah, I think it could have been a blood vessel because, like, the pain on my side and that, and my groin's eased off a lot. Like, I can hardly feel it. Well, I can't feel it at the moment. I felt it a bit the other day, like, and last night a little bit. But I think it's easing off, and everything seems to be okay at the moment. And I'm hoping, it was nothing serious.
Cool. Well,
you never know.
Obviously, me and I'll probably speak for everyone in the comments as well. Hope that there's nothing serious, and I hope you get over, your current illness.
Yeah.
Well, I say illness, but your current sickness, shall we call it? Just hope you get over that quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
What I meant to ask you is,
Go on.
is a documentary, a Tommy Robinson documentary on the rape of Britain on Getter, and it's put up on Getter on the 29th because YouTube wouldn't allow it, about Rotherham and Telford. What do you think of that? Do you think I think it's good to get the word out there, but do you think it's going to cause a lot of trouble?
Excuse me, I've just eaten a sweet. I've not seen it. I didn't know it was out yet.
It's on the 29th of this month.
Oh, it's coming out on the 29th of this month.
On a site called Getter.
Yeah, I of course it will cause some issues. Of course it will.
Yeah.
I don't think necessarily that, okay, I might be wrong, but I don't necessarily think the plan was to create something that's going to cause issues. But when you are exposing something like that, it is inevitably going to upset people, or
especially with it being Tommy Robinson, you know what I mean?
You'll get you emotional about something, which then makes you go and do something about it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But again, without seeing it, I don't know how well it's been done. I don't know anything about it at the moment. It could be done in a very, very respectful way. I doubt it. I've got to be honest. But it could be done in a totally respectful way that will minimise the amount of people that get upset.
Watch it when it comes on, because it could be took off straight away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Tommy Robinson has. I think the guy's okay, but he does put his foot in things, opens his mouth at the wrong time sometimes, and gets himself into trouble,
Well, this is a theme with a lot of YouTubers as well, because people get angry quickly. It's the emotion. Okay, I was talking about this about Live Free. I don't know if you know Live Free's channel. He got arrested a while back for something that he said to somebody.
I've heard of him.
Well, I said after that
on your channel, like, and that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, after that, I said, look, I don't agree with what he said, and he said what he said. Absolutely can't deny it, and so he's got to pay the price for that. But I understand that when somebody does something that pisses you off or gets you emotionally charged, you can say and do things that you wouldn't normally do. So
yeah. And then that causes the media to make things up about you, and
but it's about emotion. It's about being able to control your emotion. And Tommy Robinson, he has a habit of not being able to control his emotion. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Don't get me. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Okay, but it can be.
Just that work in his favour.
Yeah. You've got to think, especially when you're in the light, in public eye, so to speak. You've got to be able to hold back and think rationally about what you're going to do before you do it. Otherwise, you end up in situations where you keep getting arrested and end up with a bad name for yourself. But I can't blame people for being highly charged emotionally when something upsets them. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I mean it's through opening his mouth and without thinking, he's flooded him in prison and that. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
And I mean, he's got some courage in that, but it's best to think about what you've said before you do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, again, I say things now and again that I shouldn't say, and I might be getting I might be emotional about something. I don't mean like sitting there bubbling my eyes out, but something might have an emotional pull on me that I will say something, it will just come out. It will just come out. If I do, I'll apologise for it if it's the wrong thing to say. If not, I'll stand by it. But I don't go round. I don't threaten somebody. I don't go looking. I used to, but I don't go out and getting into fights with somebody If somebody came to me, I would do what I can to talk them down. You know, but if I would only resort to that if I had to. Now, somebody's just said in the comments, somebody molested my daughter, I would be very emotional. And do you know what? And I get that, totally get that. But the way that, you know, somebody, if your daughter or son, or if your child comes to you and says somebody's, you know, touched my arse, okay, of course you're going to lose it, all right? But you have to think about what's happening afterwards, right? You've got a very short space of time to react. If you leave it longer than that time to react, it doesn't become a reaction anymore. It becomes a thought about process, okay? And that's where you get into shit. I believe what had happened is the you know, with Tommy Robinson at Centre Parks, is his daughter said that somebody walked past her and brushed her backside with his hand. Now, yeah, he went looking for him and he ended up punching him, okay? But it was after that's where the rest of the issue came from, okay? The fact that he argued with the police. He had the police turn up. The police were there straight away. They know who he is. They don't want to help him. And he knows that. Tommy Robinson knows that. So he should be a bit more savvy when dealing with the police.
And you know, you should know, but, you know, the media, they're going to make her feel bad, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, and you're playing into their hands in some respects, and that's where you've got to think twice about how you're going to react. Yes, you're going to react to something in the moment, but once that moment's passed, once I don't know, 5-10 minutes has gone by, you're not in that reaction stage anymore. Now it becomes a thought about process which gets you into shit because you've planned to do something, you know. But when the police turn up, he needs to you know, especially with Tommy Robinson, and I understand why he does it. Again, I'm not knocking him for being the way that he is, but for somebody with such a high profile, he needs to try and not react in the way that he does. You know, in my opinion, again, my opinion only. I know some people disagree with me in the comments, and that's absolutely fine. But yeah, I just think that he'd do himself more favours if he didn't react as much as he does.
Yeah, with me, like if I say something and upset, you know, one of my friends or someone by accident, you know, or I think a lot of the time, like there's been times when I think I've upset somebody, like one of my friends, and I haven't upset them, and it's just in my mind that I've upset them, and then I tend to play on it for about, you know, a week, like, you know.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking about it, you know, and then at the end of the week, like, I find out that they don't even remember, you know what I mean, or I even, you know, where I really upset, you know, like when it's been a few years with the VHS, and my mate, he did me sell me some Star Wars videos, and there was a scratch on one of the discs, and it wouldn't play right, you know, it jumped, and I just told him, like, you know, brother, we're happy with it because he jumped, I don't want to upset him, and he gave me the money back, you know, it was only like a 10 or 15 quid, and for about a week and a half I was worrying about it, and, you know, it didn't even bother him, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's fucked. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap this one up now. I've got a few things to respond to in the comments, and then I'm going to have to call it a night. It's just 1:05. But as always, pleasure to speak with you. I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to speak with you as well, and give everybody in my comments my regards, and I hope, you know, they have a good year in front of them.
And you, my friend, Happy New Year.
And you, Happy New Year, and Happy New Year for everybody else.
Take it easy, my friend.
A bit, Dan.
Bye now. Bye.
Bye.
Right. Let's go there. Do that. And that, no, wrong one, do that. And that, what's going on here? There it is. Boom. Come on, boom, there it is. Okay, I just want to respond to a few comments here. So, Lynn, I've got to be honest. You said about answering, responding to you there. I can only go back so far, so I'm missing some of your comments. I've got you ain't got a clue who you are, but they ain't been in that position. And then please answer. I'm sorry, I've missed some of your comments, so I'm not sure what you're saying. What else was there? There was something else here I saw a second ago. Where the fuck is it? I would not be rational with my daughter, though. No, and again, Carmen, I get that. As I say, I totally understand that you would lose your shit if your kid came to you and said, "I've just been touched." You would lose your shit. But that's a reaction that, you know, the law takes into account a response, okay, to an action, which he done. He went looking for the person, okay. But once he's made, you know, once he hit that bloke, from what I can gather, he punched the bloke. That may be proportionate, but anything over that then becomes unproportionate, if you see what I mean. But it's difficult because the police take forever to turn up and you don't want the person to get away. So what do? You have to do what you feel is right. But I'm not just talking about that one situation. I'm talking about many situations that I've seen with Tommy Robinson, where he'll get into it with somebody, knowing that it will get to a point where he's going to have to jump out of his car and you know, end up going hands on with people, and that is what I think he needs to work on, in my opinion. The cat wasn't licking its arse, Mudslinger, it was biting his nails. He's got a clean arse. Cat's licking its balls. No, honestly, it was biting his nails. Yeah, as I say, I'm not knocking what you're saying, and I agree with you, Carmen. I do agree with you in that respect. But when it comes to the law, and being somebody with such a high profile as well, you've got to consider that, unfortunately, because that's the world we live in. And so you have to try and step out of that situation. You know, briefly, you got to train yourself to step out of that situation and go, right, what's my options here, and deal with it in a way that's not going to get you in the shit. And although getting in shit is great publicity, don't get me wrong, but it, you know, tends to turn more people against you than back you, unfortunately. Was that you? Right, was that you calling, Lynn? If it was, try again. And I'll take your call quickly before I wrap this up. We'll take this one and we'll have to call it a day after this. Hello.
Hello.
Hello there. How are you?
I am fine.
Good.
No, I'm not. I'm fucked. You've read my fucking message, haven't you?
The what? Sorry.
You've had my messages.
I've seen some of your messages. It's difficult to keep up, and it's difficult to keep up while I'm talking to somebody and reading the messages as well. I'm a bit retarded in that respect, so my apologies.
Fuck off, fuck you retarded. No, you're not bad. You're not bad, yes, retarded, no. Fuck off. Sorry, but fuck off. Yeah. You need to read back from message, Dan.
The what? Sorry.
You need to read back from my messages.
I'll have to go. Yeah, I will. I'll have to go through the live stream. Mind you, I can skip forward.
You really, really do.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because I am here on your channel, yeah, and I am making myself look a cunt. I am. Because I am trying to get to you what you need to know.
Okay.
I throw my life on that one. From the bottom of my heart to the top of my fucking head.
Oh.
I know.
Well, I will go through and check those out. Hi, GB Auditor. Thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. Yeah, no, I will, Lynn. I'll go through tomorrow at some point and see what's what.
Please do. Please do. Honestly. All I can ask from me down. I'm going to tell I'm phoning and talking to you for. Yeah, please back off and go back to my messages. Yeah. You think it's
I will do.
It's far from it.
I will. I'll go back.
From it.
I'll go back. Just to change the subject, Lynn. How was your New Year?
Shite.
Oh, okay. Let's fucking sink that one for.
Just like you wanted the fucking it was shite.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Not as we knew it was as it was for a time ago, is it?
Yeah.
Where's it all gone?
I don't know.
Where the fuck has it all gone?
We're being conditioned to interact with people electronically these days, and as shit as it is, it's the only way that It's the only way that I was able to enjoy myself last night was through technology. But I managed it. I don't want to do it every day. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be a person that lives in a fucking virtual world talking to people with fucking avatars and shit.
Yeah, man. Why are we doing virtual? What the fuck is wrong with reality?
Yeah, I'd rather look in somebody's eyes than fucking,
100%. 100%.
Mental.
This is why I came with you, Dan.
Sorry?
I know that your heart isn't the same as a minority. Do you know what I mean? It's a minority of reality, not fucking virtuality.
I don't do I do virtual because I do this online, but
well, of course we do. But your life's not fucking around fucking virtual, is it? No. No, and you get outside your fucking door and see reality. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right then, so we're fucked.
We are.
We are, mate. We are. It's horrible, isn't it? It's sad that it's horrible. It's fucking disgusting.
Of course it is, and forcing children
but we made it that way.
Forcing children not to be able to have.
Yeah, we made it that way.
Not to make proper relationships.
Yeah, but we made it that way, Dan. We bought our kids fucking laptops. We bought our kids fucking computers. We did that.
Yeah.
We did that. Yes, we fucking did.
We did, but this
horrible.
Do you know what? This is what I say. I say if you make a mistake and you own it, and then you try and fix it, which is why I always say when I do or say something wrong, I'll own that mistake. I'll rectify myself. When it comes to kids, right? We've spent so much time giving kids everything they want in respect of mobile phones and laptops and computers, because we thought at the time that was the thing to do. Yes. But as soon as you realise it was the wrong thing to do, you need to start re-educating your kids and teaching them that it's fucking wrong.
Because you try re-educating my kids from what you just said then, yeah?
Well, we might not be able.
No
No,
chance,
we might
mate.
not be able to re-educate the kids that are now, getting older. But the next generation of kids, we as grandparents. Well, I'm not.
Again,
I'm not
that's
yet. But as grandparents,
right.
well, I get that.
My granddaughter that is now my grandson.
Right.
Yeah. When I went to her home, I went, where's my granddaughter? She stood in front of a fucking screen doing Minecraft.
Right.
What the fucking Minecraft?
Oh, I hate that thing. Genuinely, I hate that.
Exactly. That is what I seen my then granddaughter, now is my grandson, fucking watching. Truthfully, it fucked me head.
So just
I know.
1 second, Lynn. So I just want to respond to somebody in the comments there.
Yeah.
Steve J. Walford, you asked if Crime Bodge and I have had a falling out. We did at one point. I still don't know why, but we did at one point. I've got nothing against the guy. He was putting out some fantastic content. I think that he fell out with me because I was friends with people that he didn't like on YouTube. I think that's what it was. If I'm wrong, Crime Bodge, and you see this, and you can let me know for sure. But I think it was because I associated to certain people that Crime Bodge didn't like or agree with, and I think that's why we had a bit of a falling out. But that's it. Yeah.
Will kill you.
Sorry, Lynn. Go on.
Jealousy will kill you. You know that, don't you?
The what? Sorry.
Jealousy will kill people.
Jealousy.
Of course it will. Jealousy, yeah. He was jealous that you put out there, yeah. And he's not actually gone back into his live stream or whatever he's done, yeah, to see the actual real you.
Right, well, a lot of people don't get... This is why I like doing the live stream, because you get to see me for me.
Real you.
I'm not editing things out. I'm not hiding things from you. And it's raw and it's live, and that's the best way to be.
There's always some cunt that will bring it back to you because they're jealous of who you are.
Yeah.
Why? Really, bottom me out, top of me head, fucking why? If you think I got something that you like, come at me and I'll do the same fucking thing back. Innit?
Yeah.
Of course it is. You bring it back at me and I will give it back to you what people like at me. You can put it out there and people like you flourish.
Well,
I can't stand jealous motherfucking cunts. I can't handle them. I really, really can't. Yeah. I have never in my life that I can honestly to it, but me out to think of that I've been jealous about from anybody in my life. Never. If you've got what you've got, fucking good luck to you. Get on there, pat on back.
Yeah.
Yeah? I hate people.
We make do. We make the best of what we've got, and
of course we do.
And
yes.
if somebody's a bit more luckier than us, or works a bit more harder than us, or whatever it might be, then then fine. So what? We're all people. We all get fucking put in the ground, the same way.
Of course we do. Right. Let me bring you to the ground bit. Yeah,
go on.
Because the cemeteries in my place where we are in Belial, the beautiful island.
Right.
It's a shithole, but it's not. It's a beautiful island, Belial. Yeah. Right. We've got 3 cemeteries.
Right.
Yeah. There is obviously your old cemetery, then your new cemetery.
Right.
The fucking old cemetery? There is a part in it as you walk through the gates, and it says, basically, this is the first ever cemetery in the world. I'm going the world that actually took part monetary to have their beloveds buried. Them bastards.
So that was
them people to have a fucking nice headstone.
So it's the first place that charged people.
Yes. No. The first church that actually had people go to them to want to pay towards it.
Right, got you. Understood.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All my life, it's down there, and it's the first people that ever went to the church to pay for their loved ones to be buried.
Yeah.
We caused the amount of fucking money that it's costing us today to bury our loved ones. Because, you know, when they died back in the 80s, 1800s, blah, 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 yeah. And there's a big fucking headstone, and it's got, 15 to 20 names on the headstone.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter what age it is or whatever, it goes down, yeah. Right. That is not a pauper's grave, as people are believe to have been, yeah. No, it ain't. Yeah. You died, you went straight through the church. The church took it upon themselves with no monetary value to bury you.
Yeah.
You went on that fucking headstone with no money to pay. Then you know, silly bastards round us telling God, whoa, no. I want my son, my daughter, my uncle, my aunt to be acknowledged.
Yeah.
And I want this headstone. And that's why we are fucking paying for that funeral today. And the cemetery is at the bottom of my fucking street.
All I want is a couple of lollipop sticks like that. That would do, stuck in the ground.
You know what I want, Dan? You know what I want? I wasn't sorry, but I'm not top of my head, yeah. I want an orange box. A box where my kids, one says orange, other goes there, yeah, top goes orange, a bottom oranges, yeah. Fucking bear me, put me on top of a fucking pile of horse shit and spread me back out on that field.
We all end up back there eventually, don't we? Listen, Lynn, I'm desperate for a piss at the moment. I'm sorry. I really need to go for a wee. Although
I'm keeping you talking, giving you to eat.
Desperately.
Oh God. I've been doing for the last 10 minutes, I know.
I will be back. Mickey Mouse has just donated something, so thank you very much, Mickey Mouse. So I will be back. I can't give up. I can't leave completely now because of Mickey Mouse. But I've got to go to the toilet. I'm sorry. So So give us a sec at least.
What's happening, your pipe?
Keep everyone entertained.
I know. Hi guys, I'm around. I didn't know this dude I love me. He got look at the pussycat. You didn't put the fucking headphones on the cat. I'm a fucking idiot. No, but okay. My people, bring it after us. Fuck off it. Can't even do that. Could I put a cat? Hi, Papa. Come on, Papa. Oh, baby. Ma.
Right, and I'm back.
Hello.
that's much better.
You thought I fucked up by now, wouldn't you?
Jesus. Oh, crikey.
When you listen back to an angel, my cat going, meow.
The what, sorry? Say again, sorry.
Did you know when you listen back to it, you hear my cat going, meow. Put it to her fucking head.
This
pussy's talk.
He only makes a
The
noise.
pussy's talk, isn't it?
He only makes a noise. Where is he? Over here. He only makes a noise when he's
I know,
when he's
look at
hungry.
him. Look at him.
But
Look at him, bless him.
literally this morning, absolutely done my nuts right in. I was in bed for less than 2 hours, and I woke up to him stepping over my face. Literally put paws on my face. No wonder I had fucking pink eye the other day. Fucking bastards.
There's cunts out there, really, honestly, someone out of the cunts out there.
love him to
They are
bits.
cunts.
Love
They
him
are
to bits,
using
but
bastards.
he fucking annoys me when he does that. Although I wouldn't change it for the world.
Exactly. They are bastards, they're the fucking best thing you've ever had in life.
Mm-hmm.
Total different to a dog. And I love my dogs. Yeah, my dogs. I love my dogs. But I've had horses, ponies, ferrets, ducks, chickens, the fucking lot in my garden.
Yeah.
All my life. Yeah, they have, yeah. Shit went on, things went fucking wrong, yeah. And I could no longer do outside. So I had to let my ducks go, I had to let the chickens go, I had to let the ponies go, my dogs go, everything. And I had to end up with 5 fucking cats. And they are the banes of my fucking life. The cunts.
Welcome back, Josie. Oh dear. Yeah. Hang on. Has anybody seen Crinkle tonight? Actually, he normally comes on to bother me at some point, but I've not seen him at all this evening. How strange.
That's strange.
Never mind. But no, I will go back through the chat, and I will look for your messages. I'll do that tomorrow. I was doing it tonight. I'll be up
Please.
for hours, so I'll do that tomorrow and have a look through. I've got some stuff to do tomorrow to prepare for Monday, because I've got a bit of a we're going to be live on Monday from Liverpool town centre. With hopefully quite an amusing video, but I've got to prepare for that, so I've got to do that tomorrow. Make some more images and stuff to.
Yeah, it is right now.
But
you need help. And please trust me, believe me, I will get you it. Promise you. I promise you.
The only help.
I'm not gonna say you.
The what? Sorry.
I promise you. So you need help, and I promise you, I will get you it.
The only help I need is that people share my videos. Really, that's it. And other people that watch my stuff and go, "Oh, I agree with this guy," or "This is interesting," can come and be part of the community. That's all.
And then that builds up a lot more fucking pressure than what you can handle as a one-man band. It is. I'll get you the help, I promise you.
Right.
I'm going to say. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. You look after yourself.
I love you, Lord Dan.
All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Good
Okay. You know.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Right. Sorry about that. Yeah, Crinkle is doing his ironing, is he? He's packing up his dry cleaning. Check out your live you done today at Lewisham Police Station. Fast forward to 55 minutes 40 seconds. It's really funny. Yeah, they've got a habit. GB Auditor, right? When if you don't reply to the police, they go, "Oh, are you okay? Do you have it? Do you need help?" No, don't fuck it. If I needed help, I'd ask you for help. Simple as that. Otherwise, fuck off and leave me alone. But you're right, they do. They go down the mental health path because unlike everybody else, when I say everybody else, I mean a vast majority of people, unlike everybody else, you don't simply bow down to their perceived authority. Tattoos, how many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I think. 12 tattoos I think I've got. I know smoking's bad. Smoking is very bad. But you know what? I don't have any other vices. It's either smoke or end up with wankers, cramp and blisters. No Yakuza ones, no. Crinkle's getting reprogrammed. Has he been taken into the reprogramming centre? Mother always said it would stunt my growth. I was 6 foot at 14. Yeah. Do you know what? My dad said to me, if you keep playing with that, you'll go blind. Right? If you play with it too much, you'll go blind. So I said, all right, I'll just play with it occasionally and wear glasses. And I do wear glasses. Animal rights, absolutely no problem at all. We had a conversation on the phone. I'm going to be speaking to somebody on Monday or Tuesday to see if I can offer any more assistance with regards to that. And I think I received an email from them first thing this morning or yesterday to say thank you for speaking to them. But yeah, absolutely, man, more than welcome. You know, if I listen to somebody and I can't help, then I'll be honest and I'll say I can't help. Simple as that. And I can't help everybody, unfortunately, but if I can, then I will. Fair play, GB Auditor. I mean, it takes time. Do you know what I mean? It takes time, and I was lucky, and I say I was lucky because I feel very lucky for my subscribers to have grown as quickly as they did. In the first year specifically, I was very lucky. But you know, depends. It just depends what you put up. You just got to keep at it. That's the thing. If you concentrate on numbers when it comes to YouTube, if you concentrate on numbers and figures and stuff like that, it pisses you off because you'll have a bad week or a slow week or whatever it might be, and you'll start getting, oh fucking hell, why is it shit? Why is it you know? And you'll start getting wound up over it. So as long as you understand that your numbers, okay, if you want to make this a business, which it can be if you're clever enough, then fine, go on the numbers. Other than that, just fucking put out what is relevant to you, and people that find it relevant to them will gravitate towards you, you know. Do you think Crinkle is fucking hell, what's his name? Oh, what's his name? Who's the bloke in Matrix? Who's the agent? Where's the glasses? Who's the agent? What's his name in the Matrix? Smith. That's I should have known that. Agent Smith. Do you think Crinkle is Agent Smith? Or do you think he thinks he's Agent Smith? Okay, Josie Wales has just asked, put in the comments, number 1 if you've been jabbed, and number 2 if you're jab free. I'm a 2. Lots of 2s, a few 1s. Two and 3. Or is that 2 and 2/3? Declan Jones video, yeah, I got told off by a few people for what I put at the end of that video, but you know what, again, it's an opinion. I think, and I'll say it now, I'll say it whenever I'm asked, I think that nobody does themselves in over a few common assaults. And being a copper, even if you're thrown under the bus, the worst thing you're going to get really, you know, for that kind of thing, is you're going to lose your job. You know what I mean? So the fact I put at the end of that video, rest in peace, you know, whatever it was, I wonder what else you're hiding, nobody does himself in over something like that, I think is a reasonable thing to put, in my opinion. But there you go, everybody's got an opinion, it's just like arseholes, isn't they? You've had 2 jabs, Horace, but you won't have the 3rd. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you said? Jab squad, like the God squad that come knocking on your door. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. You know, I don't knock people for their choices. People make their choices based on their own decisions, and the fact that, you know, you've decided not to take another one after you've taken some is commendable, to be honest, because a lot of people won't. A lot of people will go, oh, I've got some chest pains, for example, but the doctor says it's fine, you know, and unfortunately that's not making up your own decision. That's not making up your own mind. Fun rent. Fuck off. Well, sometimes ESP. Do you know what? Sometimes it's like with it's like my drinking. When I used to drink when I was younger, sometimes it takes something to affect us to realise that something's not right. I used to drink a lot. I wasn't an alcoholic, but I used to drink a lot. Okay, I got to a position where I ended up. I went out. I had too much to drink. I went out, got in a fight, and I got arrested, and I nearly got time in prison for it. Because of that, had I got prison, I would have missed my eldest boy being born. Now, I made a decision. That was enough for me to think, no, fuck it. I'm not drinking anymore. And I didn't. I stopped drinking for many years after that. So sometimes it's easy to say, well, fucking, why did you wait until such and such a time to give something up? Sometimes we need something that shocks us enough to change our minds. It's like me with smoking. Had my stroke, and I'll be honest, if my stroke had been worse, I probably would have given up smoking. Genuinely, 100%, I probably would have given up smoking had my stroke been worse. But because it wasn't, because I was very lucky, and I haven't got the, I've not got the paralysis or anything like that. I'm achy and weak, but because I haven't got the major issues that a lot of people get from a stroke, it's not frightened me enough into stopping smoking. And sometimes it takes something like that for to make us change our minds. Big question: what made you start speaking up against the police? Was it a life experience, an arrest, or an acquittal? It was an arrest, is what it was. Now, I'd been watching some photography channels and stuff. I can't remember how I came across them at the time. I was watching YouTube, came across a few channels, thought to myself, this is quite interesting, some audits and things like that. I learned from that if you go out, you need to understand, like to take photos or anything like that, you need to understand the law to be able to protect you in case anyone comes at you. So because of that, when I started doing what I was doing back then, which was designing website templates or learning to design website templates, I needed to go out and get some footage. So I popped out up the road from me, literally a 5-minute walk, police station, fire station and ambulance station, all next door to each other practically. So I wanted to get some blue lights coming out. Yeah. So whether it was an ambulance, a police car, or a fire engine, it wouldn't make any difference. I just wanted some blue lights at night as a little something to go on the page to draw people's attention to it. Stood there for about 20-25 minutes. No ambulance come out, no fire engine come out. So I went to the back of the police station, and that's where it all started. I got questioned by a copper who wouldn't take. I explained what I was doing. I wanted to get some stock footage for a website. I explained it multiple times, but I don't believe you. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. All this kind of rubbish. So he tried to get my details out of me. I refused to give them to him because I'd done nothing wrong, and I didn't want him, nosing about in my personal life, trying to find something that he can use against me to stop me from doing what I was doing, which was perfectly legal. So after I don't know, half an hour or so, he spoke to his sergeant. He's come back to me and he said to me, right, I spoke to my sergeant. I'm going to leave you to it. It was the winter. No, it was February, so it was cold out. It was February. So he goes to me, it's fucking freezing out here. You're nuts if you stay out here. You should just go home and get a cup of coffee. So I was like, I'll go when I've finished. So a few minutes later, another copper came in, pulled in, asked me what I was doing. I said, don't worry, I've spoken to your colleague. The sergeant knows I'm out here. Job's a good one. So he's gone in. 10 minutes later, a couple walked out from the back of the police station, a man and a woman, not in any uniform, went to get in their cars. What do you think you're doing? I said, what do you mean, what am I doing? He said, what do you think you're doing? You can't be taking photographs and videos. I said, well, I can. Sorry, I can. Anyway, this woman, who later it turns out that she used to work for the flying squad, okay, she literally ran back inside. And within a few minutes, I'm surrounded by 8 policemen, all trying to, coerce me into going away or giving up my details. And because I wouldn't give up my details, and because I wasn't actually, breaking the law, I wasn't involved in an offence of any kind, they decided to turn around and say, right, he's not going to give his details, so let's use Section 50 of the Police Reform Act. And if he doesn't give us our details then we can nick him. It's a way of coercing me into giving my details. So they tried that, and I refused to give my details, and they arrested me forcefully as well. Absolutely no need for it. I showed no. In fact, the videos on the channel, I gave no indication that I was going to be violent or fight back or anything at all. But because I made them look a bitch, ultimately, I made them look a bitch. And because of that, they didn't like it. So they taught me a lesson and arrested me, twisted me up, took me to the police station, at which point I did give my details simply because I had to get back for the dogs. But instead of letting me go, which they should have done, because as soon as I've given them my details, the offence is over, they kept me in a cell for 3 hours to teach me a lesson. And that for me is what prompted me to then, put it on the channel and whatnot. But the direction of the channel's changed a few times over the past 3 years. But ultimately, the main concept of the channel is about the police. Although these live streams are completely different, we talk about anything, but it's nice to have a chance to talk about other stuff as rather than just the police. How did I find out she was flying squad? I done a subject access request. I got all of the all of the witness statements and everything else. So in there it says that she was former flying squad, but yet she was frightened. Flying squad that deals with some of the most dangerous crimes, but yet she was worried about me standing on public property with a camera. Fuck off! What a load of shit. Margaret, I'm a Gemini. If you're asking me, I am a Gemini. Yeah, no, Horace, and I appreciate the offer, man. Definitely, absolutely appreciate it, and I commend you for making a choice to go and do that. Did she shout, "You're fucking nicked, mate"? My birthday, 16th of June, Josie. Almost exactly middle of the year. Almost exactly almost middle of the year. So I literally, I only ever have to wait 6 months before I can celebrate. So it's either birthday or Christmas, 6 months in between. Other people have to go way longer than that between one or the other. What's my mother's maiden name? I don't know. I've no idea. '11th of June, so I'm older. I'm older than most people, I think. I feel it, that's for sure. Sounds good, Horace. Sounds good. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to call it a night now. It's been emotional. No, it's been a long one. Again, and I've been asleep most of the day, but I am tired, so I do have to get off. But thank you all again for joining me this evening on the stream. I probably won't be on tomorrow. I normally do a Sunday one, but I thought I'd do the New Year's Day one instead. So I probably won't be on, well, not tomorrow, today. I do have some stuff I need to do to prepare for Monday as well. So if I get it all done, I might pop on. But the chances are I won't. I'll probably be taking it easy tomorrow. But again, thank you all for joining me. Much appreciated. I'm glad you're all okay. I'm glad you all, or most of you at least, had a good New Year or New Year's Eve. And for me and this one over here, wherever he is, him here, from me and him, we wish you a prosperous and a healthy 2020. So thank you all again for your support. And yeah, and that's where we leave it for tonight. So look after yourselves, take care, and I shall be back soon, and I'll probably see some of you online tomorrow anyway. Good night, everybody. Thank you.